Greek mythology and some other sacred mythology, Hebrew mythology, and all that, which I'm going to speak on and go into and elaborate to try to show you how this thing is, how we break this down metaphysically, so you can understand what's really going on. Here. So, but other than that, we can go ahead and start, you know. What time is it? Okay, hell, we'll go ahead and roll then. That gave them, you know, we did that, you know, so we'll go ahead and roll on this thing, you know. And so, okay. Yeah, so, you know, you all do that so I can get my phone cut back on, you know. Yo, oh, when the comet runs. Right. And it's an awesome book. It's got a great deal of prophecies in it. And it's one of those books that you can go through in like a day or so. You could just, it's just that easy reading. So I'm going to come out of that. I'm going to come out of some of that. What you say? Well, I'm just saying, you know. Yeah, you're right. Well, I'm saying you can go through, but you have to go back and all. But I'm trying to say a lot of books are too intellectual. And when you find books that's intellectual like that, that means that the people really don't know what they're talking about. So they have to elaborate on things that they don't know. When they're able to make things simple, then that means the person really knows. Because it's one thing to have a whole bunch of information and try to disseminate it, and then it's another thing to understand it.
I also got some, in this book, they talk about Mary Summer and No Eye. So I bought a couple of those.
Yeah, this one is Rising of the Phoenix and Spirit Song, yeah. But this one I came out of in '93. Was a real good book. Yeah. Right, so we're going to get into also the books on audio section. I gave her 2 copies of Nothing in This Book is True. So if you want to get a hold to, which is, you know, that's just, I don't know if you have any more of those. Nothing in this book is true, but that's exactly the way it is. They now have it on video, on audio. They have that one on audio, and they also have Osiris Awakening. That's the woman, Naomi Campbell. And they have that on video, which is the actual Book of the Dead on video. Also, there's a Book Alone video. It's a Book Alone video also, too. I mean, excuse me, not video, audio. This is called it's called audios. Books on audio. So they have that also. Which one? Yeah, on audio? Oh, okay, yeah. And so they have that also. So we'll be accessing that particular information. So I guess we can start now, because I didn't bring a lot of books because I got it all on the paper here, because I'm trying to simplify things, you see. Yeah. So you know the drill. Awas, Ashe, Al-Sut, Ashe, Mamu, Ashe, Astal, Ashe, Thunderdog, Ashe, Mu Awas, Ashe, Mu Ivas, Ashe, Ivas, Ashe, Tammuz, Ashe, Doozy, Ashe, Duat, Ashe, Tuat, Ashe, Tahuti, Ashe, Thunderdog, Ashe, Thunderbird, Ashe, Sunbear, Ashe, Kakshidi, Ashe, Dachinamerchi, Ashe, Newt, Ashe, Apit, Ashe, Tyert, Ashe, Inanna, Ashe, Tiamat, Ashe, Ishtar, Ashe, Lilith, Ashe, Layla, Ashe, Allah, Ashe, Ani, Ashe, Raziel, Ashe, Kaziel, Ashe, Buviel, Ashe, Lakshmiel, Ashe, Iniel, Ashe, Haniel, Ashe, Michael, Ashe, Melech, Ashe, Melektas, Ashe, Melchizedek, Ashe, Sutek, Ashe, Sutnubit, Ashe, Sutneset, Ashe, Sudhar, Ashe, Osir, Ashe, Aset, Ashe, Nebhert, Ashe, Mayat, Ashe, Mut, Ashe, Month, Ashe, Mintu, Ashe, Minibus, Ashe, Nanu, Ashe, Newt, Ashe, Anru, Ashe, Amin-Ra, Ashe, Ra, Ashe, Atum-Ra, Ashe, Ra-Heruka-Hudi, Ashe, Harpocrates, Ashe, Harmaku, Ashe, Sekhmet, Ashe, Salshet, Ashe, Selket, Ashe, Sadis, Ashe, Da, Ashe, Keva, Ashe, Bina, Ashe, Shakma, Ashe, Tippera, Ashe, Ain, Ashe, Ain Sa'ar, Ashe, Naksad, Ashe, Had, Ashe, Yasuth, Yased, Ashe, Malkuth, Ashe, okay, let's see, Bridget, Ashe, Marasha, Ashe, Adamgwati, Ashe, Ogushengo, Ashe, Azuli, Ashe, Edo, Ashe, Laka, Ashe, Alafi, Ashe Zaka, Ashe Legba, Ashe Papagede, Ashe Loa, Ashe Ipe, Ashe Nakumpa, Ashe Umbelenga, Ashe Nkulukulu, Ashe Oshun, Ashe Ogun, Ashe Ilegba, Ashe Ishu, another name for that, Ashe Arisha Oku, Ashe Oya, Ashe Babaluaye, Ashe Abatala, Ashe Adudawa, Ashe Arunla, Ashe Oshosi, Ashe Olakun, Ashe Ashe. Anybody else? I name go. Ashe. Go ahead. You get something. You got it. Ashe. 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 Okay. Cthulhu. Ashe. Shub-Niggurath. Ashe. Hastar. Ashe. Nilahotep. Ashe. Shub-Niggurath. Ashe. Azathoth. Ashe. Dagon. Ashe. Dogon. Ashe. Amma. Ashe. Neama. Ashe. Ba. Ashe. Na. Ashe. Kat. Ashe. Kakchidi. Ashe. Zeus. Ashe. Apollo. Ashe. Ares. Ashe. Let's see. Hercules. Ashe. Jason. Ashe. What was the mother of the gods, the woman I was talking about? Because I'm going to talk about her today. Hera. Ashe, yeah, I'm going to talk about her today. Got some good stuff on that, too. Let's see. Jupiter. Ashe. Mars. Ashe. Ceres. Ashe. Uranus. Ashe. Rhea. Ashe. Let's see. Elijah. Ashe. Tahuti. Ashe. Solomon. Ashe. Sheba. Ashe. Shakti. Ashe. Seba. Ashe. Kali. Ashe. Baphomet. Ashe. Pan. Ashe. Pan-Heru. Ashe. Let's see. Well, that's to all gods known and unknown. Ashe. So the Hemmitt family, Ashe, the Shaw family, Ashe, the Davis family. Say all my family members. 1, 2, 3. Start calling your family members. Good. Ashe. 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 To all gods known and unknown. Ashe. When is Mother's Day? Tomorrow? Next Sunday? So we're going to give a special shout out to Ma, because Ma is, you get Ma and you got Mama, and that's where so before Mother it was Ma, then it was the double Ma, Mama, and then you get the word Ma, you get May from that, and you get the word May, which is Mother's Day because it comes from May, which is a derivative of Ma. So we give a double shout out to Ma. Ashe, Ashe, okay. To all gods known and unknown, Ashe. To all ancestors known and unknown, Ashe, okay. So we got that covered. I don't know, you might want to put that somewhere. You know me.
Those people just came in. We collect the money before I get started, so I'm going to have to lock in front of the camera.
Yeah. Which one of them? Okay, yeah. What happened is in the ancient times, we had the one God, but the one God was never expressed as one God. It was always expressed as the different attributes of the one God. Later on, to control, as a matter of fact, I'm going to talk about that in the lecture, to control things, they shut down that multi-purpose of the one God and just said one God, which in actuality means there's no knowledge of God, because you don't understand the different components of the God or the inner workings of the system. So what happens is also, when we pour these particular libations, not only are we giving homage to those gods or the different aspects of the one God, but is it not written in the law that ye are gods, and all aspects of those gods are also in you. So when you pour libations, not only are you empowering the universe around you, but you're also empowering yourself. You see what I'm saying? And so what's happening is it's enhancing your own energy for protection, for prosperity, you see what I'm saying, and for inner levels of going to the higher levels. So it's doing some of all of that. So that's why you pour libation. It's to give the energy, it's to bring the energy. It's no different than putting some coal on the fire. You see what I'm saying? Or putting some fuel into the sparks, and you know, and then you get your eternal combustion or whatever you call this stuff. And any type of thing. It's the same thing as shooting some juice with electricity. It's all the same energy, which is empowering yourself, the universe around you, as well as giving homage to the ancestor energies that also have gone on, but also is inside of you also too. Because is it not written in your law that ye are gods? John chapter 10, verse 34, 36. So with all that going on, And that's interesting because at this particular time, like I said on the actual radio show, you need to start feeding the ancestors. If you have some food, if you cook some food, always fix them a plate also, because that's not only empowering, that's empowering your house and the energy around you. At this particular time, because it's spring, it's also to get the energy through your house, and you want to do that. A lot of times you're supposed to leave a window open in the front of the house or the back of the house. As for apartment, it's the same thing, front or back. And that way you let the energy flow through and all, and that also electrifies your house, because the gods or the energy is also in the winds and is also in the forces of nature. You see what I'm saying? Which is also reminds me of the whole thing was happening at Fargo. And as you know, the Fargo, North Dakota, and that whole thing, those crackers getting rocked. Why it ain't storming in the ghetto? And so that's just a way to recompensate some of the ass whipping we getting in the ghetto. The spirit realm is doing it to them, but also it's also because of the Hale Bopp comet, which is in the air. It also has something to do with why they're getting rocked the way they are also too, because of the Hale Bopp comet. And so now, and you know, as Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, the white man can't lock up the damn weather. So, you know, so, and each time it's a national emergency, and I mean, that's millions of dollars that they have to pay out. So they say, well, shit, we're going to take the welfare from the niggas. So they have to, okay, so the money that they're taking from us, they got to spend to fix us some doggone houses. We talking about big-ass mansions with water all the way up to the ceiling and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? With water up all the way up to the ceiling. You see what I'm saying? So, with that, you know, this is a backlash of what they're trying to do, cutting affirmative action, cutting a little bit of stuff, a little bit of money on the table, and all the stuff that they can. It don't even begin to dent the budget. So as a result, they got to pay all that out in crackers' homes. It's flooding all over the place. You know what I'm saying? And people, you know, cars and everything, just a doggone mess. And now they're saying in some of these places, once the storm comes, it's like it's unlivable. They can't even live there no more, you see? So that's good. And so the little bit of money that they could have saved by, you know, giving it to some black people, like you're saying, all these black people, you know, with this money in town, and you can't get a loan at the bank, so shit, let them pay it to the doggone energy, which is the same energy that's in us. So you either pay us now or pay our ass later. So that's what's happening. So that's how this whole circle, the great round, if you ever see a picture of the snake biting his tail, it's talking about that what comes around goes around. Same thing. So, you know, same thing, what comes around goes around. So as a result, that's what's happening with them, you see. That's what's happening with them. So that's very key. But also the comet is bringing on a lot of that also. You see what I'm saying? It's bringing on a lot of that also. So we're going to recap on, we're going to start off, we're going to recap what we talked about on the radio the other week. And we're going to go into this thing. So let's see, this is about 15 pages plus the Hale Bopp stuff. So we'll be here well into 1 o'clock. So you can bet on that. So you get your fill. If you can't hang, get enough and then go on. And whatever else you need to pick up on, we got the videos. So you can bet on that.
But you gonna be here what?
Yeah, I'm going to be here till about 1 o'clock. Talking and all, you know. And then if some nigga want to get up and really say, hey, we need to go on, then we'll be here till 4. You see, but you know how it is. You know, so we'll deal with that. But anyway, recapping what I said is as you notice, and I should have bought the actual paper, because we got to do the hard copy to let you know what's going on. But I should have brought the actual paper. I think it was Time Magazine, Colin Powell Wants You, and they got him on the cover. And then they had what is called this Clone Fest, the Philadelphia Clone Fest, last week to set an agenda and all this. But the main thing is he came and he told the people that he wanted these inoculations. That was his main thing. So basically, I think a lot of people got hip and didn't want to render their children over to the beast. So they said, okay, what we'll do is we'll put Colin Powell up in there, and everybody will throw their children in his lap. And as a result, you see what I'm saying, they can kill up some people. They tried to do it with Michael Jackson, and they shot up 16,000 people and 16,000 kids in 93. But right after that, the scandal broke of him screwing them little white boys. So therefore, he is not an appropriate candidate, you see, for inoculation to kill nobody with. So they got to get somebody new, and Colin Powell is the new man for that. You see what I'm saying? So that's real key that's going on at this particular time. So also recapping with that, we also talked about the cloning of Robert Townsend, which I said also too, this is the man that wrote the definitive film Hollywood Shuffle, exposing black exploitation in the movies of the 70s and the 80s, and turned right around 10 years later after Hollywood Shuffle, turned right around and made Baps. You see what I'm saying? And made Baps. That actually made fun of black pathology, or just made fun of just the average black people. You know what I'm saying? So turned right around and made Baps and all this. So we see that there's no way that you can make a movie where you systematically put what is called a black exploitation under the microscope and sift out what the actual crackers is doing in a movie Hollywood Shuffle, and turn right around and make one of those movies that is that's worse than the exploitation flicks of the 70s and the 80s. You see what I'm saying? So that lets you know, there's another case in point on how a person can go flip-flop overnight, and a person turns from one conscious person to this particular monster, is because basically, boom, they cloned the brother. So as a result, he ends up doing this particular stuff just like a robot for the actual government. So that's very key that you understand that. And so they put out Baps, they put out Booty Call, and now they got one now called Sprung. Now, as I said, I think I said the last time, the Booty Call movie was brought out to counter Rosewood. And as a result, people saw Rosewood, Booty Call and didn't go see Rosewood. When I went to see Rosewood, there were 2 or 3 people in the theater. So that's the counter that. So now they got one called Sprung that's coming out with Tisha Campbell in them. So that's coming out, and so this is another one of these movies, and they're showing the black woman acting freaky and stuff. So this is very key that they do that. Now, one key thing that they're doing also, too, is I've noticed this since 1991 by going in a lot of bookstores and doing the research. They will have black studies section in the bookstores, and they'll have gay and lesbian section right beside it. Black studies section, gay and lesbian section. So what it is they're trying to coin black people as this mistake of nature or some type of freak type thing to put them close together. And this is very systematic, because all over the country, when I go to these bookstores, they will have black studies and they'll have the gay and lesbian. You see what I'm saying? And psychologically, you can understand on what they're trying to point and trying to say that, well, you know, that they go hand in hand. If we got a problem with the gay and lesbian, we got a problem with the blacks and all, and systematically, psychologically trying to put something in your head. Now also, that's when this new show came out with Ellen. So Ellen came out the closet last week. So I said, okay, then they had to have Oprah Winfrey on there. Now, notice in the conversation when Oprah Winfrey was talking to her, it was supposed to be her psychiatrist. The first thing Oprah Winfrey did is said, when they started talking about discrimination, she added in black racism as far as us being discriminated against as the same type of nature as gay bashing or what you would call homophobia. And they put all that up in there. So they put her in the show just to bridge that gap. Because this cracker is always on to something. So it's very key that you understand that they had her on the show for one reason. I mean, damn, I don't even think they ever had a black on the show before, I think. Maybe 1 or 2 times somebody dropping in cleaning up a house or some shit. But all of a sudden they got Oprah up on the show. And this is very key that they're trying to plant this in people's heads. You see what I'm saying? And so, and I noticed it. I said, okay, because she was on, I said, okay, well, we know she's a fool anyway. You know what I'm saying and all? Here's a woman that will cry. A white woman writes a book, God Bless America. She breaks down crying. The day before that, she got a little black girl on the actual show saying she lost her mother, mother's in jail, and she's crying, a little black girl crying, and she telling the girl, you need to shut the hell up. You're upsetting your sister. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking about a real fool here, because also, too, she's one of those clones. You see what I'm saying? And basically, Oprah Winfrey, you have no characteristic of her being black at all. And anytime she want to talk about being black, then she get in this Maya Angelou mode. This other buffoon woman, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? This fool, you know, married to 4 and 5 white men. It's very key. The people that they raise up, everybody they raise up, we hate. You see what I'm saying? So the people that get the most roles, Whoopi Goldberg. We don't like Whoopi Goldberg, so she the best one for them. You understand what I'm saying? The people who got the most stuff, like Sammy Davis, worked in Vegas and always had jobs. Sammy Davis was a buffoon to us, or Uncle Tom to us, so therefore he got the jobs.
Heard about Eddie Murphy?
We heard about that whole thing, and that's interesting because I was laying in the bed the night before, and I said, well, the only person that was a big major movie star that hadn't been attacked was Eddie Murphy. And the next day, boom, I come in and I said, well, it don't fail. Well, they caught him with a transvestite in a car, or whatever, you know. Yeah, well, you know, that type of stuff, you know. But what's that? Oh, that what?
Relationship with one of the managers.
A guy.
As his father.
As his father, yeah. But also, too, I noticed this, too. I noticed one other thing, too. The people that they give the most endorsements, Karl Malone kind of strikes you as this old plowboy. Yeah. You know, real country and stuff, you know, like that and all. Like he ain't got no backbone. Like he, you know what I'm saying, he putting his jersey on a little old white crippled child and shit, but yet the ghetto burning up. You know, the people that they do, just like George Foreman. He is the biggest, dumb as a stump nigga. Pulling cars, lifting up stuff, you know what I'm saying, fighting, nigga damn near 70 and fighting. But the white people love him. And the reason why they put him out there is because they want to make him the masterpiece of what they're saying black people are, a fool. George Foreman is a doggone fool. You know what I'm saying? I don't care, old George, come on, tell old George. So that ain't nothing but the same old Uncle Remus bull jive, you see? And they do this, but they are crafty when they do it.
You know, the African people must have said that when we went there to fight one by me, because they did him cold.
Right, because he's a fool. You know, he's a fool. So, you know, and so all of a sudden, Muhammad Ali is a walking zombie. Now, here's a man that was the masterpiece of the archetype of black manhood in the 60s and the 70s, and now all of a sudden, because he's halfway crazy now, you know what I'm saying, looking like Herman Monster and stuff, and all, you know, and almost like a doggone retardo, then all of a sudden he the white man hero. You see what I'm saying? And it's always the Negroes that you don't like. So what they did this time, black people hollered and fought and got mad and picketed the Academy Awards in '95. Oh, and that was what, '96. And you know, and Jesse Jackson and all that. So they said, well, we got to break down and give these Negroes something. But just so happened black people didn't produce nothing the next year that can get a status to even win something. So they say, okay, but what we'll do is we'll give it to this Cooper Gooden Jr. Which I saw the movie. I mean, my goodness, this man don't deserve no Academy Award for talking about give me the money and shit. So I saw the movie, but then again, on the other hand, he married to a white woman, so. You see what I'm saying? And then what he does, he goes up there and does the old buck dance trick at the Academy Awards, flipping and break dancing and doing all kind of stuff. And so happy he got a damn statue of a white man in his hand. So it's always the people that they're going to put up is always psychological. They're going to be those kind of Negroes. And that's the way it's going now. And now, like I said, there's nobody in the entertainment industry that you can say that'll really stick up for you. Nobody. Every last one of those people are hand-picked. You see what I'm saying? Hand-picked. So Denzel, we say, oh, Denzel. Well, Denzel did Malcolm X. Then he turned right around and did this movie, Courage and the Fire, and go to the United States Army and said, you don't know how much it pleased me to do this movie, and you all honor me. The United States Army. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying going to the Ku Klux Klan. Worse, because the Ku Klux Klan ain't killed as many Negroes as the United States Army. You see what I'm saying? And plus, the United States Army has had a COINTELPRO that in the 1970s, they dropped it and they told the black people, there is no war, so we want you to come in and sign up and go to war. So in the 70s, after the war, black people who didn't have any outlets in the rural areas and also in the ghetto said, well, I'll go to the service. That's the way out. But what they didn't realize is that was a government COINTELPRO plan that when they got in the service, 98% of them would end up alcoholics or dope addicts. You see what I'm saying? So that was a coincidence. So we're not talking about the alcohol. They understood the effect of alcoholism in black America after the Vietnam War. But between 1972 up to now, that's what the Army was set up, and that's why the recruiters came around to the high schools to get people up in there, because 98% of them become out drunks. You see what I'm saying? Come out drunks. And so I'm saying that for the ones that that fell through that, that's because you had a high spirit. But the majority of them got caught up in that. And you got a lot of brothers that's drunks now that went into that army, not doing wartime, just to chill, you know. So that's very key also, that's a COINTELPRO program that also went on. Another thing is, like I said on the radio, was this 30 minutes of BET Talk. Now, BET Talk is a government sting operation. First of all, they only give you 30 minutes because they understand in the context of 30 minutes you can't learn nothing. That's the first thing. You know what I'm saying? You can't learn nothing in 30 minutes whatsoever. Number two, you can't learn nothing in an hour, but Ricky Lake got an hour. You see what I'm saying? So they give them 30 minutes. As a result, what has happened is this. They do about 5 or 10 minutes worth of speaking. After 5 or 10 minutes worth of speaking, what happens is they go to the phones. And the phone is a government tracking system. You call in to give your comment. And the whole time they're tracking you, and they're trying to find out what amount of conscious people are in America that they can track down that could be of some effect to what is called other black people. They can track down those people. So if you're a dummy and you call in and say some God bless America, you safe. But if you call in and make profound common sense, then therefore they got you tracked. So that's what the BET Talk thing is that comes on every night at 11 o'clock. Very key that you understand that. And your guy Tavis Smiley, he's one of the robots also too. So what they do is it's very crafty. They get a brother that's articulate, a brother that looks kind of handsome. You know, he's not a bad-looking brother. And the brother speaks real well. But then again, on the other hand, if you listen to him, anytime somebody really talks about the government, I've heard him deal with things like saying, oh, that's conspiracy theory. He always brings it back to this conspiratorial thing, as if the government cannot be anything of an entity that is wrong. So it's very key. That's a tracking center that's going on. The cloning of Marion Barry. Marion Barry was cloned before he went into the dope house. That's what it was all about. The whole government thing was to clone him, to dethrone him, to get him as the underdog and put him back. And now all of a sudden he's the person that's bringing in capital punishment and martial law in Washington, D.C.
So when he was supposed to be able to correct the halfway house or whatever, the rehabilitation fellow, he's in trouble.
No, in actuality, they cloned him before he even went. When he got caught in the crack house, that was a clone operation. You see what I'm saying? Any kind of abnormal behavior among black people basically is government robots. So they cloned Marion Barry, and this whole thing, plus also too, well, they can kill two birds with one stone. Number one, they can put him back and make him into this government person because we love the underdog. So he's also, you know, so they can put him back and make him into this particular agent, just like they did with Nelson Mandela. You know, clone him, you know, in prison for years ago. But also, what they could do is by putting him in the crack house and getting him caught with the crack house, it could also undermine any type of black authority figure, period. You see what I'm saying? So now everybody that you see, so it's like I was downtown, and a brother was arguing about this. They're saying these black guys that raped some women in the army. I said, now wait a minute, now hold on. 2 months ago, they came on and said they had years and years of abuse in the United States Army. In the United States Army. So now, as you know how it goes, for the sisters, if you a brother, if the sisters are standing, you know you got to unask the seats. That's the policy, universal African policy around the globe. So, we got plenty of flow down here for the brothers, you know, but when it gets real severe.
There's a chair right here, too.
Yeah. You see, so when it gets real severe, we got plenty of flow down here in the back or whatever if you feel you got to sit down. So anyway, going back to this. Oh, dang, what was I talking about? Yeah, about the Army case. Now, they came on the news and said about 2-3 months ago that they had years and years of sexual abuse in the Army. But yet, when they pick the people that they're going to crucify, it's all black men. Now, wait a minute now. This don't make, okay, they said years and years of abuse of the Army. But yet the only people going on trial is some, what, 4 or 5 black men? You see the key on this whole thing? You see, and some brother talking about, yeah, they raped this, and I'm saying, well, listen, they might have. That's not the point. I say, but it's a bigger picture than what you think it is. And we don't necessarily know if that actually happened. You see, because the cracker lies all of the time. So now in the Bible they tell you that the devil is a liar and lies all the time. Now, if the devil is a liar and he lies all the time, the devil can't be no spook figure, because that wouldn't be a person that lies to you. The devil has to be a person in human form, and we know that that devil is the white man who lies all the time. And that's the key what we have to understand at this particular time to deprogram our minds, is the white man lies all the time. Everything that comes out of his mouth is generally a lie. Now, we have learned, based on my girl that works down at the Atlanta Journal and Constitution, that she works in the newspaper, and it's not news at all. I mean, you know, they all have a meeting together on what they're going to put up in there. But if you come with anything that makes any sense, they will strike it out at the meeting. So it's censorship. America, when this thing is all said and done, America is going to be the greatest censor entity in the world. Despite they're talking about freedom of doggone speech. You see what I'm saying? So that's very key. Another thing we got to understand is this, dealing with one of the Godfather clones that sets over the rappers is Quincy Jones. It's Quincy Jones. Right. They cloned him a long time ago, even when, you know, he was laying, dealing with all these white women. So as a result, all of a sudden, he's just a hip-hop lover.
He got brain cancer.
Hip-hop lover. Yeah, right. And he gets bribed and all this. Now, they got a rap summit, and he's setting over all the rappers. He is like the Godfather. So they always, in order to have an agent in there, they're not going to have a white man over there, because the rappers say, well, you know, we don't want to get with that person. So they'll give somebody that they love and they trust and they respect. So they always clone this particular person that's over, and he's like the government. He is like the government that they all work for. And you know, your Vibe magazine is nothing but a government setup thing to track black aggression at youth. Yeah.
All right, let me ask you. So you're saying Quincy Jones died when he had that cancer?
Probably did. He probably did. But then again, on the other hand, it doesn't have to be a dramatic thing that you go into the hospital. They can clone you and you walk out there the next day, just like if you went to get a wart taken off. You see, they'll cut your fingernails or whatever. Just like you go to the nail shop or the beauty salon, they can clone you the same way. So he is one of those particular people also, too. And he's having this rap summit. And this whole thing with this Vibe thing is to channel and to also to report on all of this particular black. They want to know where the minds of the black youth is. So in order, who controls America is the one who controls the people, is the one who controls the mind of the children. So based on that, they got these particular people in every area. So in actuality, they shut out R&B music and put in the rap music, and also that they can actually have one place that they can set over and channel the energies on this one particular, on this one particular area. And that's what's going on also too. Now, it's interesting because they had Wynton Marsalis on TV, on ETV, what's that, educational television, talking. And he was channeling when he was talking, because the man is a genius. So he was channeling. And he said, well, my music comes from someplace eons ago. So they said, well, what kind of music to stay away from? He said, well, stay away from backbeat and repetition. He said, well, take for instance, music is supposed to be like a story or mythology. You got a story, you got the beginning, you have the middle part, then you have the climactic scene, and then you have the final end. Basically ending in a lesson being learned, or ending in, all well, it ends well. You understand what I'm saying? So what they will do is, that's a storyline. Well, music is supposed to do the same thing. You're supposed to start off, then you're supposed to have that part where it changes up a little bit, or have a climactic scene, and then it ends. Well, what it is with the rap now, if you notice, because it's all nothing but cut up music from the music board from the 70s, it's repetition. It's the same thing over and over again. That's why if you really listen to it, it gives you a headache after a while. And it doesn't get. I just thought. I said I didn't say nothing. I said, well, maybe I'm getting old. But my girl, who's the age of the rap thing, She's saying it's giving her a headache. So now I'm finding people in their 19, 20, 21 saying, complaining that it's giving them a headache if you are ever separated from it. Let's say if you were in it, it probably would be the music that you would prefer, the music that you would listen to. But if you would ever get out of it for a couple of months and then go back to it, then you can see how it does. So he's saying the repetition and a music that don't go nowhere. It's the same thing over and over again. Plus it's a backbeat, and it never turns into anything because it's not a complete music. It's not a complete song. You understand what I'm saying? So although it might be the music preferred because it's a, what's that, sister?
Okay, are you saying commercial rap now like that? Or rap now?
We talk about basically commercial rap. We understand the thing about rap. Rap is nothing but scat and a form of jazz and a form of thing that we invented eons ago because there ain't nothing new under the sun. But if you notice most commercial rap, it's the same thing when rap first came out, the stuff from the 80s. You see what I'm saying? As is most commercial stuff now we're talking about. And the way it's cut off, because most of the stuff in the 80s, and even though they always sample music, most of the stuff from the 80s and all, they also had their own unique brand of music. Now it's total something from the 70s. Well, you don't get nothing original at all. As a matter of fact, if you was to take an original tune and put to some rap music now, it actually would sound out of style. So we're talking about commercial rap. You see what I'm saying? But also we understand this too. Only if you do something on a miscellaneous type of label will you ever be successful. If you do anything on the major commercial labels, in which that's what's mostly here, because that's where you get out there, basically I don't care even if you did was to lay down some tracks, it would be something that can go somewhere. As we was talking about, they always put something up under the music anyway to mess people up. You see what I'm saying? To mess people up. We got into that a lot in the last couple of months and all, and I got videos and stuff dealing with that and how they had to take out the albums and all of that type stuff. So we'll get into that also, a question and answer also too. So let's go on. Now, this is one thing here that we need to understand about cloning. This guy, what's his name? Doe? The Heaven's Gate? The Heaven's Gate cat. We need to understand what really went down, because I got the real scoop on what went down. First of all, there's things that go down every day. If it's worth anything, it never makes the news. That's the key. That's why now they got that Rodney King, that guy got that Rodney King style beat down of Freaknik. Yet, only one station in the world got exclusive rights to it, and that's Channel 2, I think. And they held it for 8 days, but yet you can't find it on no part of the country. So obviously there's a conspiracy to hide information. So why is it this day, this particular Bopp thing, this Fine 49, shut down TV? CNN, CBS, ABC, NBC, C-SPAN, the whole gauntlet. You understand what I'm saying? Why did it shut down TV? That is because this particular thing was manufactured by the government. The government cloned these people, and the government killed these people. And I'm going to explain this whole thing and what really happened. Now, I explain this to you. First of all, yes, this was a legitimate metaphysical group. But the only thing it is the government came in, actually abducted the members, cloned them, and replaced them, and then had them to commit suicide, as well as the system committing suicide. So that's why you can get them on the camera talking about, yeah, we're going to kill ourselves. But the key is this. What is the reason? The reason is they're saying that because of the internet and because of the black movements, knowledge is getting out of hand on the planet. It don't have to be the masses. Yes, the masses is dumb, but they understand the nucleus, and they're saying that if we got just a room full of people, that's too many. So as a result, they say we must turn the rest of the people against so-called groups outside of Christianity, which is the biggest cult there is Christianity. But my point is this. So they kill them, and immediately my aunt get on the phone. Oh, Lord, she get on the phone from D.C. Oh, ain't Robbie in some of that stuff that come out UFO? Oh, Lord, shit, you know. Oh, Lord, you tell him he better not follow them people and all this kind of stuff. So immediately, We understand that this is a scare tactic to scare people away from information, not necessarily groups, but just information in the bookstore. After seeing these people kill themselves, not erase through your head. Well, maybe that stuff that Bob and them talking about, and Imam Esau and all that, maybe that's a cult. Maybe that's cultship. Which you didn't know the biggest cult there is Christianity. Them churches out there, that's the biggest cult there is. You see.
I do see a lot of your regular music.
But I'm trying to say, the reason why I know that is for one reason. See, I know the media. Nothing don't come on the media. Not unless it is fashioned for the government. So when it came on the media and they shut down TV for 2 straight days on these people, you see what I'm saying? Then I knew something was up. And it took me a couple of weeks, and then the Spirit always come, and then it go ding. I say, I got it, and it fits right in. I say, oh, I got it. The government killed them. I said, the government killed these people to bring a scare across the world that this is, because it happened it happened in Spain, Switzerland, and Canada. You didn't hear nothing about it. One little article in the paper in '94. Recently. You didn't hear nothing about it. You understand what I'm saying? What's that, sister?
I just want to bear witness to what you're saying. I thought the same thing. The
yeah.
Had a big discussion over that, and that was one of the things that popped into my mind, that they set this up themselves.
Right. That's because of the coverage. That's when you always notice something is set up based on the coverage. What's that? Oh, based on the coverage. That's when you know that this thing is set up. You see what I'm saying? And the first thing they did is they attacked the internet. They attacked the metaphysical bookstores. They attacked certain groups. And then the first thing you know, BET had a special on there today, Bab, about cults. As well as Tavis Smiley on BET Talk about cults and why black people don't get into them. You see. What's that, brother?
I'm just not understanding if that's manufactured. Why are they putting so much about cults?
But see, but look, if you notice, they lined it right up with Jim Jones, which we know was a government set up in the first place, Jim Jones. They lined it right up with Jim Jones. You understand what I'm saying? And they went around that. I just put on a blank video, so I got like 6 hours of it, and that's how you study. And they went around and they showed the different, every person that they measured it with was always some lunatic. So even though they're exposing it, let's say if you was to come into this particular knowledge and you say, oh man, this is the stuff, but you didn't have anything negative against it because the negative thing has died out. See, the negative thing about all this metaphysical thing in the early part of the century was what? The church. But now people are seeing Jimmy Swaggart and all them niggas screwing, them crackers screwing. You understand what I'm saying? They're seeing people, they're seeing the church done turned into a laughing. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The church done turned into a joke. So as a result now, the government has to come in and use another method to say, stay out of the occult, which means that which is hidden. See, there's a certain thing called cult. Cult is somebody controlling your mind. Then there's the occult, which means that which is hidden. 2 different things. Because they put that word occult on it. If you don't understand what that word means, it just means this hidden stuff that the cracker don't want you to know about. But people register that and say, oh, that's them Heaven's Gate people. You see? So this is a government propaganda. Very key. And what it's doing is, let's say if there was some people that was searching for additional knowledge. But they were searching, because we're all in that searching move at one time until you lock in and say, okay, I feel comfortable about it. Because you actually have to wean yourself off of fear. You understand what I'm saying? And off of, I'm going to hell. So say if you had a person in between that particular part, that transition, and he hear this, he might run back up and then pick the Bible up again and run straight to church. And say, now I've found the light. You see what I'm saying? So this was a way to keep people on that particular path of what is called mind control of America. America is the greatest mind control facility in the world. You see what I'm saying? So that's also what happened. Also, the government is killing these black cops in D.C. Shot 3 of them in the head. That's the government doing that so that they can take the clone Marion Barry to establish martial law. You understand? To establish martial law. It's killing these particular black cops. So it's very key that you understand that at this particular time. Now, you remember that we understood since 1994 that the government came in and started giving us a certain amount of information, while at the same time giving the black people in Atlanta, New York, Philadelphia, little black conscious groups, the information, this particular information that they wanted you to hear. Although it sounded good, they was giving it also to the militias also. So now, about 2 months ago, some of the black Moorish groups in Atlanta, as well as a couple of black intellectual groups, started saying that Texas is now a free state. And they started going with this thing, saying that they got away from the government and all this type of stuff here. They started talking about that. Then all of a sudden you get a Ku Klux Klan white supremacist group held up out in Texas, saying the same thing on the same line, saying that they want Texas to secede from the Union. You understand? That is showing you that there is a link up with the white supremacist groups with a certain amount of information, as well as giving this information to black people in some conscious groups. And this is an infiltration of knowledge that they're trying to do under the same banner, you see. So, you know, so be wary of a lot of things that's dealing with mundane situation. When we say mundane, we mean things based on taxes, things based on your finances, things based on trying to give yourself a better life while you here. You understand what I'm saying? But yet you don't deal with nothing spiritual. You see what I'm saying? That's the government and having it under the same umbrella, so they can also track you based on what type of knowledge they give to you. And so it's the same tracking system. And so the militia group and all that is started by the government, or the New World Order and all of that too. So it's very key because because it's interesting, because a group of people in Atlanta started talking about Texas is now a free state. Then the next thing you know, you got these crackers held out there, and they're talking the same thing. So the last militia members that they had held up in, what was that, last year? Montana. When they went to them, the same stuff that they was dealing with, we was dealing with in New York, Atlanta, and different places in 1994, the Universal Black's Law Dictionary, Uniform Commercial Code, rescinding your license tags, and all of this type stuff. So what in the hell have we got something in common with a doggone Ku Klux Klan member, if the whole thing was a government move in the first place? It's very key that you understand that. And this is, and basically, this is another, this particular incident is happening in Texas is another thing to show that in actuality, although you're seeing it with these crackers on TV, we're talking some of the same stuff here in the black community, and it's all government controlled, and that's what's actually happening right now. Now, we're still going with some hard copies, some things. The Zaire incident, as you know, the Zaire thing with Mobutu and all of that, is nothing but still the government trying to actually have a plot to clean off that area of Africa, because, as you know, it's the last mineral resources on the planet. So that's all that is what's happening with the Zaire thing. You see what I'm saying? And Mobutu was a clone from the get-go that was with that, and so all this other stuff that's going on is all they're still trying to clean it off, because it also bears witness on where we say how late we are, because the Richard Noon's book, Ice, The Ultimate Disaster, said in the book that, and he's a master mason, said that yes, by 1999, all of us want to be on the continent of Africa. So they're going to clean off Africa as a safe haven. For some reason they want to go to Africa or whatever. Even if you don't even talk about saving them, even if it's the land with the last mineral resources, they want to go to Africa. So this whole thing that's happening in Zaire is still something to remind you that it's still going on at this particular time. You see what I'm saying? At this particular time. So very, very key. Now, a good thing that Sister Afrikiti brought up, as well as other things, because the Sister Ginger, she brought up that the Freaknik, the energy from the Freaknik was hurting white people. That many black people here at one time is actually hurting them and driving them crazy. But Sister Afrikiti also brought up that what she got when she saw it was also sexual energy. So although you might think it was negative, sexual energy is a highly form of spirituality. You see what I'm saying? It only became Or it must be on, okay. It only became negative within the last 2,000 years, basically by the hatred of woman and patriarchy and also homosexuality and a lot of that also having something to do with it. But the sexual energy is the most potent thing. And if you go through any mystery system, because like I said, every what you call exoteric doctrine has their mystical side. In any mystical side, they always talk about the end result, the highest form of spirituality is the sexual energy. That's the last, in the Kabbalah, which the Kabbalah is the esoteric Hebrew, the last thing in the Holy Kabbalah is called the mystery of Shekinah, sexual energy, or the mystery of the feminine principle. So the energy was sexual energy or sexual tantra energy, which was the actual energy that was killing this cracker. So therefore, that's why he had to try to quail Freaknik. So he got the numbers down a little lower than he had the last 2 years, but nevertheless, it ain't numbers that does it anyway. You see what I'm saying? It's what you got. So if he get it down to 2 people, then his ass might really die, because that might be the most potent, you see. But anyway, this is just another thing to show you what's also going on. So she also mentioned about the actual jet that had gotten lost. You know, the Air Force jet that got lost and the bombs, and they still haven't recovered the bombs, have they? Did they get any of the bombs? Well, they got the man. Didn't they get the man? No. Well, they said they claimed they found him. So they always put some stuff because they lie all the time. But we also know, and she brought this to the attention because they always put something in a movie before they do it. If you go back and get the movie Broken Arrow, that's right, I saw that. With John Travolta, it's the same thing. The Broken Arrow came out in 96 or 95? 95.
Yeah, 95.
Broken Arrow came out in it was 1996. 96. Well, it says 1995, the movie, so this the video came out in. So it came out in 95, and what? 2 years later, boom, same thing happened. So it came out in the spring of 95. The same thing happened with this missing pilot and the bomb. So if you go see the Broken Arrow movie, you can see how they set things up in the movie, and that's another thing also she brought to the attention. Also, moving right along, we found out that they had the brother on, what's the movie, the thing is America's Black Forum, which is a bunch of Tom Negroes and all. They got Julian Bond, he married a white Jew. He gonna get rid of his old fine sister and go marry some old big fat ass white Jew. Look like damn B. Arthur, Maud. He gonna marry a white Jew woman and all, you know. Look like a, look like Lurch and shit, So, some old big woman taller than his ass, like she can damn throw down with doggone Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, So they got him on. They got Armstrong Williams, who's on there. And Armstrong Williams it will go down as the greatest Uncle Tom in history. Why? Because we've had Uncle Toms in history. We understand there's a school of Uncle Toms that based on an older mentality, you had people who would be that way because we had the inferiority complex was much worse in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But here's a man that's a child of the 70s. Went to school in the 70s, went to college, was in college in the 70s and 80s because he's one of my homeboys. He only like 15 miles away from my home in South Carolina, so I know this cat. But he will go down as one of the greatest Uncle Toms in history. Every time they want to have an apologist for the white man, they call on Armstrong Williams. Which Armstrong Williams, he's got sexual frustration because they caught him in the bed fucking Stedman, which is Oprah Winfrey's husband. Yeah, we call it out. Let's bring the shit out. They caught him in the bed screwing Stedman. That's why Stedman ain't never got married Oprah Winfrey, but because Stedman liked Armstrong Williams. So he got sexual frustration. He got sexual frustration, and so as a result, he's one of the biggest Uncle Toms in the doggone world here. You see, so they had Ishmael Reed on there and was talking about the OJ thing, and Ishmael Reed and this white woman said that the OJ case was to have white women and white men take their sexual frustration, their anger out on one black person, which is actually taken out on the whole black race. So they just use one black person, not to seem like racist now. So they won't say that I'm a racist, but they'll take it and vilify one black man. So Armstrong will say, I got problems with you saying this and all. What about the blood and all? He's the first guy to say, I got problems with you, period. He said, what about, and then he said, well, listen, and I've also got this particular information from some other people. He said that the blood that they found at the scene came from 2 Detroit black people. The blood that they planted came from 2 Detroit black people. Well, if we understand that the devil lies all the time, what about the forensic? Wait a minute, hold on. I want to ask you something. I think this is the same scenario as it is when we say voting. Well, you wasn't fair and square. Was you there counting the damn votes? Was you there counting? I counted it. Was you there counting the votes to see who won? They can just select somebody, right? Well, even in court, when they got these experts, did we check out the experts to say that the experts wasn't working for the government? So the white man understands that Negroes are so dumb till they can come in and say, I'm an expert, and this blood says that 99.9 of it is OJ's blood. They could have got a nigger from the damn coffee shop, put on a white coat, come up in there and say this, but you been there, yeah, that's an expert. These people lie all the time, you know what I'm saying? They got a damn nigger from off the drag strip, a transvestite, cut his hair, took off them high heel shoes, cut them fingernails, put on a damn Armani suit, and come up in there and say, yeah, yeah, yeah. How do we know? Because we understand that's TV, and it is a whole, it's all the TV is choreographed.
Transform Cato.
Right. You see, right. You see, and transform Mark Furman. He became the hero after it was all over. So my point is, who's to say what kind of experts they bring up in a courtroom? And you believe that the law is fair. And so we still got to deprogram ourselves. But when Ishmael Reed said yes, we found out that the blood came from 2 Detroit black people. That makes more sense. You understand what I'm saying? So that means they got blood in the police department. Say, yeah, we got a sting here. Go in there, cabinet, and get some blood and throw it down there. We go to court, we say it's a nigger blood. Who's to challenge this? You see? But black people always believe in the devil, and the devil lies all the time. Now, as I mentioned on the radio, coffee has a high quality of melanin. It is basically melanin. Any dark product has a high dosage of carbon, melanin. So now, these white people, all of a sudden within the last 3-4 years, what's been happening? They got coffee shops coming up everywhere. Because they need that coffee now more than anything because they're mutating. But not only that, they are now taking melatonin and putting in the coffee. You see? In the coffee. But although the melatonin is supposed to make you go to sleep, not necessarily. They can make it so that once they mix it with the actual caffeine and stuff, you see what I'm saying? This is a life fluid to them to keep them pumping. What's that?
Like we talking on the radio.
Right.
Melatonin makes you sleep, the coffee keeps you awake.
Right. It balances. So what it is not only is the coffee heavily melanated, we got a whole melanin section to deal with today, but on the other hand, they put melatonin in there now everywhere. They got 6 Starbucks in Atlanta alone, and that's not including the airport, which on every wing, every section, they got about 2 or 3 Starbucks coffee. Then you got Caribou coffee. What's the other one? There's another one. Caribou, Aurora, Barney's coffee. That's in the malls. That's in the underground. So they got this coffee is real big for them. Plus the coffee comes, they got a lot of coffee that comes from Africa. Kenya, Ethiopia. Now, what else? Jamaica. They got them in every place on the planet where you got melanated people, you got coffee.
And they like it black. They don't want no cream.
Right, yeah, that's what you drink it black. Right. See, and not only that, like you're saying, they got a CV, well, it's the internet now talking about Java. The Java system. You see, so the coffee thing is also they're using that also because if a lot of the white people are clones, you understand what I'm saying? Then they need a lot of the coffee also.
But check, they had a thing on the news, right? And they had DEA or some other thing that people take with melatonin. It's a lot of things.
Melatonin?
What they were saying was they lumped the melatonin with the
melatonin.
Yeah. They lumped it together.
Melatonin. That's like mulatto. Go ahead. Yeah, melatonin.
They lumped it together, but what they said that the government is not sure about this DHEA stuff, right? Oh, okay. But they never said that the melatonin is not good.
Right.
They showed a brother sleeping. Okay.
Oh.
Sleeping. They showed a brother on the news sleeping in the bed, and they said, but we're not sure what
Melatonin. Yeah.
It's good for you,
Yeah.
bad for you, or what?
Yeah.
But they lumped it in and said, we don't think this is good for you.
Yeah.
So they try to...
Well, they putting it in the coffee now. That's one of the main keys now. They're putting it in the coffee. Real key. You see what I'm saying? Also, too, to also study, if you in the spirit, always giving you stuff. If you also want to study a spiritual entity in our midst, study Fidel Castro. See what I'm saying? They had a special on biography, but not only that, they said that the day that he was inaugurated, a white dove came down on his shoulder. Now you know that he's the chief Babalawo for the Yoruba. You see what I'm saying? But also, Castro also is a melanated brother. You see what I'm saying? He is a melanated brother. He's a symbol of David and Goliath. Study Castro because you got to realize this particular part. In the actual revolution when we was trying to get independence in the later 80s from the last vestiges of these African countries trying to be revolutionized, the only person that ever sent anybody to fight was Fidel Castro. So all of a sudden, now remember now, you can tell that this is a spiritual thing that we need to study because every last one of the crackers that say Castro will be out of office in a couple of months is been dead. Over 30 years. You see what I'm saying? He survived all of them. So this person is very spiritual. And plus you got to realize anybody that America hates, that need to be our poster boy. You understand what I'm saying? To teach the babies about. Anybody America hates, that should be our poster boy. A poster girl, you know what I'm saying? So that's one thing also too, we should support anything that the enemy opposes and oppose anything that the enemy supports. So that's one thing also to deal with him. Now I also talked about this. We don't know, we might be able, first of all, it doesn't necessarily have to be as long as we get the stuff out, as well as we get it thorough in the understanding. So we might not be here that long, but then again on the other hand, you know, you never know. So now, in this book, Peter Lemmershire, and it's interesting, I'm reading this book, it's called The Great Pyramid Decoded. I think you got one copy, right?
Yeah, I had to.
Yeah, Great Pyramid Decoded. In this book, I was reading this book, and in here, because Honorable Elijah Muhammad and them said, the Master Farad Muhammad said that in 1914 the white man's time was supposed to be up, but they got an extension. Now I'm reading this book, and here's another, and I said this on the radio, I'm reading this book, and on page 204 of the book it says, 1914, the summer, it says the end of the discarnate era of enlightenment and the beginning of the age of hell on earth. You see what I'm saying? And a possible universal reincarnation. So anyway, and also the beginning of World War I and all. So anyway, what it is this is saying that what the man was saying was not necessarily far-fetched because there was something that did go down in 1914. But it was also to give a rise to what we would say what we would say also it went down, but it was also to give a rise to another era that they got an extension. Now I'm proposing that, and I don't want to sound like one of these neo-Nazi groups. But what I'm trying to say is if the world is totally backwards, we got to take everything and reverse it. So I'm saying, as far as a timeline, let me see that I bring this timeline with me. I'm saying as far as a timeline, let's see that I bring it. Get you a timeline of what happened during the time of Adolf Hitler. From 1933, when he came to power, and register it with the time of the 1990s, somewhere 1993. Because if this man, first of all, Adolf Hitler was the white man's worst nightmare. He devastated Europe. He tore Europe up, killed millions of crackers died under Adolf Hitler. I mean, they lost 100 million Russians. They lost 600,000 Jews, because even the Jews not saying that's a fake thing, but they lost just millions of white people died because of that. Now we understand Mussolini and them went into North Africa, but the key is, what we're saying here is, that in actuality, based on the book of law, with the prophecy of the book of law, when the Christ child Horus came and transmitted the writings of the book of law, and he said that in actuality to look forward to the first 2 world wars. What I'm saying is not so much of what actually went down, because that's been well documented, because we know that Adolf Hitler was a master of the occult. But I'm trying to say is, for some way, if you are to study the timeline to the time when he became the power, because we're talking about a flip side. Even if it's the flip side of the hell on earth that kicks some white person in the butt in the physical, we got to understand the flip side of what's happening to the same energy that's come back to the earth to bring us out of this. As above, so below. And cycles repeat themselves. So if Adolf Hitler was the occult messiah of the white man, just so happened that the white man is death and destruction, so he did what a white messiah does. He came on the planet to kick ass. You understand what I'm saying? He didn't do no more than no other cracker did. You understand what I'm saying? He just gave him a family fight and showed him, this is a taste of the ass whipping that you've been giving to the black people around the earth. Even though he might have not known it inadvertently, that's the energy. So we understand that there's going to be another energy that we're going to be behind with some same ass whipping to win this war and never to return. So now, in that case, you got to understand, if they talk about the great destruction of the Antichrist, we got to understand that the same timeline that lines up behind Adolf Hitler, you can understand that that's the same timeline that will line up when the Christ energy comes. You understand what I'm saying? So now, based on this timeline, because they said it started somewhere from 1930, so we could say roughly 1990. We also know that 1990 started the 7-year tribulation period for us, because we caught hell. Although it started before then, we've always been, tribulation is our life. But let's say if we're going to take a timeline date, we could say 1999, and roughly 1991. So a lot of stuff happened around 1991. And John Below Melchizedek talked about 1991, because you had the first war, you had the Gulf War. And he talks about how this, under one energy you had, the energy that was on the earth was the Tahuti energy. Now for the people that's in Christianity, it would be the John energy. You always have a forerunner to the Christ energy. So after 1991 started the Christ energy. You understand where I'm coming from? So now, if we understand and we line up what happened at that particular time from the 1930s, because 1991 you had, because even if you go all the way back, because even if you go back in time, a cycle, 1831, Nat Turner rose up for a brief time. You see what I'm saying? To show as a sign of what's going to come. 1931 is when Honorable Elijah Muhammad first met Master Farad Muhammad. And also the 1930s with Noble Drew Ali. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of things went down in the 1930s. Key for black people if you understand timelines. So therefore also then you had the 1960s. You know what I'm saying? All shit went down in 1960s. You see what I'm saying? Well, we saw some form of light. It wasn't the greatest light at all. There was a lot of deception. But we saw some form of light. It was the first time ever you saw a black man that wasn't scared for the first time, at least by the end of the climax of the 60s. But on the other hand, you got the 1990s, which is the same cycle. So I'm saying, if you get the timeline of Adolf Hitler, there's a timeline on the internet. You can get on the internet on Adolf Hitler. And we might pull it down. I had one, I thought I brought it, but I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll pull it down during the intermission, and we'll come back, and we'll try to line up the timeline of what's going on, and so therefore you can understand, if you line up these timelines, and you can somewhat see on what we're dealing with right now, because there's actually been a lot of major events that happened right here in the 1990s. You see what I'm saying? So this is very key that we understand this at this particular time on what's actually going on here. So let's deal with some other stuff here. Now let me see that I bring my notes on this. I think I got them right here. I wanted to talk about this. See, I didn't bring the book. Do you have complete prophecies of Nostradamus? You got any Nostradamus books?
Yeah, I got Nostradamus 1999.
1999. See, I knew it was something. I might see,
I guess it's sold.
You might have sold it, but anyway, I can just go ahead and tell you what's happening. I think I can remember it. But anyway, you go back and you look at the movie The Man Who Saw Tomorrow. Now what we want to do is we want to try to get the movie The Man Who Saw Tomorrow, narrated by Orson Welles, 1981. Very key. I always talk about 1981. And in the movie, when they specifically start talking about the Antichrist, and they show this so-called man with a blue turban. What? You got the movie, good. Yeah. And they talk about this man with the blue turban. When you read the movie, just study the man and see if the man is exactly evil as they say he is. Because everything the man is actually doing, he's only fighting against white people. They say that he will turn the church of Europe upside down. Well, the church of Europe is what's been holding us down all these years. You see what I'm saying? So they say this man will turn the church of Europe upside down. Then they say that he would also drop a bomb on New York City. But see, the thing about it is because the white man is so mundane and he thinks that he's the only one on the earth that has power, he don't understand that that bomb that they're talking about is something dealing with alchemy, and it's also talking about the black energy called melanin in what is called a cosmic explosion, which is in actuality the same thing that's happening in the apocalypse of John, the revelation of John the Divine. You see what I'm saying? But what they were saying, because take for instance, what I'm saying is this here. We found out that Nostradamus actually went into the actual stuff that was left behind of the Moors and took their prophecies and put his name on it. And then tried to translate up under it stuff that was, I'm saying all the prophecies from the first quatrains is stuff that's going on right now. You see, and the stuff is what the Moors wrote. Under that, he put in his translation of it. That's wrong stuff. So he took translation of stuff that was going on in his time and put in there when all of the actual translation is talking about now. Because one day registered with Adolf Hitler. And I swear it was nothing evil about this. It said from poor people will come a one with from poor people will come one with the persuasion of the tongue or whatever. Anyway, it was a positive person that was talking about up out of poor black people in America, basically. You understand? Will come some death machine kicking somebody in the behind. But they went, because they're all thinking that everything is white, they registered it with Adolf Hitler. And what I'm saying is, if you was to register all of this particular information, you understand? Register this particular information now, you can understand, and when you read Nostradamus, don't read the commentary. Just read the actual quatrain. You have the French, then you have it translated in English, and then up under the bottom you would have the commentary. Don't read the commentary. Just read what is actually saying on top, and then you can see it in your head. You can see it's talking about the stuff that's actually going on now. This is very key that you understand this. What's that?
That guy did a good job when the comment runs with the Nostradamus.
Yeah, yeah, and we're going to deal with some of that tonight also too. We're going to deal with some of that also too.
Well, everybody was mixing it up because during those times, they used to kill people. If you had any kind of
well, that's what if you rent the movie, the Orion movie, Orion Pictures Nostradamus, and you rent the actual movie, he had to put it in code because they would also get killed. And we also talked about that. As in other lectures, also they gave the elixir in which he used to actually see into the future. And the only thing they mentioned was nutmeg. But as we said, we had the other. The whole elixir was nutmeg, honey. What was it? Nutmeg, honey, and cinnamon. Boil into a tea and drink that, and that also does it. So it's also in that particular movie. In that particular movie also. In Peter Lemish's book, he talks of, there's a whole section in here on the Antichrist. Gene Dixon and the Antichrist. And basically, I'm going to read some of this to you. Basically, what they're actually talking about is not necessarily negative. It says the birth in the Middle East of baby whom Gene Dixon identifies with the Antichrist, subsequently taken by his parents to live in an Egyptian city, possibly Cairo. The important development in the Antichrist leading to the events formation to a cell of close followers. Now, it says the world food storage and the short time will be felt. Let's talk about a different ones of her actual prophecies. But it says 1991, 1992, the beginning of the Antichrist and the world mission to capture the youth, described in the terms of the Pied Piper of Hemmitt from the headquarters in Jerusalem. Now, the key is what they're talking about here is this. What they're talking about is this. This is in 1991, 1992. In 1991, 1992, we had what is called a black uprising that they call the LA riots. But we also know that we had one of the greatest days in the history of Atlanta, Georgia, when the students of the AU Center took to the streets and literally whipped the hell out of the National Guard. You see what I'm saying? That was a great day, you know, and they fought all day, and they broke into the liquor store at night, and they drunk all night. You see. But that was a great day. But anyway, I'm saying that the actual timelines that this happened, 1991, 1992, the beginning of the Antichrist mission to capture the youth of the world. I need some lotion. The youth of the world was, yeah, you know, just took a shower before it came. Anyway, 1991, Rodney King caught the beat down. You know what I'm saying? 1992, the case came, and the crackers said that they wasn't guilty or whatever, and the riot came. I'm saying that that is the same ushering in of this particular Christ energy. You see what I'm saying? Christ energy. So the key is to line up.
The other day they were showing the news about all the different weather messed up situations, and in California, right in the Senior Valley, hell, they ain't
Earthquake is
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Right. Very key. Now, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to go into the section of the movie Doom. We're going to study the Messiah of Doom, because the guy who wrote it, Frank Herbert, was commissioned by the government. And I'm going to show you some timelines, and I'm going to show you some stuff that's happening right now. But also, it's climactic, the climactic scene is around 97, as well around 1997, because a lot of stuff happened in 1947 that's dealing with a lot of this too. We're going to get into that also too. So I'll get into all that also too. Now, what I want to deal with right now is I want to deal with the aspect of slavery. We got a lot to deal with. I'm just on 5, and we got 15, you know, plus we got 5 of them. So that's we just on 5. We got 20 to go, and each one of these notes give you so many hours. So let's deal with this. Okay. Because since the Hale Bopp is in the air, we're going to go into the science of the Hale Bopp from the last time I was here, from the new research all the way up to now. And we're going to deal with that also too. And what it actually is talking about. So let's go on. First of all, I want to deal with slavery. Slavery was a spiritual necessary of a prophecy fulfillment. I'm explaining that and what actually happened. In the prophecy, the Hebrew prophecy, the Egyptian prophecy, and just about every religious order or spiritual order on the planet talked about a time when a great group of people, when a main body of people would be extrapolated out of a greater body of people. Now let me explain this to you. What's going on here? You got Africa. Africa, you see all black people. There is no distinguish between race. There is no distinguish between race. What happened was in Africa, they had to make a new people, a people that would bear the burden for the masses of the world. So as a result, they had to extract those people out of Africa and bring them to the West to bear the burden for the rest of the world. You see the rest of the world. They had to extract them out of Africa and bring them to the West. I'm going to give you some stuff in a minute. Let's see, because this, I'm going to read something in a few minutes that goes into the specific, but I'm going to deal with this right now on what's going on. So just remember that this had to be done. Now let's go into the system of this and try to understand what's going on. First of all, they had these very ancient old souls that first came to the planet. Those old souls would be the ones that was extracted out of Africa and brought to the West. These souls are a lot older than the masses of the world, but also you might have all old souls on the continent of Africa also. But a lot of the old souls was brought in the West, and mainly the main historical souls that you talk about, like the energy of Moses and the energy of all different types of souls. All of those souls are here in the West now, because it was mandated and it was prophesied that it would be in the West. You see what I'm saying? Out of Egypt I will call my son, or the Son of Man, the original man, will be in the West. So now that meant that slavery had to happen. Now, we got 1500s, but some of the first slave trades we got was 1494, or 1492, but 1494. But also, too, 1494, and then you would have, what would that be? How many years would that be from 1494 to 1994? 500 years. How much? 530 years. Now, there's a prophecy in the book of Daniel that also coincides with this particular prophecy of a people being in bondage for this many years. Now, 1494 to 1994, but what happened in 1994? In 1994, you had a great conjunction, which is the Sikhi ceremony. See, this is very key, because a lot of things that we got to understand is we got to also stay on track is what time, what particular dispensation of time are we in? You see what I'm saying? And why is it that, and we understand at the time that we are in, because at this particular time, the quality of black people have gone down considerably in the last 7 years. I mean, the damn niggas is acting like a fool on TV, in the streets, and in your home, and in your family. That's spiritual. That's spiritual. Now, that's spiritual. So we talk about, let me get this. It says, let's get this right. Some specific time doors. Some specific time doors. Let me get this just right. Okay. It says, the time April 1994, when Sophis and Horus of Sabdu celebrate the 50-year heroes Gamos. Now you got to stick with me, because I'm going to bring all this, but we're going to make stuff simple today. So there's a movie you got to go and rent, because I'm going to go into a movie that you got to go rent. It was made in 1963. That you got to go rent, and you got to break. And we're going to break this thing down so you can understand the simplicity of what we're talking about here. You see what I'm saying? So it says, now listen. The time, April 1994, when Sabdu celebrate Horus, Sophis, which is Isis or Aset, and Horus, mother and son, that's Mary and Jesus, if the people don't know what Horus is, celebrate their 50-year heroes Gamos, or Holy Union. You've heard me read this several times. Such close timing between the solar system, the sun, the earth, the Pluto, and Neptune, and Sirius, the Sophic star system, occurs but once every 98,000 years, giving some inkling to the stunning rarity of evolutionary opportunity for humanity during the last 2 decades of the 20th century. Now, that time was April 23rd of 1994. So, we also have some of the first part of the slave trade from 1494. That went down in 1494. These are cycles. This action of 1994, 1494. Then we would have a great conjunction. Very key that you understand this, because there's another movie that you got to go get again and study this movie to understand the great conjunction. You understand? So we're going to go into that. Now, in the Bible, they say that the God cursed the snake. You heard that about God cursing the snake? And the snake was revered as the most evil thing in the Bible. In that, when you hear that about the God cursing the snake, that is when the God cursed the snake people. The snake people are the people with the kundalini energy, which is the spiritual energy in us, which is the black dot. The God that cursed the snake was the subordinate being called a doll of wrath that we talk about in the Gnostic religion. The subordinate being that cursed the snake. So the snake people that was cursed was actually the ancient black people. When you hear that scripture, you know what they're talking about. We're going to go, we're talking about. Also, going back to your religious documents of ancient Egypt, Osiris was being cut up into 14 pieces. Was also 14 dimensions of consciousness. Now, we understand that that somewhat sounds like black people's mind, shattered and schizophrenic, multidimensional. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas even common sense, you understand, don't apply to us. Mathematics don't apply to us. And no other type of thought apply to us. Even when we get correct knowledge, our mind is multidimensional. Yeah, you would understand the knowledge, but it can be in one dimension, and you can be a fool in the other dimension. That's 14 dimensions of consciousness tied up. You understand what I'm saying? Now, all this consciousness was the pieces are found, or were found, and they're in your brain. There's 14 dimensions of consciousness found. The only part of Osiris' body that wasn't found was what? The penis, which is noticed as what? The obelisk. You know what I'm saying? This is the science on this. Now, understand, which is the penis. Now, there's 14 other dimensions. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14. That are found. But they cannot operate accordingly because there's one piece, the 14th piece, that's not found. What is the 14th piece? And we said it was the penis. But if we're talking about consciousness, and we're talking about the upper triad of the brain, the only thing that accesses these 14 pieces is the penis. In this case, the penis is symbolic and metaphysical for the pineal gland. So the 14th piece that is not found, it is not accessed the other 14 pieces, because there's 15 pieces in, well, it's 14 pieces in all. So you got what? 13 pieces. That's good. Okay, let's get that right. You got 13 pieces. So this is how it would go. You got 12 disciples, 12 signs of the zodiac. Then you would have the 13th man, which would be the Christ. You got 12 disciples, the 13th man is the Christ, because 13 is our lucky number, right? So you got the Christ, which represent all of this. You see what I'm saying? 13 pieces. But the 14th piece would actually be the pineal gland in the head of Christ, which in this case is in your head, that access all of the 13 pieces.
Didn't that replace it with 13 planets?
Right, well, all of that stuff is not but levels of dimension or consciousness. So the 14th piece of Osiris is the penis, but it's actually the pineal gland. You understand? I remember I told you the Jews talk about an uncircumcised penis, which is not, you can't get into heaven with an uncircumcised penis, and it's not necessarily talking about an uncircumcised penis down here, but it was talking about an uncircumcised pineal gland, which doesn't work, which is talking about the white man who has an uncircumcised pineal gland, which means it's covered over, that doesn't secrete the activation points for the rest of the 13 pieces, which is melanin. You get it? So the 14th piece that we're actually talking about is the obelisk. The mystery now is not necessarily the penis down here, because where does the woman come in? Her being the most spiritual. It's talking about the pineal gland. Is the real obelisk. You get it? Which is the 14th piece. So, which is the 14th piece that's missing, and the only piece that wasn't found by found by, and I think it was who found it? I think it was the children that found it. Well, Aset found it. She found it, but in actuality, there was some children that helped Isis or Aset or Mary, if you Christianity, look for the 14 pieces. So as a result, in the Christian tradition, that's why you have children searching for Easter eggs. Because in the Egyptian religion, the children also helped us search for the pieces. This was all world mythology. We're going to get into mythology tonight also, too. You see what I'm saying? Mythology, too. So now, this is some science on this. This is all still dealing with slavery. Because we were cut up also, not only in the mind, but we were scattered all over the place. So we were scattered all over the place, all over the world, a great diaspora based on slavery, right? Then we came back together, but one central point, America. That's why you had the obelisk in the middle of Washington, D.C. The cracker is doing things and don't even know why he's doing it. It's all a spiritual manifestation. But then again, we know it was the Moors. It was the one that is responsible for putting up the Masonic structures in Washington, D.C. So we're talking about the United States of America is the 14th piece. But it's not necessarily talking about the landmass. It represents the 14th piece of black people here in the United States of America that is into the light, which is consciousness, which is the knowledge. And we are now assembling the 14 pieces. You got it? We're still dealing with slavery here. Going back to Atlantis, this thing has been going on. I'm going to show you different hot spots on where we failed, and we're going to bring this thing back on what's really actually going on. I'm going to give you the movie in a few minutes also, too. I'm going to give you the movie and all, but we'll get that also. The Atlantean and the Lemurian, because you know we talk about Atlantis and Lemuria. Now, the reason why we don't have information based on Atlantis and Lemuria, the information on Atlantis and Lemuria did not come from Atlantis and Lemuria. It came from ancient Egypt. Atlantis and Lemurians did not write because they used the full access of memory. You see what I'm saying? So by them using the full access of memory, they didn't write. It wasn't until they started shutting down and started losing memory. Started losing memory. We're going to give you a movie on this too. They started losing memory, and as a result, oh yeah, well I can do it this way, but whatever. Yeah, well, hell, I don't know, but this your stuff though, you know. You might want to use it after I get through, so, you know, I don't want to do that, you know. Y'all catch the aid up in here. But anyway, I don't want to say that on the tape, because the next thing them niggas, the shit will say some shit. I heard that nigga say he got AIDS. But one thing is true about that. I'm the fattest AIDS patient in the world. One thing you can say about that shit, you ain't got to worry about me having no AIDS and stuff. You see what I'm saying? You ain't got to worry about that.
I don't think AIDS will live with you, right?
No. Now, dealing with this, I want to deal with one thing. Atlantis, they didn't have to record in Atlantis and Lemuria because they used what? Full memory. That's like saying if you can walk, if everybody can walk, wouldn't be no need for no wheelchairs. That's futile, that's senseless. We started losing memory, and as a result, Egypt came into play. Hemmitt, Egypt, and basically great learning centers around the world. Not just in Egypt, it was all over. But one of the main schools was in Egypt. Came into play, mainly Egypt, because we also had priesthoods all over, but mainly Egypt came into play to record what we used to deal with in Atlantis because we were losing memory. So as a result, the entire history of ancient Egypt or ancient Hemmitt was a race for the time until we lose the memory. And basically, we lost the memory when all shit started falling down for us. And that's also based on what we're dealing with here. When we was talking about the time caught up with us when the vibratory rate slowed down, we started losing memory. And later on taken over by the nothing. The nothingness. Now you're going to get the movie Never Ending Story, which was 1985, which the never ending story you need to look at over and over again because the whole mythology of what we talk about is in the movie. Very key. We didn't access it because it was a child story. So therefore we don't deal with that. But all the children's stories, the Disney Channel got the most pumped up stuff on the planet now. That's why the movie Dune came on the Disney Channel recently. And all this, and all. So, and another movie, in the movie I'm going to tell you to get, I recorded off also the Disney Channel. I recorded 3 or 4 movies off the Disney Channel alone. just dealing with high science, you see. But if you read the Atlanta Journal and Constitution, you'll still be ignorant. You see what I'm saying? Now, dealing with this and all, the key to this is we started recording the mystery to the time, until the time when our memory ran out. Now, this is the key. This is what I really want to say, because we're still dealing with the project on slavery. Now, let's brainstorm here. Because some people saying, no, man, it's about getting paid. Some people saying it's economical. Some people saying it's about land. Some people saying it's about everything except spirituality. Now, this is how you're going to say, well, some people saying, well, damn, I got so many people telling me so many things. I just want to know what is the right thing to do. I'm confused. Listen, it's real simple. Let's say we can break this down to layman's terms. Let's say your mama leaving the house to you for the first time. You like 15. Say you old enough now that I don't have to get arrested for leaving you home alone. Leaving you for the first time, but I say, you know, want you to take care of your other brothers and sisters for the rest of the week. But she'll leave you some instructions. You understand where I'm coming from? And based on those instructions, you can find out what to do. Now, we just said that there was a race in the ancient world to record ancient blueprint, mystery, mythology, and stuff before the memory ran out. So when we woke up again and got an inkling of waking up again, we would have blueprints and knowledge for memory to go back and to access. Now, we're going to break this down again. And we got to ask ourselves this question. Here we got knowledge that's being recorded on the planet. We are recording everything down that's in our brain. In our brain, right? Now, we're recording this particular information. I want to get this right because I want. Yeah. And what happens is this: we're recording this information. We know when we wake up we're going to need this vital information. Now that means that whatever we need as a people now, we already wrote it down for ourselves before we went to sleep. So now, if you can't find none of that shit in the blueprints, that means the stuff that you're using might not be the shit that you're supposed to be needing. Now, let's evaluate the situation. If we were supposed to give an economical, social, political structure equal to the white man, right? Why is it we can't go back into our ancient stuff that was left behind for us and find that shit? Why is it that the only thing that we can find that is the blueprint for us to follow is a bunch of spiritual material? That makes common sense to me. Because what it is, we are arrogant. We want to do what the hell we want to do. But not necessarily what our God self want to do, which is inside of you. You understand where I'm coming from? So now, let's deal with this. The only thing that was left behind was a bunch of spiritual material. All the Egyptian walls and everything is talking about this same never-ending story through mythology, through religious concepts, through spiritual concepts, spiritual sayings, spiritual poems, spiritual writings, books of the dead, Torahs, Bibles, Qurans, Kabbalahs, Gnostic scriptures, all of this, right? That's our legacy to the world. Yet, we can't find none of this shit telling you how to build a bigger house, how to build some damn airplane. You understand what I'm saying? How to make some goddamn computers, and how to do all the shit that you saying we got to do for the 21st century to be equal with a white man. Now, every nigga on TV, they got forums on TV every day, and they're all sitting around trying to find out how black people going to go into the 21st century. But yet everything that they talk about is some shit based on what the crack are doing. Economic. And it's the same old broken record. We don't own this. We don't own that. Knowing damn well anything we own, it ain't got shit to do with the white man. The niggas is fucked up. Excuse the expression, excuse my French. But you know doggone well anything that we try to make for ourselves turn against us. All because our minds is in these 14 pieces, and because it might make common sense, it don't necessarily mean that's common sense to Negroes. See what I'm saying? So So my point is, what we're saying here is this. The only thing, the blueprint that they left behind is the blueprint that you see in the holy books. And you know what the holy books are. Ancient scripture. You understand what I'm saying? One of the worst ones is the doggone Bible. Because also is one of the Bible. Because because the Bible is cut up and it makes you more confused because it don't never really end up into anything. We'll get into that also too. So my point is this. That means we need to be accessing this because it's all been laid down for us. So I'm going to go into mythology today, and I'm going to give you a complete mythology. You understand what I'm saying? And show you how it's laid down for us, and why is it all in mythology, which is actually physics, talks about the same story over and over again, and a kid can pick it up. And that's why they teach it in the children's stories. That's why when I'm talking about the science, I tell you to go get the children's stories. You understand what I'm saying? That's based on a government conspiracy to keep you ignorant. What's that?
When you get a chance, I'm just concerned, I'm just confused as to why put it there, knowing eventually we decode it, we understand it.
No, they can put it there because eventually they didn't count on one thing. They're counting on our mind being like theirs. First of all, we are very arrogant. Which means is that we are very arrogant. Let's say this. You got the uneducated that really think, because they didn't get an education, that the people who got an education actually know something, which is the biggest fake shit in the world. Because I went through the colleges, and you know that's the most ignorant place in the world. Because, you see what I'm saying? Because basically the colleges are all based on church. They were started by the churches and all this type of stuff, and so therefore the poor people got the same thing. The other thing is because the people that we are talking about that so-called got an education that was able, when we say education, we're not talking about the education, you got a training. Which just means you got a little, you were privy to go and access more, to have an outlook to say that there somewhere might be some more material, but that ain't your thing. My point is this. They understood one thing. They understood that in actuality the majority of us would be just like them. We'd be arrogant. So if a person in a suit and tie, you understand, the people that come on BET and come on Tony Brown and they're discussing how we getting out of this, and they're talking about economics and all of this type of stuff, they are going to be too arrogant. They're not going to bear witness to a child story. You ain't going to get them no damn story. Say, here, this is what the black people need, and you give them a story about a little boy and going through dragons and monsters and shit. He'll tell you you're crazy. See what I'm saying? That's because of the arrogance. You see where I'm coming from here? So they can bet on that and all because the simple fact that we have become devils like them. You see? Based on our arrogance. You see? So therefore nobody's not going to take the things that we least expect. And because we are arrogant and because we also are not necessarily interested in black people rising up, we are only interested in how good we look before the white man and how brilliant we can come on and talk about the same shit he talk about. So when he asks a damn story about how black people are going to get out of this, we got to tell him on the white man level of how you get out of this. Economics and all of this kind of shit. When the white man didn't use that shit to get out, the white man killed the motherfucker to get all this. That's how he got it. But because we are doggone egomaniacs now, we can't tell him, hey, it's about this, it's about that. It's about our ancient mythology. It's about becoming a child again. You see what I'm saying? So that's one reason also, too. Now, let's deal with some other things, too. You get this word, the netters, then you get the word, the nephers. See, there's the word the netters, which mean the gods, which is us. Then you get the word the nephers. And the word the nephers is another Egyptian word for the netters. Then you get the word Nephilim, which means the gods also. So another little movie I'm going to tell you need to go access is the movie called The Dark Crystal by Jim Henson, which is put out and they're called the Geflin. That's us. What's that?
Could the word nigger also come out of that word?
Well, not on that. Nigger is a spiritual word that comes out of alchemy called the Saul nigger, which means melanin, the blackening stage. That's where it came from. That's where it came from, is what it means. Now listen. Let's go on so we can understand this. In the Greek mythology, they talk about Hercules. When it first starts off, they talk about a time when they were gods. Then they say that the gods fell to the giants. They'll talk about that in the Greek mythology, which is key because the movie Hercules is coming out this summer by Disney. See, they put out The Lion King one summer, You see what I'm saying? Pocahontas, I didn't get the metaphysical thing because I didn't see it yet. But, you know, now they're coming out with this Hercules. You see what I'm saying? You know, now listen to this. In there they said that we used to be gods, but the gods fell to the giants. What do they mean by that? It's metaphysical. It meant that the gods used to be a spirit. But then the spirit fell and started gaining a physical body. And the physical body became a giant to him because the lower ego covered up the spiritual eyesight, and you start having what is called lower eyesight, which we see in this physical world, and which is the illusionary world, and we can't see. So that's what it means about the giants. You see what I'm saying? The giants. So we see this world here, and we see our people, and we see our farm, we in love with our farm, but in actuality, we probably ain't but this big. We probably so big that you can't even see us in a damn microscope. You see what I'm saying? But because you are looking at this and it's magnified and this is all you see, that's why you can't get to the inner self. You understand what I'm saying? We say spirit, that's invisible. So something that's visible is a giant to the eyesight that's covering up the spiritual eyesight. You get it? So that's what it's talking about when they talk about the actual giants. We're going to get into some mythology tonight to try to understand some things. You hear the white boys talking about accessing the Hall of Records. For the Sphinx and accessing the Hall of Records. They are physically trying to go to the Sphinx and dig up under the Sphinx to access some Hall of Records. But the Hall of Records, spiritually, what is going on, the Hall of Records is the Akashic records, which is inside your brain, which is what you got to access. You see what I'm saying? So now, part of how I get my information is in the course of the month, based on how much information I bring to put on lectures, how much I have gained in the accessing of the Hall of the Records. You see what I'm saying? Which these books help me access the Hall of Records. But to come up with the stuff that we're talking about, to tie it all together, is also the Hall of Records, which is inside of you, the Akashic records. So that's the real Hall of Records that's inside of us. The brain melanin computer. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it's also talking about here. Still dealing with slavery. Let's deal with some stuff. Another Kemetic text in this book. There's a book. You got that book, Louis Spence book, Egyptian Myths and Mysteries. I think you had one left. Yeah, it's right there. It's this one. No, it's this one right. Let me get it right here. This book, The Ancient Egyptian Myths and Legends by Louis Spence. Now in here, there's going to be a section in here. The white boy always talk about it, but he don't get the real mythology of what it is. Okay, yeah, get the dose. He don't get the real mythology of what is really going on here. Let me tell you what this is. There's a story in here of a man who went to the Sphinx. To the Sphinx. And when he went to the Sphinx told him, if you dig the sand, dig me from up out of the sand, I will make you king. And it's a story in here how he's supposed to take the Sphinx and dig the Sphinx up out of the sand. And he said, I will make you king. So for years, most Egyptologists, because they're so, what you call what, left brain, and everything is always intellectual and mundane, they couldn't understand it's a metaphysical story. First of all, the Sphinx represents your soul. Let me get a picture of a lion. Let me put on some things here. Let's break this thing down. Did I pull my, yeah. The Sphinx represents your soul. That's the first thing. Get a picture of any lion. Get my picture of a Abraxas so I can find it. I want to break this story down to you so you can understand it, because what we're dealing with today is simplifying stuff. Simplifying stuff. And today when we talk about simplifying things, that means when you leave, you should be able, and I'm going to give you a list of books that you can go and access as fairy tales, and go and get these books. And when you get these books, you can read these books, and these books will be advanced science. Advanced science. Now, let me get this right. Where's your... Yeah, I do. Yeah, but I think this is... Yeah. Now, this is a picture of the god Mithra or Abraxas, or the lion-head Hormarket, which means Horus on the horizon. Hormarket. Heru on the horizon, which the Sphinx is called Harmachus or Harmachus, which means Horus on the horizon of Horus of the star. Now, if you see this as a lion-headed deity with the black dot, with the Kundalini energy, with the crystal right here, remember the crystal, because I'm going to tell you, because I got something else on the crystal in a few minutes, and the wings, which is just an aspect of the rising, just a symbol of the soul rising. So basically the lion here and the lion that you know of as the Sphinx is an ancient symbol of the soul. So now, the Sphinx told the person, this young person, or this particular person is humble enough to believe a goddamn statue is speaking to him, because most people say, I didn't hear that. That's arrogance and fear, which is one and the same. The people who are the most arrogant is the most incomplete of us. Ignorance and arrogance is one and the same. Low self-esteem, insecurity is a form of, most of the people you see with the big egos and stuff like that, they use the arrogance as a security blanket to hide some inconsistencies or some type of pathologies, you understand, or some type of multiple complex in them. So they put on this royal badge. So the most arrogant is the most incomplete. Okay? So we got the lion as a symbol of the soul. The soul tells this particular person, if you dig the sand from around me, I will make you king. The metaphysical part is the sand that he's talking about is a sand-like substance called melanin, or the shadow, or the tunnel, or the darkness. So in order to dig the sand was, if you go through the triple darkness of space and go inside to the most deepest, darkest regions of your mind, I will make you king. You understand? Which means, basically, if you dig the sand from around me, and I'm the Sphinx, and I'm your soul, that means you get to your inner soul. And if you get to your inner soul, you are king. The Christ is known as the king. The kingly people are the Christly people. You understand what I'm saying? I will make you king. You get it? Which means your crown chakra, which is a king's crown, will rise or will open up. You get this moral to the story? Here's the picture of the soul, which is the Sphinx. And the Sphinx told the young person, if you dig the sand from around me, I'll make you king. So he dug the sand from around him and he became king. The people thinking it's an actual prophecy that happened in historical time, but it's not. You see what I'm saying? But if you are an arrogant person, intellectual person, you will always access the shit as history, as something mundane, and you'll never understand the mystical meaning behind these stories. And that's how mythology works. You get it? So if you dig, the sand are also, it's called a desert. We're going to get into the desert tonight. Very key. From around me, you would become king, which means you go in and if you access your soul by going inwardly, you would become illuminated. That's what it means. You got that? That's what this particular mythology that we're talking about means. Now, let's go on, because I got some other stuff that I want to deal with here. The time of the earth and the living is called, this time of the earth that we're dealing with right now, of the living, is called the formless void of darkness. There is nothing here. So if there is nothing, then if there is nothing here, then that means if there's nothing, if this is called a spiritual void and there's nothing, and the only thing that is something is knowledge, which is called gnosis, which means divine knowing. And if you're not heading after that, you're really not heading after anything. See what I'm saying? Because this is called the nothingness period. Now, when you go and get the movie Never Ending Story, They said people used to remember our names until the nothing came. And until the nothing came. Now that's your soul saying, the same God that you worship saying, people used to remember our names until the nothing came. Because if it came to a one God concept and you didn't realize that one God was many gods, but you were in the many gods, and therefore you don't remember yourself. Check. Now, in the Kabbalah, the kingdom that we're looking for, because we're talking about today aspects of the resurrection. In the Kabbalah, the kingdom that we're looking for is called the kingdom of the restored world. The kingdom of the restored world. We are now living in the kingdom of the destroyed world. We're living now in the kingdom of the destroyed world. Now, that means, based on our arrogance, if we are fighting to preserve this particular way of life and for us to have a better life, we are fighting to preserve the kingdom of a destroyed world. You understand what I'm saying? Of a destroyed world. Now, let's deal with some things. In the time of the original kingdom, in the Hebrew tradition, the original black people were called the Edomite kings. So anytime you hear that word, the kings of Edom, or the Edomite, or the Edomite, or the Edomite, or Edomite, whatever, Edomite kings or Edomite kings, that is the time when the actual world was the original world that we fell from, which would be Atlantis, Lemuria, Alchemoria, Terra, and all of these particular times. That's the Edomite kings of what we're talking about here at this particular time. So anytime you hear that word, the king of Edom, you will hear it in Hebrew tradition, which I say this. If you're going to study, and I say this, if you're going to study any type of Christian tradition, it's best to study the Hebrew tradition than to study Christianity. Now, why I say that is this. The Hebrew tradition used to be an ancient tradition like Egypt, like the Yoruba system, and all of that. Then the Hebrews got political and took their ancient mythology and turned it into history. So when you read it, you think it was a history book. But the priests know that the shit is mythology, and if you access the mythology, you will understand what it's talking about. It's just talking about the inner workings of the divine soul. But the Christianity is carved up from that and a multiplicity of things: Hebrew, Gnosticism, Egyptian, and all of that. So it's a maze of confusion that keeps the destruction, the destroyed world in process. Listen, let me explain this to you, what I'm talking about here. If you got ancient Egyptian tradition, the ancient Hebrew tradition, the ancient Yoruba tradition, the ancient Yogi tradition, the ancient Sufi tradition, then in a world that is still an empire, but it's steady fading out. The stones are chipping away, falling. From each tradition, the stones are chipping away, falling. And somebody gets a shovel and go and scoop up the stones of each one and glue it together in a pile. That's what you got with Christianity. You understand where I'm coming from? It's a consortium of stones from different actual disciplines, which is only going to be confused. So it's either, if you're gonna do it, access one of the earlier disciplines, so you can get somewhere further in dealing with the Hebrew thing than you can the Christian thing. That's why even the Christian tradition looked at the white Jew, which is the fake Jew, but even though he has accepted Judaism, he still look at him as that's their daddy. That means because they got more of the thorough information, you understand what I'm saying, than we do. That's why I said one of the most important movies to go see is the movie The Stranger Among Us with, what's your girl name? Melanie Griffith. But one key thing is when she accessed the actual Lubavitcher Jews, when she accessed them, they told them what they were studying. And they told him that they were studying the Kabbalah. And they said he studied 13 to 14 hours a day. So we said, well, no, we're Christians and we deal in the Christ. Well, what you don't realize is that the Hebrews had a Christ as well as every other person had a Christ. One of the Christs, you got three aspects, you got several aspects of the Christ in Hebrewism. You got David, that's a Christ. Michael, that's the Christ. In Kabbalah, you have a Melchizedek, that's a Christ. And in Kabbalah, you have Metatron, which we're going to get into. That's the Christ. So there's the Messianic tradition in all of those. But I'm saying, because you are trained in Christianity, which means that you can basically probably understand Hebrewism better than you can something else for the people who haven't accessed the ancient Egyptian stuff now. You see what I'm saying? And the other disciplines. My thing is you got to study all of them ultimately. Because he who knows one book knows none. But what I'm trying to say is there's a whole tradition in the Hebrew thing that we need to access. Because they did give some spiritual prophecies of the 400 years and some stuff based on Daniel and different things like that we need to access. Because I'm a person that access everything. You see what I'm saying? So, to access everything. Now, let me see if I can deal with something here, dealing with slavery. Dealing with slavery in a Kabbalah. This is an out-of-print thing, but basically I'm dealing with a commentary of a person, but I want to read something here to you. Y'all all right? When you want to take the break? How? 4 minutes? Okay, 4 minutes. Okay, let me see if I can find this particular part right here.
While you're checking on that, on Oprah the other day, Roseanne dropped that she's all into the Kabbalah now.
Who said that? Roseanne, yeah. Yeah.
And whatnot, she out all black and everything. They know about black.
Ain't that something? You see, so they even know what time it is and all, even though, you know. But then again, they say the devil always accepted the stuff even before the actual God people did. That's one thing about it. Because the God people in any mythology is always in confusion. That's why they are the God people. It says, we must at this point remember the generations that shrouded the task of raising the sparks. Now, this is what it says. In the Kabbalah, they say that there's supposed to be a group of people that is supposed to put the sparks back together. Now, what I said is, at first we had our own kingdom, the kingdom fell. Then there was a group of people that was extracted from the main people. Why? Because the main people had old traditions. They had so many schools that broken out, which is cool. But that's cool for the actual timeline that they were in. You understand what I'm saying? But they understood it was inevitable in order to get back to the original Godhead, they had to have what is called a concentrated point. Which means you had the Yoruba, you had the Hebrew, you had the Egyptian, you had this, you had that. You understand what I'm saying? But the task is that we had fallen into these physical bodies and we're nothing but little sparks. That's what we are, sparks. Sparks of light, particles of light. That's what we are. Fireflies is what the shit they look like. That's what we are. So the tradition was to raise the sparks. The tradition was to raise the sparks of the body were the offspring of the similar souls, raising the sparks of the body. They talk about that in Gnosticism. They talk about that. Now listen. And you also get that when you get this particular picture here with a circle, and in the middle you got the dot. You see what I'm saying? You see that on every type of what you call. This is the divine spark, or the seed of Israel, or the seed of Set, or the seed of Ra. But we got to raise this divine spark until it illuminates. We can't do that because at this particular time, this divine spark is encased in gross matter called a shell. That's the body. Called a shell. In gross matter. So it can, and so the science is to get it to illuminate. So we're talking about raising divine sparks. But if we had a system where everybody was on the planet, was in different sections, we had to extract a group of people out and let them go through the hardships till they would be ready to raise the divine sparks. You understand what I'm saying? Because of the hell they catch. And the only way you could do that was to endure slavery. You understand what I'm saying? Because nobody on the planet want to get out of this shit more than you. You understand what I'm saying? And it don't have to be the masses of black people. At least we got a group of people, mainly the East Coast, a small, less than 1% group of people, and basically individuals throughout America that know what time it is. You only people know that there's a devil on the planet. Rest of the people trying to be like the devil, including the most of our people. You understand what I'm saying? Most of our people. And you see, so the key is to raise the divine sparks. But what we are dealing with here is this. I want to deal with this. I want to read this commentary from a Kabbalah. We must point out at this, we must remember that this, I got to slow down. 1 minute. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. This is 1 minute. That's good to what you call it. Yeah, that's okay, cool. Then we're going to go to a break and we're going to come back. So now, one of the keys is that they had to take the best of us, the most ancient and old souls. You understand what I'm saying? Although we got them all over the planet, the black man and black woman is God, period. But the people that they brought to the West, that means from the Caribbean on up. You understand what I'm saying? And mainly here in the United States, because the knowledge is here. Those particular people, they had to, the older souls, that were the ones that were the warriors to pull this task off, they had to take out of Africa and bring to the West. Check. A bookmark, this one little piece here in the Serious Mystery. Serious Mystery, and then we can go on. H-I-J, okay, 68, okay. Okay, let's deal with what we were dealing with. So anyway, we're still on the subject of slavery. They had to extract a group of people out, the strongest or the oldest souls on the planet, of the original souls, to come to the West. Come to the West. If you notice now, and see, if you want to deal with things, if you're going to deal with your mythology, your Christ is always going on a journey to the West. You see what I'm saying? See, there's several Christ stories out here that was universal. It's just when the Romans came, they made a historical Christ and made it exclusively that it was only one Christ in the world, and they messed up the whole mythology for you to go by, to understand that you Christ, by looking at this other person. That was one of the worst events that ever happened in the world. So now, I want to read a part that we're dealing with here when you're talking about putting back the sparks. We must at this point remember that the generations who shoulder the task of raising the sparks from the body were the offsprings of similar souls, mainly the souls that originated from the body of Adam. All right, here we go now. Let's go back there and simplify this. It says that the souls that were to take the task of raising the sparks from the body were the souls were offspring from the similar souls, or reincarnation of the similar souls, mainly the souls who originated in the body of Adam, the original man. You understand what I'm saying? Atum, Adam, which is us. It was the second degree in quality. Now, it is the heart of the collected soul of Adam. Now, the third and last period of our period area is the advent of the Messiah. That's the area that we are in now. That is why our souls of this era are the crudest of divine substance. Now, what do they mean by that? Crude oil. Crude, which means the core of divine substance. They're talking about the most melanated of the world at this particular time, because it's going to take this kind of energy to kill all around us. So now, the most crudest of divine substance. This is the final portion of the collective soul of Adam. That's what we're dealing with here. These souls stem from the footsteps of the body and the last degree of the spirit of Adam, called Nephesh. I talk about the Netters, the Nephers, the Nephilim, the Gephilim, Nephesh. We suffer the consequences from two sides. First, from our own inferior powers of spirit, as the souls are but nephesh, which means we are encased in a gross body. The last in the spiritual quality, because we are so gross now and we are so dead in mentality. Due to our weakness, the task of raising the sparks is a prolonged and tedious. So now, right there, well, let's go back to that, because we always say, why is it that we've been catching this hell so long? It says, due to our weakness, the task of raising the sparks, which is the spark in us, is prolonged and tedious. Second, we must face the mission of selecting the sparks, which is hidden in a very hard shell, which is our physical body. The impure power of the region designated as the footsteps, called the Kalipash. That's our body. We must cope with the consequences of bitter, tortuous, and long bondage. Good thing we've gone through all of that shit. Can you imagine reading this stuff 2,000 years ago? Or 3,000 years ago? Okay, let me go back. Our toil in selecting the divine sparks is strenuous and a tiring task. Now, what I'm just reading to you right now is everything that slavery represents is what they're saying, what they had to basically extract a group of people out. And they had to bear the burden of the entire universe. And in that it was a strenuous task. And they call a luta continua, the struggle continues. We understand that we're still dealing with that hard task. Can't be some fake Jews in Israel, because they rule the world, along with the cracker over here. You understand what I'm saying? So we are the ones, this long task that they're actually talking about. The toil of collecting the strenuous and tiring task. Our perseverance is beyond human endurance and bounds. That can't be nobody but us, because the average person would have been dead. This shit is beyond human endurance. We are destined by providence to bear the brunts of the mires, or martres, whatever that means. I don't know that word. We must resign to our servitude and sacrifice until the mission is completed. But God selected the children of Israel, Isis, Ra, and El, from the other nations to do the will of bringing peace and completion and redemption to Israel, which is also to the black races and all other races, which is not talking about other races. It's talking about other people with the black dot, but not necessarily all other races as far as white people and people. Now, what it says is, then the glorious redemption of Israel will become magnificent, and it will brighten and illuminate the horizons of the entire universe. So, basically, dealing with this in this summation of what slavery was, they had to take the best soul out to bear the burden, go through the hell, then put the rest of us in hell, so therefore we can arrest. Not only can we raise up ourselves out of hell, but the other Africans and other black people around the world and other indigenous people around the world also, because they're in hell too. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what it's talking about in the redemption of Israel. This is coming from a book called Kabbalah, Light of Redemption. I think it's an out-of-print book, but I'll see what we can do. It's called Kabbalah, Light of Redemption. If you might get it, you might have to contact the Kabbalah Center in New York City to get it. But I'll give you the information on it. So now, this is what we're talking about when we're talking about the information on slavery. It had to happen. It was a spiritual necessary that it happened this particular way. And as a result, because we are here to live to tell about it, and understand that it did happen means that it's over. You understand what I'm saying? To mean that it's over, because some people think it was over in 1865. You know what I'm saying? But now this is not only telling you that we are out of this, but it's also being witness that we would have been in bondage up to now. Now who the hell is this? Niggas and flies. Now, all right, now we're going to get into some melanin mystery. We got a lot to deal with. Want to get into some melanin mystery here to understand something. In this book, the Handbook of Classical Mythology, which also you can get the definitive text, and she can get some up in here if you want to. Let me see if I got it. This one. It used to be 2 small books, Robert Graves' Greek Myths. Robert Graves' Greek Myths. Now they put it in 1 volume, Greek Myths. Now the reason why I say the Greek, because now we have showed that the original Greeks were black people called the Etruscans. The original Romans was black people called the Etruscans. When you get the later Romans that kill up everybody, that's the people that came in and killed off the rest of the people. So that means Greek mythology and even Roman mythology is black mythology that coincide with ancient Egypt, ancient Samaria, ancient Israel, you see what I'm saying, ancient Kush, ancient Punt, ancient Sufism, which is ancient Islam, and all over. So therefore the Greek myths is nothing but stories of the black gods. You see what I'm saying? White people, how can white people not be able to talk and then come up and give a language and a mythology at the same damn time? That don't go that way. Hell, they didn't learn how to they didn't even finish the English language up until the 20th century. So how in the hell did it take them years to even learn how to make the English language, which is a composite of Greek, Latin, ancient Egyptian, and ancient German, Yoruba, everything all in one. That's why it's the hardest language to learn. Fuck Ebonics. Hell, this thing is a bastardized language. It don't flow with shit. So that's our spirit saying, hell, if you talk about the divine speech and speaking things into existence, your spirit now say, we don't want that handicap bullshit. So therefore, you reject the shit. And I don't give a damn how good you are, how learned you are. And you got a PhD, you will fuck up that English language one time or another. If you just give a damn paragraph of the English sentence, I guarantee you'll fuck it up. That's by design, because your spiritual languages of the world, your body and your spiritual crown chakra, throat chakra was not designed to speak no cut up, jig-jag, messed up shit. You see what I'm saying? So only the devil can speak that perfectly, because he is the devil. And so since he's inferior, he needs inferior language. So I don't care, I don't give a damn. This sister here speaks French. She got a master's degree in French. I guarantee she'll fuck up the English language. Because I done heard, I used to go with her. This is my ex-girlfriend, I know she done fucked it up before. Although she is probably one of the best in here at speaking English. Wasn't you part of your major English too? No. But I'm saying, she's real good at the King's language, I'm saying. And I done seen her fuck shit up. So I know. You see. You know, so that's spiritual. That's spiritual. And they got us feeling inferior for their old bullshit language. You know what I'm saying?
You know, Neil Boyce is always playing us on the radio station.
Right.
Radio station during the day. And he always plays his black women, you know, saying some things.
You know what we got to do? It's time out for this cracker. It's time to kill this motherfucker right now. We can do it. We're going to get together. Here's another person. Time out some bullshit. Yeah, it's time out now, because he ain't nothing but the devil. And we can do it. We got the energy to do it. And so it's time to take him on out. Because there's no karma on us, because we are above karma. We are the gods of the universe. So it's time to take that crack on out. You know what I'm saying?
Talking about man, the Holyfield's ex-lawyer, right?
Yeah, him. That old stupid nigga. But like I said before, they like dumb Negroes, like Evander Holyfield. He beating somebody up, about the damn... Hell, didn't Dooku kill? Remember him that killed that Chinese boy in the ring? But yet you think God's gonna say, yeah, I love boxers. Beat a motherfucker head in. But yet how did you win? It was about God. I believe in Jesus, so that's why I won the boxing match. No, nigga, the right nigga paid the money. And nigga took a dive. You can't beat no Mike Tyson. You know? You know. Right, yeah, all that, yeah. You see, so, you know, he the white man's nigga, you know. And that's everybody you see on the screen now. And TV show is that now. We shouldn't look at none of them freaks. And I'm talking about all of them. None of them freaks. And that's both entertainment, political, and anybody, all of them. You can't look, you know, none of them freaks and all, you see.
What about Avery Brooks? I was going to ask you about it.
Huh?
Avery Brooks.
I'm saying, you know, he's a Shakespearean actor and all that old stuff, you know. I mean, you know, but I still yet, it's, first of all, it's an actor.
This brother, Avery Brooks, last year, every year they have the ancestral thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And he came last year.
Right.
And everybody was all like, oh, you know, Captain, whatever the hell he was.
Yeah. Right.
But they ain't had no time. He acted a little girlish to me.
Right. See, I'm just trying to say, you know, see, we have been trained to admire a low standard of what we're supposed to admire. You understand what I'm saying? What you're supposed to admire. Look, the best person to admire is a woman that cook your food. You know, admire your mama and all. You see what I'm saying? Or somebody like that, you know what I mean? Do some, them the best people to admire. Somebody that do some stuff personal. You know what I'm saying? You know, like that, no. Because, you know, right now, you know, shoot, there ain't no utopia on no Negroes around here. You see. So now, in this particular part, they got a let me spell the word, because I told you that the melanin came from a Greek god by the name of, you get this little book here, Handbook of Classical Mythology. You can find them in the book. You can find some little smaller ones. Melanin, let me look it up. So you can spell the names. There's two. It's one is M-A-N, man. This is one word. See, let me get this. I want to wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is one word. I'm going to go through. I'm going to spell different ones that you can deal with here. There's 2 or 3 words. No, that's the end. I'm on the wrong page here. I knew that was wrong. Here it is. Let's see. Okay. M-E-L. That's one word. Melanin, let's see. And there's another word, melanion. Let me see if they got it in here. Let me see, I get the real deal, the Greek, this Robert Graves book. This is the 2-volume set in one book now, but you can go get the little 2-volume sets too also. The little small books, but I want to spell this the right way. So when you look it up, you can, anyway, because what it is what it's talking about here, it's talking about this person was the winner of the race at Atlanta, which is talking about the Atlanta Olympics. But okay, here's all the names. There's several of them. Want to write them down. All these names mean black. This word here, I'm gonna write it down for you. It means hold on, let me get this right. Hold on 1 minute. M-A-L. I'm trying to write and keep my place at the same time. That's why it's taking so, because this is real small. And that one means equals. It means black foot. Black foot. That's what this word means. Okay. Hold on. This word here, hold on, let me see. Yeah, M-E-L-A-E-N-U-S. No, let me get this right. See, I'm having problems because I'm trying to write on the board and I'm trying to. Yeah, you spell it out. You spell it out so I can write it out. Because I want you to get the right spelling so when you get the book, you can see. And I'm going to explain how this mythology. Oh, no, hell, you get the book. Okay, yeah, I'll give you the damn marker. Okay, I got that one, Blackfoot. So you need this one. Give me that one.
Okay.
And then go down. M-E-L.
M-E-L-A-E.
A-E.
N-I-S.
N-I-S. And what that means equals black. One. Okay, hold on. Let me get this right. What does Blackfoot? Spell Blackfoot. You can spell it.
Okay, the Blackfoot one is M-E-L-A-M-T.
L-E-L-A-M-P. U-S.
Right.
Blackfoot. Okay.
Then you got Melanion.
Okay.
M-E-L-A-N.
M-E-L-A-N.
I-O-N.
I think that's the winner of the...
Black native at Atalanta's husband.
Yeah, that's the one that won the race at Atalanta. Hold up. Black native. Atalanta's husband. And how you spell that? Atalanta. A-T-A-L-A-N-T-A.
Right.
You see, Atalanta. This person is the husband of Atalanta.
Okay.
Yeah, and he wins the race. You know,
Apostrophe as husband.
husband. Okay. And
D on the end of the band.
what?
Band.
That's a B.
On the end.
Oh, D. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Melanippy.
What's that?
M-E-L-A-N.
E-L-A-N.
I-P-P-E.
N-I-P-P-E.
Black mare.
Black. How you spell mare?
M-A-R-E.
M-A-R-E.
You know about the black mare?
M-A-R-E. Okay. Black mare. That's a horse, right? Now a mare horse, yeah.
Melanippus. M-E-L-A-N.
Melanippus. Smell like goddamn. That's some funky shit there, boy.
M-E-L-A-N.
I-P-P-U-S.
Black stallion.
Black stallion. All right. Well, that can go for
That's C-A-L-L-I-O-N. And then you got Melania.
What's that? What does it say?
M-E-L-A-N-I-U-S.
M-E-L-A-N-I-U-S.
That just means black.
The black. Does it say the black or black?
That's black.
Black. Ain't that something? Now you can see where all this is coming from.
You want some more? You got Melantheus.
What is that? What it says? Say black?
That's with blossoms or swarthy.
Well, this is enough right now. But let me show you something.
Well, you got one more. M-E-L-A-S.
M-E-L-A-S.
That means black.
Black. Yeah. Now look at this. What this is showing you not only is these are stories, but what they're doing with the same thing that the white boy think that he got the corner of the market on what he called his chemistry, his physics. They do it in the story. Now they advance. This is nothing but showing you not only is showing you different aspects of black or carbon. What's that?
I wanted to know, was that Mila backwards, you know, when you turn the words around and it spells Salem. I wonder if there's any of you on that.
Well, that's interesting because they got the Black Witch of Salem. And they got a book that they put out by Samuel Weiser called The Witch Trial of Salem, and they got a black woman sitting on the trial.
I just got a book the other day called The Science of the Goddess. And it was written by this white witch, but she got on shoes and Yemen yards and symbol on the front of the book.
You see, so what they're doing is that, what's that?
The thing Salem, it's interesting that you brought it about because they've always made anything black look bad.
Right.
And the witchcraft.
Right, but they wear the black.
The good witchcraft is, and the real witchcraft that we are so down to is so
yeah, well see, it's funny.
Bad witchcraft.
Well see, yeah, because that's just reverse. There's no such thing as good and bad, it's just that you can use it negative or positive. That's the high science. The thing about this is actually science what they're dealing with here. Physics. and these names so you understand where all of this stuff that we're talking about is coming from. Now, why is this, to me, why are these stories very advanced? Well, first of all, we decided when we got back to the Afrocentric thing that we weren't going to deal with the Greek thing because we was trying to establish an identity. We didn't realize that all that shit was black. But Elijah Muhammad and them said a long time ago, man, the whole earth is the home of the black man. So anything that is anything of intelligence is black. So now I'm saying this stuff is very advanced because what's happening is this. A lot of the Camite stuff or the Egyptian stuff is fragmented. Whereas this stuff is kept intact for the mere fact that the cracker thought it was white. Because the later Greeks were amalgamated or whatever you want to say. But I'm saying that the ancient Greeks from the time of Greece fell, had to be pure my color. Because the reason why I say that is you go out to doggone north, go out to some of them gyro places, or Europe, whatever they call them shit, and look at a real Greek, they got nappy hair. Now I'm saying if a nigga in 1990 got doggone nappy hair, can you imagine how he looked 2,000 years ago? You understand what I'm saying? Look like Sambo. So that's what I'm saying. So it's dealing with that particular part, but they got a section on Atalanta. This word Atalanta, which is a Greek goddess, and there's a big race being held there, and the only person wins it is this particular person, Melanian, a black native. And what I'm telling you is this about this. This is the thing about this. These people, if these people were black people, and they were looking into the future. And they were talking about us right now in Atlanta, Georgia. Winning the race. Now, what does that mean? There's a race on to get to hell. It's a race on for multiple things. To raise up, to kill the cracker, and the race to redeem the universe. And I'm saying this is prophecy. So when you get, there's a whole story in here about it. But when you read these stories, you can't read this shit literal. You got to read it, then you got to sit down and go, now what were these people saying? And that's how I do. And it just comes like, okay, boom, boom, boom. Because I already know, see, once I've already gotten past the point that this is actually spiritual prophecies or physics, astronomy, astrology, and the whole circle of what we call intellectualism, spirituality, and all of that, then I understand it is on an advanced level. So therefore I can channel better. By putting this stuff in a greater context of just from the child stories. That's what the cracker will have you to believe. You see what I'm saying? Have you to believe. So this is interesting. Now I'm going to give you a good movie, 2 good movies to access. One that's very good. Now, let me just go on. Let's go on. This is just dealing with the melanin thing here now. The word, let me get the a marker. Where's the marker? Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah. Okay, look at this word, and I'm going to read this. We're going to go to the Zohar. Now, there's several Zohars. There's a little small one by the guy, Gershom Shulam is his name. There's several Zohars, but I got one here we're going to go to. We're going to access it. See that I put it in here, yeah. The Zohar. This is, hold on, let me get my books right. I don't know what I'm... Y'all all right? Okay. Now get my pen. Yeah, the Zohar. You know, boy, it's gotten so bad now until the only pleasure you can get is to have something lecture come. I mean, this motherfucker's a retreat. Not that me, but just me too. You know, it's a retreat. Because really, I can't put this stuff together until you talk it all out and break it down and put it on the tape. And that's how the stuff comes. The Zohar. And in here you get the word Ha, which is also Heru, which is a form of the Christ. Anytime you hear this word her, also is that. Or hair, the hair. We're going to get into that tonight. We're going to break down the autonomy of the body of God based on the esoteric Judaism. You see what I'm saying? We're going to break down the autonomy of the body of God. So any Zohar, you can get a little smaller one you can get by Gershri and Shrulam, a Zohar. The Zohar is the written Kabbalah. You want to write that down. Now, we got Hale Bopp to deal with. We got to go through Kabbalah. This is the melanin section, but I want to show you something here. It's the melanin section of the. But I want to show you this. This particular word, you've heard it plenty of times. Let's see that I write it down. Hold on. Oh, that nigga there gonna be deaf for sure.
We all need to invest in hearing aids.
I'm telling you, cause sure enough, 2 more Freakniks and it's gonna be over. You can sell all the Freakniks you want. You can sell all the hearing aids you want. The word Beth and the word Al. You've heard churches called Bethel. Big Bethel. In here they say Beth. I'm gonna get this right. Let's see that I want to get it right. Get the right thing. I want to read this on what it says about Bethel. It means, Beth means house, and Al means God or son, but Bethel in here, the house of God. Now, what it says is that Bethel, the house of it also means the house of Al, which is God. And they said that this particular Bethel, the house of God, is also symbolized as the black dot in your brain. And the house of God is right here. And that's what Bethel also means. That's what Bethel also means, also the house of God. But we found out that, see, everything that the traditions have now done to make this external, where they say the house of God, you think it's a damn church. We know that the house of God that they're talking about, and basically here, the Zohar is dealing with the head area. The head area of the house of God, and that's what it's dealing with here. The head area of the house of God. Now, look at this. In this, you get this particular word T. Anytime you see the word T, it's very spiritual. The word T. The word T means, it means for the letter thou, for the word thou. Let me, what's that? T-H-A-U. Thou. Now, also thou, is the yin and the yang the thou symbol? I think it's the, is that the thou symbol? Anybody, I know, anyway, the thou symbol, the thou, see, thou, Hebrew is thou. In Asia, it's thou, which shows you an African language. Because the thou is not a TH in Africa and not a TH in Hebrew. It's thou. You see what I'm saying? So thou, so that's what we say duh for the, because that's spiritual. This is fucked up language again. So the thou, or the thou, which we say the thou, it starts with a T, but that T is the letter D. Now, in here it says this. It says that, I want to read the whole thing for you. It says, and the words will look upon Earthetha, and have the same occult meaning, and it says, the Lord has said unto him, go throughout the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and mark the letter T upon the foreheads of the men who sigh, from whom, it says, from which we learn that the God looks upon every face of man to observe, to observe if the thou, right here, is impressed therein, and if so, remembers everything and the everlasting covenant. So they're saying in actuality, this thou has to be on the forehead of the righteous man. This thou, which is the black dot. What's,
Okay, Bobby, I'm an ancient Hebrew speaker, right?
Right.
And, okay, for ancient Hebrew, we also use for the letter Tav, we use the X. Okay? Now,
Ain't that
picture of the black hole several years ago, it was an X.
Look, it's interesting you say that. In the Sufi, which is a derivative of what you get Master Farad Muhammad, that's where the X comes from. The X marks the spot. And this is what you see. Now, this is another ancient symbol for melanin. If you look on the bottom of Malkut, let's see on the bottom of Malkut, which is the earth. Let's see this right here. Let me get my the whirling cross. Let me get my thing right here. This is Malkut. I can put it up right here. This is the tree of life that we have. You all can still see this regardless. This is the upper triad. This is where we are called Earth, the kingdom. It's called Malkut. What do you see? You see the X marks the spot on Malkut. That's the black dot. So it's interesting you said that by being a speaker of that in the Hebrew thing, in Egypt, Sirius is known as the Egyptian X. In Egyptian X, and that's another book we need to get, which is probably the best book on the stars. You can't get the astronomy shit because that's left brain. You got to get their guidebook, Allen's book called Star Names, Their Allure and Their Meaning. Star names, their allure and their meaning. Let's see. He's mentioning the serious. He borrowed Serious Mystery. He borrowed from that book, and the book is shown up. In Allen. Let me see. I'll give you the whole name. You need to get that book. Richard Hinckley Allen. Richard Hinckley Allen. Star Names, Their Allure and Their Meaning by Dover Publication. It was like a $6 or $7 book.
Allen is A-L-L-E-N.
A-L-L-E-N. That's the one you want to get. Star Names, Their Allure and Their Meaning, because he has a whole section in there on Sirius, and he talks about the Egyptian X, is what it was called. X marks the spot. Then we see the X cap. You see what I'm saying? It's another symbol for the black dot. Also, in the Book of Law, they say that one will come and will figure it all out, and what they was trying to figure out was, how do you square a circle? And this is how you square the circle. I'll cut this off. First of all, we're going to look at the Great Pyramid. This is the Great Pyramid. This is the capstone. Right? All right. Look at this. Damn, I keep putting it right there. Oh. You sure can't help. This is the pyramid. From an aerial view of the pyramid up in the sky, the pyramid would look like this. It would look like that. That's where the X is. Right? So what is a circle squared? You get it? That's what the circle squared. This is the black dot. There's a pyramid on the inside of the black dot representing your soul, which is called the apex of the soul. You see what I'm saying? That's what they said, a circle squared. That's the circle squared. You see what I'm saying? What's that?
It's just the same symbol in Masonics, the compass and the square, and they say square and a circle, and they had a G.
They had the square, but see, most of them couldn't get the core of it because they were squaring the circle like this, which is still cool. That's cool too. That's another form of geometry. But the real circle squared is on the inside, and then you get this symbol here on the bottom of Malkuth, which means X marked the spot, the Egyptian X. Sirius A, Sirius B, the whole 9 yards. But mainly Sirius B, the black dot. The black dot. So that Allen's book, because you asked me about that book, that's the one you need to get. Did you ever get that book? You asked me about a book on the stars.
Oh, yeah.
But see, a lot of the book on the stars, you're just going to get basic astronomy. That's wrong shit. Because the ancient people didn't look at astronomy like we look at astronomy now. That's just a study of the stars and their location and all that, which is a study of the hologram. The other ancient people looked at the stars as far as the mythology of what the stars is actually talking about. And they will give you all this mythology surrounding it. And that book is called Star Names, Their Allure and Their Meaning by Richard Hinckley Allen is the book you want to get. Yeah. That's the one that you want to get. Give me a dry one too, because so now let's go on. Yeah, okay. Find my top right quick. I don't want this to dry out. You know. Yeah, okay, yeah. All right, so that's the one you want, is that one. Because in here, this is where he get a lot of his story, the Jason and the Argonauts. That's real key that we're going to understand also, too, tonight. It's a video. That's the one. That's the movie you need to go see.
I think in the 70s it was a cartoon, Jason and the Argonauts.
Yeah, but this one was a 1963 movie. That's the one. Don't sleep on it. The Golden Fleece. I'm going to explain that. I'm going to go into the whole science on that in a few minutes. But I want to get through this melanin part here. Because see, the reason why there's so much on melanin, because melanin is everything. In Crawley, he called it the slime of Kim, melanin, slime of Kim. Because even Richard King in his book said melanin never stops moving.
You know Space Jam?
Yeah.
You remember when they took him down about that?
I didn't see it, but go ahead.
The first thing is this black mountain called Slime Mountain.
There you go. There you go. Remember the ghost in Ghostbusters that were sliming people?
Yeah.
And the woman came up and she said, "Hey, are you gods?" They said, "What you say?" She said, "Are you gods?" They said, "No." She said, "Then die," and she slimed their ass and fucked them up. Straight up in Ghostbusters. But the second Ghostbusters was about a guy was trying to get this baby. He was supposed to be this evil man, but he was trying to get this baby to take over the earth. Anybody saw the second one? That particular one that was trying to get that baby was the Christ. Anytime you see something evil, that's the good man. He was trying to get that baby, that's called a magical child. He was trying to tap to that, get into that black dot energy. And he was going to take over the earth. But the whole thing is the thoughts of the people start sliming up the town through the subway station, this slime and stuff. That was pure melanin, although it was green. But remember now, melanin is also green too. That's the plant life, very key. It's all in the damn movies. It's all in the movies, you see. So that's interesting you said that. Because see, I haven't peeped the movie yet on Space Jam, but I know as soon as I get into it, I'll probably start getting thousands of things.
I think it's snatching.
Yeah, snatch it, yeah. We gonna, yeah.
Green and black, Bobby. Green is the color that doesn't obey the rules.
Right. Well, that's interesting because they say that when they say that melanin doesn't stop moving and it has no form, that's the same thing. You see what I'm saying?
Now, studying all these years, it's been elusive, so they can't figure out the components or chemical makeup.
Right. Well, I'm gonna give you some. What? Yeah, but I'm gonna give you the other origins on what it is. I'm gonna break it down really and give you the origins of where it came from and how it got here. I'm gonna explain this whole thing to you. I'm gonna go deep into that today. Deep. Now, the thou chaos melanin is marked at the head of the rank of the righteous ones. I explained that before, of the righteous one. Now, another name of that is essence. Now, I explained on the radio, they say that the original people or the divine people live in a hostile environment. But they differ from the other people by the fact of a mere essence. That's why you got to go back and rent the movie The Dark Crystal. Because The Dark Crystal is a movie by Jim Henson that came out in 1992. A lot of times we miss these movies because we don't watch children's movies. But our movies ain't nothing but shoot 'em up shit. You know, action, Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that. But even in the last 5 or 6 years, this stuff has started coming up into them movies. Before, they were in the children's movies. So now, In the movie, they had killed all the Nephilim, which is the Nephilim, off but one little boy named Jinn, and it ain't the Jinn in the one little boy named Jinn in the Quran, and then he found out later on there was another girl. Now, if you notice in Star Wars, Luke Skywalker, they killed his family, but at the end he found out that Princess Leia was his sister. That's the feminine and masculine principles balanced. You see what I'm saying? So in the movie, it was killed because they had some evil ones had taken over the earth. And they killed off the other ones. Why did they kill off the other Nephilim? To get their essence. They would drain the essence out because the essence kept them alive. You see, kept them alive. That was the essence. That was the melanin. We have found out recently that, I told you before about, I introduced you about Gnosticism, about the demiurge. About the demiurge, which is it's the ruling people that rule the earth, and they call themselves God. They call themselves God, but in actuality they are subordinate deity, and you don't know the original God because the original God came through that God, and he is in you, and you're looking up at this God thinking this God is God, but in actuality he's a subordinate deity that's jealous of you. That's why he said, I am a jealous God. But recently he has lost all his energy, but I told you in the last couple of lectures that he's been kept alive by the white man doing rituals. Another reason how he kept him alive is somehow he's giving them the essence from us. And what little bit of essence they can get from us is keeping them alive. But they can't get the original dew of light. Remember that word. I'm going to go into it tonight. But the movie Dark Crystals explains the whole story on what's going on with us. The Dark Crystal and the essence, the mere essence. But they say what? They say, well, you can't get out of your situation until the conjunction comes. Well, I explained the conjunction came in 1994. You see, in 1994. Just like you came into the first conjunction when you went into the darkness stage in 1494. You see, the conjunction came to end all this in 1994. Now, it's interesting because on the internet you have what is called the Leading Edge Research Group. And they give you all this particular information. But they got a timeline from how long, when did this timeline start? 590 AD, a timeline from 590 AD, but it ends in 1994 on a Leading Edge Research Group. And they just put that on the internet, so therefore it bears witness when we say that this time is a null period, a way period. There's no time, it doesn't exist. But it ends in 1994 because that was the great conjunction. But when you go and rent the movie, you can put it together. Like I said before, we got the knowledge, but now we need a blueprint to kind of fix this stuff together because we got so much. But the knowledge with the blueprint came in mythology, which is actually a roadway or a map. But the mythology they put in children's stories. So you're going to go and rent the Dark Crystal and it'll explain more and more about our story. You understand? Jim Henson's The Dark Crystal. It explains more about our story, as well as the never-ending story, which is another one that explains more of our story, part 1 and part 2. But part 2 of the never-ending story, they got a trail, which was the Christ figure in there. He had this woman, and every time he would do a certain thing, this spell she put on him, she would drain more and more of his essence, or his memory, which is melanin. And she was draining more and more of it. So that's in part 2 of the never-ending story. There's a part 1 and part 2, because that's where they're actually putting the actual stuff in. So, putting it in. So they're actually keeping these people alive based on sucking up the actual melanin. Now, what happened with the melanin is this. In the Gnostic scriptures, it says that when Eve and Adam received the dew of light. Now, go back to it because we always have to do this because we build more and more on the story each lecture because we get more and more clear of whatever the deal is. This is the subordinate deity that you call God. The original God is up here, but he has come down, and he is down here inside you. X marks the spot. The subordinate deity that you pray to has to get he's being kept alive by you in some of this particular matter, but it's only the matter he's getting. I'm going to explain this in a few minutes. Some of this particular matter is keeping him alive by getting it from you, but you are the God people. Now, what has happened is this. This particular matter, when this particular renegade of the universe first broke away and created the earth and wanted to actually enslave some people, God sent himself and broke himself up into thousands of crystals. We have to keep saying this because this is how you learn. And he put it in each one of us. Each one of these crystals is in each one of us. X marks the spot. So now we are gods. As a result, but when he first put the crystal in us, this particular one came down and tried to get the light from the original people. He seduced Eve, and when he seduced Eve trying to get her light, in the story it says Eve traveled up the tree. Eve traveled up the tree. She traveled up the tree. This making sense? Well, in question and answer, if you don't understand it, she traveled up the tree. There go the X's, the middle pillar. She traveled up this tree to get away from this particular God, and she left a shadow on the tree. That shadow that she left on the tree is Darth, or dot, that, or in Egypt, no, Darth, yeah, Darth, TH, yeah. That, or to what? In Egypt. That's the shadow. She left the shadow up here. Now what is this shadow? This shadow is black melanin. Now let me explain this to you. It's black melanin. What is this shadow? When the God realm first came down and put the light in us, we used to shine like fireflies. So the actual God, that was the jealous God, said, I must kill them. He could actually see the shining lights and try to pick them off for himself and try to damage it. As a result, Eve, it's a story that says Eve escaped from him and went up the tree and left a shadow on the tree. What Eve did was, Eve put some black substance over the light so the demiurge couldn't see it, and that's what melanin is. Melanin is nothing but crystallized, is black light, a sand-like substance that covers the light. So it covers the spark, so the ones that was trying to get this precious substance can't see it, because a dollar broth is also called the blind one. Right. Yeah, that black box don't get damaged at all. And it covers the spot, and I guarantee you they got the science from this, because they study everything. And it covers the spot, and that's what the shadow is. The shadow of melanin is nothing but the veil of light, called the dark cloud. Remember that when we get into Hale Bopp tonight. You see what I'm saying? So the original inventor of this stuff was the great mother, Eve, Sophia. What would she be in Yoruba? Yemen-Yah. They put this as a thing so that they can't see the light. You see what I'm saying? So as a result, now, since ages on, they start sucking the melanin to try to get that particular light out of you. Out of you. But this particular, but this is the actual story of what's actually going on here. On who actually created this. It's a protector. It's like a veil. It's like a veil. I am the great mother, but no one has seen past my veil or have pierced my veil. All right. So I want to put that. Now the next part of this thing I want to go into, because we're going to deal with a lot of mythology tonight, but I want to understand this. I'm going to break this down to you. I'm going to break it down in a summary. Do you have Dune for rent? Huh? Not yet. But you will be renting it here if they can't get a hold to it, because you can get them from some Blockbusters, but it's hard. The only Blockbuster I saw was out at the one out there at what's that? Harris Teeter. What's the name of that? Brookhaven. And
we got the old one that we had.
yeah, and all this, and so it's hard to get. It's been aired on the Disney Channel for a couple of months, but then again, on the other hand, you can't. It's not saying I can't guarantee you to come on again, but anyway, they have it here.
We have to talk about Friday.
So, Dune, Frank Herbert's Dune. Now, this is a very, very important book or movie. When I break down the timeline, this is very, very important. When I say that, I mean this. Every time the cracker try to hide something, or for whatever reason he does things, most of the time his stuff breaks down. Whenever he make a move, it's a move against himself. Now, try to understand this. Frank Herbert is a guy who wrote the book Dune. The book Dune by Frank Herbert. This book was written somewhere in the early 60s. We can go back as far as 1963 when he was trying to get someone to publish it and they wouldn't publish it. But the book was finally published in 1965, 100 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, Emancipation Proclamation. In this book there's a glossary. Anyway, let me explain what Dune is. It was later made in a movie in 1984. George Lucas wrote his Star Wars trilogy by borrowing from Dune. He wrote it by borrowing from Dune. He wrote his Star Wars trilogy. This particular book is dealing, well, I'm going to read, I'll read it. To give you a summary, for the people who hadn't seen the movie, I want to give you a summation of what it is. Right here, let me see. Y'all bear with me, let me get my notes. I want to give you a summation of what the movie is actually talking about. So you can understand this. Okay. In the beginning, a very delicate time, known as the time of the year 10191. 10191. Now I'm telling you that this particular movie, although this movie was written about far off in the distant future, in 1965, 100 years after slavery, I'm telling you that this movie in actuality is coded to say that these events will happen in 1991, somewhere around that time. So when you see the movie, although you might think that the movie is something that's in the future, of 10/1/91 is actually 1991. So, a beginning of a very delicate time. This is a very delicate time. Known then in the that is the year 10/1/91. The known universe was ruled by the Partashad Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. This is his daughter speaking on this. Now, this time the most precious substance in the universe is spice melange. The spice, which is melange, melanin. The spice extends life. The spice expands consciousness. The space is vital. No, excuse me. The spice, is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild and its navigators, who the spice is mutated over 4,000 years, use the orange spice gas that gives them the ability to fold space. that is to travel to any part of the universe without moving. That's spice. Now everything they talk about here is what melanin can do. Very key that you understand it, because it's spice melange. Now, for the people who understand anything about colors, they say that spice in the movie is orange. We need to understand what the metaphysical thing of orange is, or what does orange represent. Does anybody know? Huh? Well, I know there's a chakra. Which one is the orange? The chakra that's orange? Sex chakra. The root chakra. Bango. No, it's not the root. It's the one before the root. The root chakra's red. The navel chakra. The navel chakra, and as you know, which is a very important chakra, even C. Freeman will talk about that. That particular whole region is called the gate of God. The feminine chakra. And that's your, right. Now, look at this. So we need to know what they're talking about metaphysically. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you that spice only exists on one planet in the entire universe. Now, in reality, that's Earth. Because you're the one that got the seed or the dew of light. You understand? A desolate, dry planet with vast deserts. Hidden away in the rocks of these deserts are a people known as the Fremen, who have long held a prophecy that a man will come, a Messiah, who will lead them to freedom. This planet is known as Arrakis Doom. Now, this particular melange that they're talking about, the whole Doom movie is fought over one thing: spice of spices. Melange. Let's read and understand. Let's break this down so when you see the movie you can understand. Because I'm going to show you the metaphysical thing, because I'm telling you this shit is going on right now. Because there's a timeline up in here, is when the Holy War, jihad's supposed to start. So we need to understand this, of this timeline. Because if it started in 1991, you had a war, the Gulf War, that started. It's saying the name of this planet is called Arrakis, and the Gulf War was what? Iraq.
And Saddam.
Saddam, the ruler is Saddam. There you got it. And it was what? Fought over melange, spice, oil. It was here oil. Oil is crude oil, carbon, melanin. Very key that you understand this shit. Because when I go into the timeline, then we can line up the timeline and find out what happened from 1991 up to now. It's all in the movie Spice. Because first of all, before we do this, let me give you the bio. Anyway, this cat, Doom. Anyway, Frank Herbert worked for the government. He did a whole bunch of stuff. Was a teacher. He worked for the government. He did a whole lot of things. As a matter of fact, when he came up with the idea of Dune, he was working on a mission for the government. So they're basically telling you that hell, this man here was commissioned by the Illuminati. But he write the story. Now, let's deal with let's look up melange. Let's look up melange. Melange, spice of spices. The crop from which Arrakis. Now, for the what you want to do is, if you get the original book, Doom, it has the glossary in the back of the book. Melange. Melange, spice of spices. A crop from Arrakis is unique, is the unique source. The spice clarified, excuse me, let me slow down. The spice chiefly noted for its generic qualities, mildly addictive when taken in small quantities, severely addictive when embodied in quantities above 2 grams daily for 70 kilos of body weight. Now, Muad'Dib, which is the Messiah in here, was claimed that the spices is the key to the prophetic powers, to his prophetic powers. The Guild Navigators make claims that the spice, the spice on the imperial market ranges as high as 620,000 Solaris a decagram. They're talking about they sell this stuff as far as how much they can sell it for. Now, but in here, they talk about a Messiah called Muad'Dib. And his name, when he becomes a Messiah, he's called the Kuzak Haderach. Now, Frank Herbert studied Arabic for 6 years. He is getting his terminology straight out of Sufism. The Kuzak Haderach that they talk about, the Messiah of Doom, in the actual Sufism, the Kuzak Haderach is a person that is supposed to be in two places at one time. Two places at one time. In Doom, let me explain what the Kuzak Haderach, which is the Messiah, and what it says about the Kuzak Haderach. And so the Kuzak Haderach, shortening the way, this is a label applied by the Bene Gesserit to the unknown for which sought a genetic solution. A male Bene Gesserit whose original mental powers would bridge space and time. What it is, they say in this particular Doom, they had this war of robots. After they threw off these robots, they had two schools that existed on the planet. One was called the Guild, that used pure mathematics, that's left brain. The other one was a priestesshood called the Bene Gesserit, which used the spiritual energy because there was the priesthood. And in there they were manipulating bloodlines to produce the Kuzak Haderach, a spiritual being. Frank Herbert got his stuff from Sufism, and he put it in this particular book, but he's talking about something that's going on from the year 1991 until the damn Holy Jihad starts. Now let's go into some stuff right now, because I want to show you something, because I'm going to show you what this Doom thing is talking about, and I'm going to show you some stuff when I go into the Kabbalah part, because they talk about a certain people. The certain people that they talk about, called the Fremen. First of all, see who the Fremen is in here. Y'all all right? If it's boring you, wait till the timeline. Fremen, free tribes of Arrakis, dwellers in the desert, remains the remnants of the Zen Sunni wanderers. That's the Zen, which is Asian, Sunni, which is Muslim. Zen Sunni, which is talking about something that's older than the mutated Asians or the mutated Arabs. They're talking about a priesthood of ancient origin, and all. Now look at this. This is what it says here about the Fremen. First of all, we are the Fremens now because we are the free tribes, but it's the simple fact that we're the only ones free right now because we're the only ones got knowledge. The rest of the Fremen are actually dead. They was free from the bondage, but not free from the mind. These Fremens know what time it is, and that's what we are. They was looking for the one who will come and will fly, that will actually free them. Now, let's understand something here on what's actually going on here. The Fremen live in the desert. Now, if you look at Luke Skywalker, who was the Messiah of Star Wars, it took place in the desert. I'm going to explain what the desert is in a minute. Now, the actual spice is produced by a worm. Produces the spice. The worm is called the old man of the desert, Shayudid. The worm is Shayulid or something, Shayudid. Anyway, this is the worm that they're talking about right here. The worm that they're talking about is none other. Anytime you get the word worm or snake, you're talking about the same thing. This is the worm, and this is the snake. The spice is produced by the worm. Let me show you how the spice is produced. First of all, this is the worm, and what it does, it go up here and produce the black dot. So the worm is what? The kundalini. You got it? The worm is the kundalini. Now, what happens is, the kundalini in this story that lives up under the ground is also Osiris that produces the actual spice. But they mine the spice. Now, going into this, because I want to deal with some stuff on the desert mystery. They say that the Fremen are people that live in the desert. In the movie, they come and they say what? They say, we suspect the secret. They say these Fremens that we thought was a small group of people, the census was unable to take an accurate count of them. I'm like, wait a minute. This shit in the movie about some people, that's the Fremen, that's looking for the Messiah, but the census was unable to take an accurate count. I said, damn, that's us. In 1991, hell, the census was in 1990. You see what I'm saying? This is after 1990 census in 1991, this is the guy reporting say the census was unable to take account. But we suspect that there's millions of them. You see what I'm saying? They are talking about us in the actual movie. You see what I'm saying? But they live in the desert. Now in the Kabbalah, in A.E. Waite's Holy Kabbalah, in the section of the resurrection, they simply say that the first of the Israelites that will be redeemed are the ones that live in the desert. The desert that they're talking about is the United States of America. They call it the desert. They call it the hells. They call it the wilderness. You understand what I'm saying? But metaphysically, the desert is made up of sand. And the sand-like substance that they're talking about is melanin. Because melanin is produced on this planet called Arrakis. But also Iraq is in the sand. So I'm trying to say, look now, there's too many shit that's coincidence here now. Let's brainstorm here a minute. Here's a man that wrote a book somewhere in the early 60s. A man that says that when they give his life story, he surely was a person, he was born in Tacoma, Washington, educated at the University of Washington in Seattle. He worked on a wide variety of jobs, including TV cameraman, radio commentator, oyster driver, a jungle survival instructor, a lay analyst, creative writing teacher, a reporter, editor for several West Coast newspapers before coming to be a full-time writer. And he became best known with the publication of Dune in 1965, 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, I started off the lecture talking about mythology is more powerful than most of the shit you got. And when you talk about most religious material of the secondary books, the first books is Kabbalah, the secondary books would be the Torah, which is got the keys in it, but we need the mythology, the blueprint. I'm telling you that this book is probably more accurate than the King James Version Bible and the Holy Quran put together. Because I told you at the first of the lecture that in order to get out of this, you got to become one like a child. And a child will look at in more places than an adult won't look. That's why a child asks you questions that you can't answer. That's why a child can observe more, because his mind is not fucked up through puberty with that high school bullshit that fuck you up by the time you get out of high school. You through. Then you say, then when you become 18, you go, what? I'm grown. And once you say you're grown, you stop learning. I'm telling you, this book here is more of a Bible. It has a glossary. It has a religion in there. It has a Messiah. It has the triumphs. And it has the actual people that's supposed to rise up, which is the Fremen, which is us. Now, the remnant, because it says they are a remnant of a Zen Sufi people, which is talking about an ancient people. Because Zen and Sufism is ancient order of our mystery systems. You understand? And I'm telling you that too many things are coincidence. How is it that he says doom will take place on Arrakis? Right? Then we got what? Iraq. In 1991, we have the Gulf War. By the Emperor Shaddam, the Emperor Shaddam the Fourth. You see what I'm saying? Now, in his fought over spice, and melanin is crude, melanin is carbon, and oil is Oil is crude. They drill for the melange in the earth. They have to drill down deep and get it from the worms, because it's actually the oil of the worms. You have to drill in the earth for oil. And they have this war. Okay? They have this, well, they have, in the year 1991, basically. Now, this is what I'm trying to say. That's not a coincidence that this man would write this thing that's so precise. Now, let's look at the timeline. Now, in the timeline, let me get this right. In the timeline, it says this. Let me get the timeline for you. Y'all all right? Let's just, okay now. Breaking this thing down, I just introduced the book that the guy wrote, Frank Herbert, who was obviously of some government order. And he had a blueprint of stuff that's so precise until in 1991, a war on Iraq started for some substance by some shot-arm emperor. You understand what I'm saying? Now, if we understand that happens, let's look at the timeline starting from the year. See, because he got it also here, the year 19,000 to 16,500, the early civilization terror. Now, why is it starting on Earth, but by the time it come here, it's on some remote planet called Dune, which is the same thing. Now, look at this. Let's look at the timeline. All I want to do is introduce the story. You can get the movie, study the movie yourself, but I want to introduce the timeline right here.
We got Saddam, too.
Huh? Now, okay, also look at this now. In the movie, they got a messiah called the Kuzak Haderach, which is an Arabic term in Sufism. But most Sufi books, you can't get nothing but poetic singing because they don't give their real knowledge out. That's why you got to get books by Henry Corbin. Henry Corbin. That's the man that talks about Sufism, Sufi melanin and all the shit. Sufi alchemy. Henry Corbin. Which he studied, because Henry Corbin died in the 50s. You see. And in one of Henry Corbin's books, he has in there the Kuzak's Haderach, a person that could be in two places at one time. In here, the Bene Gesserit priesthood was trying to produce a super being, the Kuzak's Haderach, that can be in two places at one time. Now, based on that, they talk about a Messiah. But even Nostradamus talks about a Messiah from the Middle East, the Antichrist, which is actually the Christ. Go back and look at the movie Nostradamus, the one narrated Man Who Saw Tomorrow by Orson Welles, and just study what the Antichrist is supposed to do. And when you study what the Antichrist is supposed to do, you say, hey, that is down with it. Straight up revolutionary. Compared to being this evil person, he down. Somebody gonna kill America? Kill Europe and turn the European nations upside down? One man? Hey, that's my poster boy. You see what I'm saying? Okay, let's deal with 1990. Let's deal with 1990. We're going to deal with 10-1-90 to 10-1-91. 10-1-90 to 10-1-91, the house of Atreides moves to Arrakis. The Messiah here, called Paul Atreides at first, was on a planet called the House of Atreides. That's Sirius. Then they moved to Arrakis. Now what happened in 1991, the original people started waking up. You were already on Arrakis, but you came from another dimension in your head, and you moving down, and you started waking up. Some started waking up before, but in 1990, a lot of shit started going around. You see, you had Public Enemy bumping at that time, KRS-One, a couple of things, the Nation of Islam kicking up, and a lot of things started flaring up. But other times, huh? Huh? The X's, and also you had the X-Clan and all this type of stuff. And it started around that time, even though it started building up before them, but in 1990, that signaled it. So the House of Atreides, that's where the Messiah moves from. Now let's look at this. 91, 10-1-91. You just got to read between the lines and stuff what they're talking about here. Because, see, I'm 10-1-91. I figured it out that it was the 10th decade, which the 10th decade would start, the 10th decade would be completed after 1990. Am I right? If you take 1990 to the year 2000, that would complete number 10 decade, right? The 10th decade. So the 10th decade, January 1991 started, January 1990 started the 10th decade. 1 year into the 10th decade is what they're talking about here, so that'd be 1991. Now listen, it says the Sardaukar attack on Arrakis and kills Duke Leo, that's Osiris, that's Paul's father. And Paul, which is the Messiah, and his mother Jessica, who is the Bene Gesserit priest, she teaches him all the shit. And it's funny because the priesthood is the one that teach him all the shit in the movie. Goes into the desert with the Fremen. Now you know what the desert is. Also the desert in, if you see, this thing is multi-dimensional. The desert in Atlanta would be, Buckhead would be the other part. The desert would be Cascade. Huh? The SWAT, Cascades, but you'd have several parts of the desert, you know, Carver, High School, Carver, Projects, Simpson, Bankhead, you know what I'm saying? This particular little black area here, this is the most highest part of the black area right here. In this particular area, that's the desert in America. See, it's multidimensional. In the world, the desert would be America because the desert is located in America. When you get to America, the desert would be your ghettos and the people of the ghettos.
The Valley of Dry Bones.
The Valley of the Dry Bones. You see what I'm saying? That's what we're talking. That would be that. It would be that. Now, so it says that the Messiah Paul moves to the desert at that time. That's the Christ energy coming into the desert and waking up the Valley of the Dry Bones. Now, then with the Fremen, Leah Atreides is born because he has a sister that's born also. Always a sister's born. That's also balancing the masculine with the feminine. What's that?
I wanted to ask, I wonder is that why they're trying to make it impossible for us to stay in our, neighborhoods, because they're fixing all of the areas up and they're jacking up the rent, making us move.
Well, they started with the middle class, telling them to move on up and move on out. You understand what I'm saying? Move on up and move on out and stuff like that. But it don't matter. It's gonna always be some ghettos. Cause wherever a nigga go, that shit is a ghetto. You know.
But white people have deserted.
Right. The desert. What's a desert? Deserted land. Anything you ever see, we always say, you Negroes think you the shit now because you going up here to this little place over here, this little place over here on Piedmont, a little pink house up here. Right across from the Rio Mall.
The restaurant?
It's a restaurant.
Oh, the Abbey?
The Abbey. Niggas start going to the Abbey. But that shit old and raggedy because the black people, white people used to go there, but they abandoned it and the Negroes going to think they got some hot shit. Okay. So, now, I'm just giving you a scenario of what a desert is. The West End is the oldest area in Atlanta. When Sherman marched through Atlanta, the only place that they did not burn was the West End and Candler Park. That's why you only got some Victorian homes in the West End and Candler Park. But the West End behind the Shrine of the Black Madonna, them old homes, has been there since the Civil War, some of them. Right after, that was the only part that they didn't build.
And they didn't burn Grant Park.
Yeah, Grant Park, right. That part too. So now look at this. Okay. 10-1-93, Paul reigns control over Arrakis and the spice monopoly. So now, you got to understand some things that happened in 1993, and you can put it down, because a lot of this stuff you just got to backtrack and say, what happened in the year 1993? I know one thing happened in 1993. They had a free concert with damn Parliament Funkadelic. 100,000 niggas came. 100,000 niggas came and threw down.
Trust me, I lived over there at Grant Park. You could not move.
You couldn't. I was right up in the mix, throwing down with Ohio players and shit.
It was like
yeah, with old people too. Some niggas had their, Parliament Funkadelic had some niggas with gray hair, man, with their children. They was on, jamming, man, getting down. and all. That's right. They also killed Michael Jordan's daddy in 1993. He retired. There's so much stuff that happened in 1993. Michael Jackson, they made him get naked and show his little pee-wee and stuff. 10/1/96, 1996, Saddam, Saddam advocates, Saddam the Fourth advocates, and Paul becomes emperor. Now, but this is the point I want to say right here. Between 1996 to the year 2002, Paul, who is Muad'Dib, the Messiah, has a jihad. Paul's jihad starts between 1996 to the year 2000. Now, 1996, you had the Summit on the Mount with the Olympics. You got this thing in 1997, which is the same time they're saying between 1997 to a certain point, they're going to be a jihad. So we right on the verge of this jihad. That's the point I want to say. If the man gave the precise thing on the timeline of the Gulf War, then he's saying between 1996, 97, 98, but we'll say right, it's going to be a jihad. Now, jihad comes from an ancient African order of Sufism, which means holy war. The white Arab, the barbarian, thought it was getting on some horses and cutting off people's heads, and he called that the holy war. But as we will go into the Hale Bopp mystery with the actual Sufi Indians, they talk about a war between the physical and the spiritual. And we are the spiritual. Check. So now, let's go on. I got a few more. I got to do this mythology, so you can understand. Mythology is the blueprint for our rise and the map for our illumination. In the ancient time, you had multiple gods and multiple deities. Now, this is what makes Christianity Satanism. In the ancient time, you had multiple gods and multiple deities. Each deity and each god represented an archetype to the gateways of the dimensions in your mind. To learn multiple deities was to learn the multiple systems of the one God, but because you are the one God, it's all about you. And the multiple systems of yourself based on understanding the multiplicity of the spiritual systems of the science of God. It was the primary goal of the demiurge, which is these evil ones, to shut down the archetypes of the archetypes to the gateways of the brain by eliminating the multiple deities, by enforcing monotheism, the one God theory, which we were always one God, but the multiple deities were snuffed out. The Conference of Nicaea was the last induction of the Christian Satanism, which means this. The ancient mythology that we used to have in the ancient world gave you multiple deities and multiple principles to access multiple energies within yourself to become the one God. The monotheism came into view as a system of control to talk about the one God, but don't show you the roadmap to get there by snuffing out all the other deities, which would be the 99 attributes, which would be the archangels in Hebrewism, which would be the Nettas in Egypt, which would be the Nephilim in Samaria, which would be the gods of Olympus in Greece and Rome. You understand what I'm saying? The gods. Everybody, ancient indigenous people, referred to God as the gods. The ancient Indians say the gods won't be happy. The Africans say the gods won't be happy. They were called the Ife in West Africa and the Loa in West Africa. So when they shut down the multiple deity principle and gave it one God, they shut down you getting into the archetypes of the brain, and they put in this particular evil religion for the simple fact it's got you bowing down and locking you out of the original shit. And later and the Islam of Mohammedanism did the same thing. What's that?
Well, this the Hebrew part is like the Hebrew, the Elohim is plural, therefore it says, let us make man in our likeness.
Plus, you got to understand the Elohim in the Hebrew things is that there's two systems of Hebrew. If you read the Hebrew religion as mythology, you break open the keys. There's some books called The Legends of Israel. The mystery to them, there's 3 volumes called Legends of Israel, part 1 through 3. The key to the mystery of the 3 volumes of the Legends of Israel, if you historicalize them, you shut them down. Can't historicalize them. A lot of it is eschatology, which means it's talking about now. I explained that in the last thing. I broke down those particular ones of the 3 volumes. If you historicalize them, you shut them down. But if you make them mystical and apply them to the everlasting principles now, you open the access to them. So the masses of the people are thinking of history and something that happened back then that didn't happen, but the priests know that they're talking about something that will happen in a later time, and the particular deities of the Hebrew and what the Christian borrowed from and the letters are now. They're talking about now. This is the key. They didn't even write for shit back then. They prepared for now and then they went to sleep. So all this religious material is talking about is talking about us now. We became a nation when we became extracted from the original Garden of Eden, and we became a nation in the West, and that's when the damn mythology starts. That's when Exodus and Genesis starts. If you understand, it's called eschatology, apocryphal, apocalyptical, which is talking about now. So to break the mystery even of the Bible when you go back into it is to read it now. I always talk about that, and you can break the keys, because it's not historical. They historicalize a man, and so now because you historicalize the Jesus Christ, it shuts down the archetype of electric unconsciousness, and that's Satanism. Yeah. Right, the Celestial Ship of the North by Eva Valencia Scranton, that was banned up until 1993. They have two volumes, and I believe she's a woman. Celestial Ship of the North that was banned, it deals with all of that. The first part of the book is dealing with the history, the origins of the Hebrew race, the conjunctions, the Egyptian thing. The second part is dealing with astrology. She both combined Gerald Massey's work and the Secret Doctrine's work and put it all in one book. It is a must read and one to have in the library. Celestial Ship of the North. Eva Valencia Scranton. They have 2 copies up there. One to get also. So now, that's what's going on here. Now, the government said, listen. So now, in a nutshell, we're dealing with the mythology. In a nutshell, this is what happened. I'm going to explain what mythology is, and I'm getting ready to go into one mythological story so you can understand what's going on here. Then we're going to go into Hale Bopp after this. But first we're going to go into the Kabbalah, then we're going into Hale Bopp. So for the people that want to stay last, get some sleep, wake up, and we'll still be talking. Now, well, okay, first of all, the word Satan is Sutan, which means opener. It's a spiritual word. But each religion got an embodiment of evil. So we just say evil. Just that later on, another tradition coming out of another tradition took the name of that particular tradition's God and called it the devil. That's what they used to do in the ancient world. Another man's God is another man's devil. So the word Satan, Sutan, which means opener. Sut, which means black, and An, which means Anubis, which means barker, messenger, opener. So it's a double one called means God and messenger, Sutan, Shaitan later on, and all. Sutek, Melchizedek. Those are spiritual terms, but when we say, I just gave that word there for the simple fact that we understand what I mean. We should just call it the embodiment of evil. I would say, because I find it in 2 and 3 religions, both the Greek and the Gnostics, I call them the demiurge, which would be one of the better names for them, the demiurge. One of the most scientific names, because the demiurge, you can find it in both. You can find it in Hebrew, you can find it in Greek, you can find it in ancient Egypt with the Egyptian Gnostics. So I'll say the word demiurge, which means the embodiment of evil, the subordinate deities, which now rest in white people, because as above, so below. You can't have a spiritual counterpart without a physical counterpart, so the spiritual counterpart of this embodiment of evil is called the demiurge, is called white people, because in the actual Gnostic text, they talk about creating counterfeit spirits, and the counterfeit spirits is white people who embody that evil. You see what I'm saying? And the evil embodied in white people is not the evil that you say walking around calling people niggers and burning down houses. That is an act that anybody can do, but it's the smaller things like the nature. The little small shit. You know, like when Vanessa Williams said she was at a party and she happened to have on some black and some white, and the white woman handed her a plate and said, you know, you black, you know, and she looked like she damn near white, and thought she was a waitress. So my point is, and thought she was a waitress. So when you talk about that, you're talking about a person's nature. When it's so subtle, see, black, we do things by nature so subtle till we don't even notice it. When white people do things racist so subtle that they don't even notice it. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? Take, for instance, I came in Arthur bookstore and I had my bag on the side of my arm. Now, most of the time they don't check bags. But that day, an archetype hit this white boy when he saw me with the bag. He came up and said, yeah, can you check your bag? And I didn't even argue, because, you know, I accept the devil for being the devil. I said, well, you're going to take it up there. Oh, sure. Then he came back and said, yeah, I want to. When he thought about it, he came back and said, yeah, you know, I want to say, you know, thank you for cooperating, because most people catch an attitude. I said, well, here's a white woman right here with the same bag I got. Now, I said, the same bag I got. You didn't take hers. He said, well, you know. Then he tried it. He thought for me. He said, yo, well, what it is we try not to take the women bag because they associate that with their pocketbook. I say, but goddamn it, you install a law for theft. I say, so that bitch can steal just like me. So you supposed to take her shit. I say, but I already know what time it is, man. I ain't no goddamn fool. I say, man, really, I'm not even mad. I know what time. I know why you took my bag. Yes, it's that goddamn racism shit. You see, but it was so subtle, because I come in there years and never took the, but when he looked up, it registered black man with a bag. And he automatically acted upon it. That's because that's a person's nature. That's the difference. That's the difference. Now let's get into some things here of what I'm talking about. The government, in order to write your history, they cannot put it in regular college, because college is a factory to manufacture idiots. Stupidos, fools, bitches and hoes, niggers. That's what college manufactures. I've been there. I was a product of 8 years, so I know what the hell I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? I was over to Spelman the other day. Ain't gonna call no names, but I met up with this girl. I was telling her about they taking black people from the black neighborhoods and turning them into melatonin pills. She agreed, based on the Tuskegee experiment and the King Alpha plan, based on her little bit of knowledge, that she agreed that the white man could do that. She said, I do agree. She said, I just want to know where you getting this information from. I said, now, if the cracker came on the damn news and said it, you wouldn't ask Monica Kaufman, or just say Channel 2 News, where they getting their shit from. You take it. You know, I said, I got ways. I said, damn it, you already know me. The girl said that she heard me speak before. So I said, you know I'm a damn researcher. I said, but see, that's the mentality. You automatically think that I can't be thorough as the cracker who's a liar. I said, well, I get it. I said, I research just like you see the detective show where they find a damn footprint, they find a damn rock, or they find a broke-off earring. I said, that's the way I put together knowledge the same damn way.
That was shown 97. Yeah. One of the radio stations asked the white man.
Right.
Believe me, then.
Right, and so my point is, that's the side, but that's the way they train you in college. So now they can't put your real story in history. History is his story. So they will put history, which is a lie, because Napoleon said history is a lie agreed upon. So they commission people like this guy, J.R. Tolkien, to write the truth. J.R.R. Tolkien to write the truth. J.R.R. Tolkien writes mythical things. His books include The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is 3 volumes, 1, 2, and 3. The first one is the Fellowship of the Rings. The third one, the second one is the Two Towers, and the third one is the Return of the King. So you know what the hell that is. So the Lord of the Rings is talking about an ancient remote history of the history of the world. The second one is the Two Towers, is also talking about when things break apart. And the other one is talking about the Return of the King, which is talking about us. They write our shit in the history of black people on earth and put it in there, and then they tell their people. When you go get the movie A Never Ending Story, some little boys was beating his ass, and he runs into a bookstore, and the man said, "Get out of here." He said, "Y'all kids don't read." He said, "Yeah, I do read. I read Lord of the Rings." He did a bunch of books that he read was mythological books, and the guy gave him a book with a serpent on it called A Never Ending Story. That's the Book of the Dead that he gave him, the Grand Grimoire, the Book of the Dead, and that's when he went into. But he talks about the Lord of the Rings. So R.L. Tolkien in here. Now this is the point where I'm trying to say, and I want the damn camera to see this, because this is some amazing shit that I'm getting ready to show you. Listen to this. If you go to the science fiction section, they got these in hardback. They got them in bigger volumes. They got them in, you can get a bigger volume for $60. 3 volumes and 1 complete volume. You can get these 3 volumes here for $30. The 3 volumes. Now look at this. This is the amazing thing. This is the 3rd volume to the 3-volume set. A lot of the mythology that they breaking stuff down with on putting in these movies, they're getting from this guy, R.L. Tolkien, who synthesized ancient Egyptian mythology, ancient Greek, and all that stuff, and wrote the Lord of the Rings, and he wrote the movie The Hobbit, Bilbo Baggins. A thief will be the one that will get the key, a little short burglar, which we are. We the thieves and shit now. The beggar king. Now, this is the most amazing thing, and this is why we as intellectuals can't access nothing, because we have become grown and we're not children. So become like a child and have no scruples and no shame. See, the key to the mystery of access and knowledge is you got to get rid of all pride and shame. I have no shame whatsoever. And I'm making a habit to take a motherfucker in my bedroom when it's the most junky. Hey, come on here, I'll show you something. Say, nigga, if you trip on my shit, you ain't got no business in my house. You understand what I'm saying? That's right. The dishes ain't washed or whatever. Yours ain't either, nigga. You just front before you invite over guests. Right. Niggas is, you see. But what I'm trying to do is I'm getting back to the child level. No shame, no scruples whatsoever. You understand what I'm saying? Now, dealing with this, what is a book that has been the book of children and the book of mythology that's supposed to be something that you wouldn't look at because I am a scholar? Why is it on the 3rd volume of the book, he has a timeline? This is the appendix, which is this many pages. Now, hold on. This is supposed to be a fairy tale. Now, what is a fairy tale or fantasy? Got an appendix this thick. The different kings, the different rulers of the ancient world, the different people timeline, when the elves used to rule, when the dwarves used to rule, when the little people used to rule. Thousands and thousands of years. Ancient writing. Stress. And you see? Stress. This 3 volumes called The Return. This is the 3rd volume, The Return of the King. This is when all the shit get over with. Look. Wait a minute. Goes further. Look. Index. Look at this. I'm going to show you this picture. Why is it, if it's a fairy tale, I want to know why you're going to go through painstaking things to show people this particular picture in here. Let me get this. Ancient writing. Ancient writing. Look. Letters from them. Notes. Look. Look. Ancient writing. Ancient numbers. What is all this shit doing in a book if the stuff ain't real? Then you understand why you can't get on top of the game. They've been running a game on us and sitting back laughing, say them fucking idiots. They the biggest stupid motherfuckers in the world. They think, because they think that we really educate them when we send them to college. They so stupid, we put the shit right in the damn comic book stores. Call it what? Dragon Con. Fantasy and all that. This is where the hidden history of the world is, and they laughing at us. That's why we can't get nowhere.
That's why we can't get nowhere. Because they say we have been made devils also. But we are devils in our thinking. Because we only think that we get on TV with the white man and they give a little bit of stuff like, you know, this is the way things supposed to be. You know damn well that man couldn't educate us. So they say, look, give the false stuff to the colleges and put the other shit in bookstores and send our children. But you know, little white kids is into this stuff. Right. Into this stuff. They're into this. You see what I'm saying? 3 volumes. And he got one called. Then he has one of more ancient history of the races called. Look at these names. The Lord of the Rings, the 3 rings of the 11 kings of the sky, the 7 for the dwarf lords in the hall of the stone, the 9 mortal men and the doom to die, our look of the dark lord and his dark throne, the land of Martyr whose shadows lie, the ring who rules all, and the ring finds them, and the ring, Lord of the Ring. Anytime you see that ring or circle, that's talking about what? Melanin. And all the darkness. Then the martyr whose shadows lie. They got the shadow up in here. He got a book called it's called The Hobbit is the first one. Then he has some called he has several ones, but he has one called the Chameleon or something. SH something. And it goes into even prehistory. But see, they commissioned them to write the stuff. And these people have been studying this stuff since the 50s, the 40s, and all. And they got several people. The other guy's Michael Moorcock. He writes the Elric. His name is J.R. Tolkien. But see, when I saw this stuff, I said, well, I can't get into this stuff like this. I said, real quick, I said, man, this is scholarship work. I said, man, this is the 3rd volume, and it's 430-something pages, and this is volume 4. Yeah, right. So that's why we can't get nothing. We are adults, and that's what messed us up now. So he got the Hobbit. Now let's go into this one thing, Jason and the Argonauts. Jason and the Argonauts. You can get the 1963 movie, or you can also read about Jason and the Argonauts also in the Sirius Mystery. Now in the Sirius Mystery, Jason and the Argonauts, Jason is also known as Sirius. In here, Jason is also known as Sirius. It's interesting because Jason is supposed to be this particular, it's always the Christ story. This man comes and kills his father and his 2 sisters and takes over the kingdom, just like somebody, it's always the story how we fell. At the end, the god Hera comes and tells them, 20 years from now, a boy with 1 sandal will come and kill you and take back the father's throne. Same story. And when he grows up, he goes on a quest. To get to him, he goes on a quest, and he builds a ship called the Argo ship. And the people in the ship is called the Argonauts. And in order to kill this king, he has to travel to the end of the world, or the end of the earth. The end of the earth is what? America. This is the end of the earth. And on the end of the earth, when he travels to the end of the earth, he's supposed to find a tree. He's supposed to find a tree. The tree of life. And on that tree is a golden fleece, a ram's head with its skin. Now you know that the ancient symbol of the ram is another symbol for melanin. Is another symbol for melanin. You've seen me show these pictures several times. The ancient symbol of a ram is a symbol for melanin. Now I want to show you another picture right now also too, to show you what this thing is. Now, it's a ram's head. Bear with me. Get this picture of the ram. Hold on. To show you this. It's a ram's head. This on the tree. This ram stands for melanin. It will be somewhere here in Darth. Because I told you the last time that the blood of the gods inside of the body is black. Our blood is black. It only turns red when it hits the physical dimension, and it turns to blood red, but it's black. It's called the black. White people's is blue. Yours is black. That's melanin. It runs through the veins and blood of the god. It's black. Inside your head, melanin only turns black because it's the shadow. But it only turns black when it's seen outside of the body and hits the air. Inside of the body is gold. Gold. Now, you don't believe me. If you study alchemy, the whole thing is to make gold. It's to make melanin. Gold is nothing but melanin outside of the body, when it's inside of the body. No, gold is nothing but the melanin inside of the body is black, excuse me. When it turns outside of the body, it turns to gold. I had it the wrong way. You see what I'm saying? That's what melanin is. It's the same thing. So the golden fleece is talking about your higher spirit. Now, Jason gets in the boat with the Argonauts. The boat, the Argo, in the Sirius mission, they say it's these same boats that Isis and Osiris rides on. The same boats that Isis and Osiris rides on is the what you call it. This is when I showed my first lecture. This is how it is, how you were born. In the beginning, you come from the cosmos. You see the great mother down here, represented as Apit, the hippopotamus god. When you come on the physical realm, this is your life. That's the meta. That's like, you know, on the tombstone they'll have your life. They have the slash in between. They have the year you was born, the slash in between, and the year you expired or died. This is the slash in between. This is your life. Then when you get to the other realm, this is the heavenly realm, which right here you see Sirius, which means heaven. And you see Isis in the middle, which is the stone seat, which is Sirius, the great mother also. Hail Mary. Now, you got, so you have all of this going on. You see these boats, that's the Argo ships. So when you see Jason, so Isis and Osiris, we're Isis and Osiris. We're Isis and Osiris. Now look at this. In the ship, he got to get in the ship and he got to get the best people on the Greek. He got to get the best warriors in the world. So now, remember I was talking about slavery. This shit comes back because I told you I give you some mythology to follow. Remember I said in slavery that your kingdom fell. And when your kingdom fell, they had to extract the best people in the world and bring them to the West. In the movie Jason and the Argonaut, they got to get the best of the warriors in the world. That represent you, the most ancient of the gods, to put in the boat. Now look at this. They got to travel to the west, to the end of the world, in a land called Caucasus. A land called Caucasus. Now, even though this was a land of the Native Americans, when we travel over here, it's taken over by the white man. That means it's the dead, deserted land of the original spiritual people, the desert of Caucasus. You got it? In the movie. Now, the Argo ship is the slave ship, bringing the original people to the west to get the golden fleece. You understand the story of the mythology, to get the golden fleece. Now, Jason and the Argonauts. The ship we see is the same ship that Isis and Osiris is aboard. Out of Egypt I will call my son, and the seed will travel to the west. The Argo ship is also the slave ships, or a slave ship, representing all slave ships. The Argo ship is also Hale Bopp. I'll get in that in a few minutes. The Argo ship is also the Sectec boat I also talked about. Last year it was a star, this year it's a comet. It's a connection. The Argo ship is the mother ship. Now, in this thing, Jason, son, Jason. All those languages are related. Greek, Arabic, Hebrew, Metaneta, all them shits is damn near the same. They're one people. Different dialects come into different languages. Bango, you got it. One people. Look at this. In the movie, Hera is the one that tells the white man, basically, that there's a one sandal man going to come, and he's going to take your land, he's going to avenge his father's death, just like Horus avenges his father's death. You understand what I'm saying? Luke Skywalker avenges the father's death. Leo Paul Atreides Muad'Dib, Cusack Haderach, avenges his father's death in Dune. Now look at this. The woman who gives the prophecy that this one will come, she is the mother of the gods called Hera. When they build a boat, the guy has a sheet over the boat, and he says, I don't want to show you what I put as the head piece of the boat. And he unveils the head piece, and it's a picture, it's a statue of Hera, the mother of the gods. And the guy said, hey, that's the woman who's supposed to protect me. He said, the Spirit told me to put it there. Now, if Hera is the mother of the gods, and her statue is at the beginning of the ship, and the ship that houses the mother of the gods, that's called what? The mother ship. That's what when you get to Jason of the Argonauts, it's talking about the mother ship, is what it's talking about. The ship Argo has 50 oars and 50 guards. There you go at that sacred 50 again. When we get into the Hale Bopp, we're going to deal with that. The representation of the 50 gates of Babylon, Tiamat, are Shekinah. There's 50 gates of understanding inside of your brain. I'm going to get into that in a few minutes. Y'all all right? Okay. In the Greek tradition, Hera is the queen of the mother of the gods. The gods of Jason's ship, and she's on the front, which is also the mothership. I want to read a little bit. The ship carries Jason, Jason, through the ends of the earth. To get to a tree that bears the golden fleece, which is your soul, that activates the crown chakra, Kether. The end of the earth is called Caucasus. It's called Caucasus. That's the white man America and all this type of stuff. Elijah's mothership is also the ship Argo also too. You get Jason and the Argonaut. You get Jason and the Argonaut. Now look, I want to show you this. Let's see here. Let's see about this mythology. I want to see if I covered it. Anyway, it's showing you all what's getting ready to happen in the golden. It's showing you all what's getting ready to happen in the actual in the actual movie, The Golden Fleece, put out in 1969. Now it's interesting because another rendition of that was a spaceship that carried Luke Skywalker to avenge his father's death, was called the Millennium Falcon. But they got big pictures in the newspaper when the 3 trilogies aired in January, February, and March. It says the Force is back. 1997, the Force is back. Now understand what they mean. The Force means what? In Luke Skywalker, it changed from melange to the Force, melanin. But they give you a thing, the Force is back. That is not a coincidence that they would bring out those three trilogies again. You see what I'm saying? The Force is back. They are now also aboard the Argonaut ship, Hercules, which is Heru. I told you first that Heru, which is the strongest of all gods. Where'd I put my, hold on 1 minute. Which is the strongest of all gods. See, I had 2 of them, but you know how a nigga done misplaced shit. Yeah, I'm getting ready to get with that right now. Let's see, let's break that word down. On this tape. Okay, let's break this word down and you can change the tape. Let me spell it the right way. Anybody know how to spell it? Hercules. H-E-R what? Hercules. Her means Heru. The Achilles come from Achilles. And Achilles he was a strong god that was invincible except his heel. All the gods. One sandal man, Jason. Hercules, Achilles is this particular person. That's the form of Osiris. That's the form of Osiris, Achilles, if you understand the mythology. Osiris and Horus combined, her is Hercules. Osiris and Horus combined. Osiris is in the underworld. That's us cut up into 14 pieces. We ask for Horus, which is the Christ, her, son. We ask for her, or the son, or the Christ. We ask for that particular son to come. The son is reluctant to come. It's a mythological story, but it's also about metaphysics. You're trying to get out of this. You ask for your higher self to come help you. It's reluctant at first, but it sends a messenger through the form of a falcon. That's the Millennium Falcon. You got the Atlanta Hawks, Atlanta Falcons. In Atlantis, which is a mentor, the whole 9 yards. It sends in the form of a falcon. You see what I'm saying? Now, but then it knows inevitably it has to come. And when it comes, it's Hercules, Horus, Osiris combined to one. The upper and the lower, well, excuse me, the dead God coming to life and being redeemed. It's all mythological of what they're actually talking about. And that's why this summer they're coming out with the cartoon Hercules. Very key that you understand that at this particular time. Now, I got all that out the way. Let's see, I got all that out the way. And all. Now, it's funny because in the book I showed you by the book called The Greek Myths by this one. Let's see if I got it. The Greek Myths book. Let me put some of this shit on the floor, the stuff I done talked about. In the Greek Myths book, they show by Robert Graves. That's all I need you to know. Greek Myths by Robert Graves. The mother of Hercules is called, one of them is Zeus, but his mother is called Alchemy, which means melanin. And she's married also to another one called Electron. Alchemy, which is melanin, or chemistry comes from that. Chemistry comes from alchemy. And you electrons, which is talking about electromagnetic force field. So when you're looking at this shit, you're reading this stuff, they are talking about straight up science. You see? Alchemy, Electron, has Hercules. Zeus is also the real father of Hercules because he's the form of Osiris. Because these myths are multidimensional if you understand how to follow the myth. How to follow the myth. Now, let me go into this Kabbalah thing right quick, this little short thing on Kabbalah. You're going to love this stuff. Right now, you're going to love this. We're going to go into this Kabbalah, and then we're going to go into the Hale Bopp, and then we're going to go into a question and answer. Okay, now in Waite's Kabbalah, first of all, you want to read the chapter of the resurrection. The chapter of the resurrection. But it tells you in the chapter of the resurrection, when the great day appears, there will be the task of Metatron to embellish the glory of the bodies in the speculous and the presumptuously to prepare them for the rising. Now, what it is this. The rising, Metatron is the Kabbalistic Christ. Metatron is the name of that particular one. So it's talking about your higher self preparing you for the rising. It says, but there are sounds of the Holy One will cause a dew to fall, and it is thanks to this that the event itself will be accomplished. It will be a dew of light that will emanate from the tree of life. What are they talking about? That dew of light is melanin inside of you, or your pineal gland opening up from that dew that's covered up, the dew of light. Now, Metatron in the Kabbalah, and I should have got one with some angels on it. In the Kabbalah, y'all all right? Okay, I didn't want to know, In the Kabbalah, it's interesting. Each one of these spears have archangels to them. They got it in this section. They got a whole section in this book on the archangels. Now, this is interesting here. Up here is Keba, which is the God realm, and up here they got an angel called Metatron. They don't have it on this one. An angel called Metatron. And then they got all these other archangels, but down here they also got an angel called Metatron too. As above, so below. So that means that the Metatron got to come down here and come into what? X marks the spot, the black dot, and be inside of you. You understand what I'm saying? So the Metatron is also, which is your higher self. That's the Metatron that they're actually talking about. But they say the first ones to rise will be the ones in the desert. We already went through that. Now, look at this. Okay, 3 minutes. Okay, I tell you what. You want to? Can you end? You want me to just keep on talking to run it out? Just go ahead and end and change so we can get on the Kabbalah. Now look at this. The word Eden means the black dot.
Eden.
Eden also means the black dot. Now look at this. Metatron is the actual Messiah of the Kabbalah. Now look at this. In the Zohar, which is the written Kabbalah, they talk about something called melanin, and I'm going to tell you the name of it. This is what it says. It says, the head, which is your head, is incomprehensible, is secret in the secret, but has been formed and prepared in the likeness of a cranium and is filled with the crystalline dew. Crystalline dew. That's melanin. That's some bad shit. That in this particular part, they got two sections. They got the macrocarpius and the microcarpius. The macrocarpius is God. The microcarpius is the body of God. But in the macrocarpius, also they talk about this. They say his skin is of ether, clear and congealed. What they mean by your skin being of ether, it means that your skin is black. If you understand that ether is the triple blackness of space, in the Kabbalah, when they say that the God's skin is of ether, they mean he has black skin. In the Zohar, his skin is of ether. Now, let's deal with some stuff here. Yeah, got to break that down. Got to break that down, because I'm going to show you where the little bit in the Bible came from. The little bit in the Bible they took from the Kabbalah. And also, like I said, it's in that Waits Kabbalah. I think I don't know if she got any left. She got one over there left and stuff. But I want to, the little bit is also in the Kabbalah, and they just took a small part of that. Now, concerning the dew or the moisture of the brain of the ancient one, the macrocarpus, and from the skull distilleth a dew upon him which is external, and fill his head daily. That's talking about melanin. In the night, it produces melatonin. In the day, it produces serotonin. That's both forms of melanin. And from the dew which floweth forth down his head, that which is external, the dead are raised up to the world to come. Anytime you hear the Kabbalah and they talk about the world to come, that's talking about the next world. Now, this is some amazing shit. Let me break this down again. First of all, they talk about a crystalline dew, which is melanin. Now, make no mistakes about it, because, see, you're going to get theologians, you're going to get Negroes saying that's hodgepodge. There's no difference between white and black. But what they don't realize is they got the Bible, which is a summation of greater books. And it's not detailed. But even in that Bible, when they talk about the three wise virgins, 6 virgins, 3 foolish, 3 wise. Huh? 12 virgins. 6 foolish, 3 wise. And they had lamps. But one of them, yeah, whatever it is, yeah, 5, whatever. And but the foolish virgin had lamps, but didn't have no oil for the lamps. But the wise ones had oil for the lamps. That oil is melanin. Oil is the triple blackness crude oil, which is carbon. 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, which is carbon. 666, which is the key to the Bible. And they talk about that oil and those virgins with that oil. That's melanin. And the other foolish ones asked them to borrow some oil. They say, but we wouldn't have none from ourselves, which means it's impossible for you to get oil. You can't get melanin. But the other ones go off to try to look for oil. That's what the white man doing, trying to look for ways to raise up. And when he when they go out to look for the oil, the gate opens and the Christ comes, and the other ones are sin. Right in there. Now look at this. I'm going to read this again. I'm going to read this again so you can get this. Concerning the dew and the moisture of the brain of the ancient one, the macrocarpus, and from the skull distilleth a dew upon him, which is external, and filleth his head every day. And from the dew which floweth from his head, which is external, the dead are raised up into the world to come. You are raised up based on this doggone dew of light, which is melanin. Now look. Now that's amazing. So that means that cuts through all the bullshit. You ain't got it, you ain't going. Concerning it is written that my head flows a dew. It is not written, it is full of dew. And it is called. Now it is written in Isaiah. That would be XXXV1. So that would be what? 25, 26. No, XXV1. That's 36. In Isaiah chapter 36, verse 19, it tells you. Oh yeah, 26. Isaiah 26, verse 19, it says, the dew of light is thy dew. That's melanin. Isaiah 26, 19. Of light that is from the brightness of the ancient one. And by the dew are nourished the holy supernal ones. And the manna which is prepared for the just is in the world to come. They're talking about this dew of light that they're talking about. That they're talking about. It says in Exodus, that would be, let's see, XV. So X and V would be what? That would be 15 plus 1, 16. Exodus 16, verse 14, it says, and when the dew has gone up, behold, upon the face of the desert, a small round thing. Woo, that's some shit there. Let's go back. Let's break this down again. And when the dew is gone up, behold, upon the face of the desert, a small round thing. Remember I told you the melanin was there to hide the light. But on the other hand, I told you that we were this small. Remember I said this in the lecture? It's all coming today. The appearance of this dew is white, but unto the color of the crystal stone, whose appearance has all colors in itself, which is written, because when they say white, they're actually talking about the light. This is the light part of the actual dew. The light part of the dew. Now they're dealing with the dew of light, which is melanin. Now in the same Kabbalah, in the same Kabbalah, it deals with this. Now look at this. It deals with this. I want to show you this. Like I said, any Zohar Kabbalah has this particular information. You just got to access it. So if you got some Kabbalahs, they're all pretty much one and the same if you access the information. But I want to show you something here. Let's see. I want to show you this. Let's see that I mark it. Anyway, it talks about, it says that the animals have a tail, but we have a tail also. But our tail is not like, because the white boy got a tailbone. I showed you the pictures of the white boy with the tail. But our tail is in our head that points up through the mouth. And it points up through the mouth and forms a round circle. They're talking about the pineal gland is what they're talking about. Our tail in our head. They talk about that in the actual Kabbalah. Now, I want to show you this. Concerning the hair of God. That's what we need to get to. Concerning the hair of God. The hair of the macrocarpus. Now this blew me away because there's no way that you can say that this is white people hair, because it plainly says, we have learned that from the skull of his head hangs 1,000 times 1,000 myriad of myriads. Locks of black hair, and they are intertwined together, each one to another, and they are mingled together. Now, I don't know no crackerhead that's intertwined together. This is the right shit. Ain't but one hair on the planet that is intertwined together and mingles together, one into the other. That's what it says of the hair of God. But there is no classification made of locks of hair, especially because the pure and the impure are alike, adhere to each other therein. And I'm going to explain what that means. And here mentions both pure and impure together. Now what they mean by that is this. I'm going to tell you this in 1 minute. All these sides are pure, and in those which are impure there are intricate, dense locks of hair, some which is soft, some which is hard. The single locks, now let me break that down first before I go to the single locks. What they're saying about the impure hair, some is soft, some is hard. They were saying that with our people over the periods of time, we got people in India with straight hair. But they say this about the impure hair, that you can still tell it's our hair. It's called single locks. Now the single locks of the hair hang down, but it curls. And curls upon curls to emit flames that hang down, beautiful and strong, arrayed like those, like a brave hero victorious in war. So what they mean is this. Even though we got two kind of hair. Open that door, brother. We have the hair that is intertwined with each other, but if you let that impure hair grow, it will curl. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. It still ain't straight. White people have to get their hair teased a lot of times, and you got some offsprings that have a little bit of curly hair, because that means they still got a little bit of melanin. But they clearly say that the hair of the hair of the actual God is the hair of the actual God is in actuality the intertwined together. Now I want to say about the brain of God.
Amen. We lock.
Huh?
I said, amen. We lock.
Yeah, lock. And they say that. Now, you're right. Concerning the members of the brain, the membrane and the microcarpus. In the cavities of the skull, there are 3 hollow places that are found wherein and located in the brain. A thin membrane is placed therein, but not a thick membrane, hidden as the Ancient of Days. Therefore, this brain is expanded through and it shineth in 32 paths. The same is written in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. As a river is sent forth from Eden, it says also that we have learned that the hollow places of the skull of the brain is contained, of the skull is where the brain is contained. The first cavity is preceded a certain fountain of the brain in 4 directions, and it goeth forth from the skull, whose cavity is connected with the 32 paths, which are the spirits of wisdom. And the reason why I'm reading this because it's going to say something in a minute. It's going to connect with Hale Bopp also. One of the second cavities goes forth, extends the second section of the fountain of the 50 gates of understanding are open. These 50 gates are contained in 50 days of the law, 50 years of Jubilee, and 50,000 generations. Therein the Most High God is blessed. Blessed be he, is extended to restore the communerate spirit in them. Now, down it says that God, but the third cavity, there goes forth 1,000 times 1,000 conclaves of emissaries, wherein dot knowledge is contained and dwelleth. It says that dot knowledge, which is the knowledge of dot, which is the black dot, is the one that connects the 50 gates of understanding. Now, that leads me to, it says, and although the dot is also the concealment, and where this melanin is actually the black dot also too. Now, what's actually happening here is this. White people now have the ability to put their spirits in black bodies. For example, let's say a white body is mutating, and now they can merge into a black body and share the body with black people and control their thoughts. So I'm saying they got all kinds of, they can clone you, they can have walk-ins, or they can have a white person that was living on the earth and can no longer have his body to sustain life. What they can do is they got ways of merging their body and walking into black bodies and sharing the same body with the same host and controlling your thoughts. That's some amazing shit. What's that? Yeah, we get. Hold on, let me get the question answered. So that's what they're talking about. Now I want to get to the Hale Bopp and break down some of this stuff so we can understand what's going on here. First of all, when we're dealing with the information, we're gonna come out of the information of the when the comet runs. I just took a certain excerpt and xeroxed them out of the book. When the comet runs. Now, first of all, we come from the Weight Kabbalah, where it tells you on page 232 this particular information. Page 232, this particular information in the Holy Kabbalah. It says, wait a minute, 230, did I say page 232? It's 323, yeah. It says, in the 7th year the King Messiah shall be, it's still, okay, in the 70th year, the King Messiah shall be revealed in the province of Galilee. Portions will be as followed. Renew which is now tarnished and bestow. It serves only as a memorial that the world will be destroyed no more by deluge, but will shine with every brilliant eyes and brother and adorned itself into the presence of the spouse. And I'm trying to get to the point now. A star will rise in the east and swallow up 7 stars in the north. Presumably after a period, a fixed star will appear in the middle of the firmament and will be visible for 70 days. It will have 70 rays and will be surrounded by 70 other stars. The city of Rome will fall to pieces based on this star. We know that Rome that they're talking about cannot be a Rome in the end days, because Rome in the end days ain't nothing. They're talking about Rome here, they're talking about America. Because the Israel that they're talking about is not the Israel over there, where all the preachers and all are thinking it's the Israel over there. The Israel over here is the lost tribe is over here. You see what I'm saying? The city of Rome will fall to pieces and all, is what it's talking about. Then it says, the star will, hold on, let me get the part where I was, and hold on, boom, boom, boom. And it says, an initiation which should be the moment of the gospel of a certain among us. A great king will rise up and conquer the world, and there will be war against Israel, but the chosen people shall be delivered. That's all coming out of the actual Zohar. And that particular star that will rise, it cannot be a star that they're talking about. That's a regular star that's in the sky, because that star is already up there, so why would that star rise? They have to be talking about the coming of a particular comet or the coming of a particular, you see, ship or something that wasn't there before if it's coming. Get some of this right quick, ho. And what they're dealing with here is this particular star, Hale Bopp. Now, in this particular information, I got several information. I'm going to give you the information that's printed, and I'm going to give you my synopsis on it. And all my updated synopsis on it. It says that many prophets will believe that our solar system will be stirred up by a mysterious star, a large comet. A number of astronomers theorize that we may be visited by another planet rather than a comet or a star. But a planet enters our solar system at regular intervals and causes havoc. This is called Planet X. It's called Planet X. Is this particular part. Nostradamus, Ezekiel, Hildegard, Bennigan, Edgar Casey and Mary Submarine, and they go through these different Mother Shipton and all them. Sun Bear, highly regarded prophets, still gave predictions concerning the end of the millennium. Many agree that the harbinger of the end times is the appearance of a spectacular comet that will be called the Blue Star Planet X, a large, extremely bright comet named Hale Bopp, has begun to enter our solar system, and it may be visible in daylight in 1997. Now, let's deal with some other stuff that they're talking about here. We're going to go through the information on this. We're going to go through my information also, too. The 12th planet, Stitchin says the 12th planet is the periodic appearance of a disappearance of the Earth view, conforms an assumption of the real of the preeminence. And I'm trying to get to the point I'm trying to get to. I don't want to hear that right now. Let's see. The star takes the course of the starlight in the realms of the part of the universe. The core is filled with the high spiritual power that envelops in the material substance, and thereby is also become visible to man on earth. So right there it tells you that this particular star that has a spiritual energy on the inside of it that comes into a material substance. They're also talking about melanin, also inside of the actual star. The Hopi Indians believe that their appearance of a blue star will embody the spiritual entities such as angels they designate as kachinas. The angels who control the orbit, and that the kachinas are also capable of manifesting on earth in material form. When the star kachina makes its appearance in the heaven, the fourth world will emerge. There will be preceded by a last great war, which is the jihad, which the book Doom said the jihad would come between 1996 on in. So in here the actual Hopi Indians are saying the same thing. Say when this particular star appears, when it appears, they will have a last spiritual war, which is called jihad, and the conflict which the material forces and the spiritual conflict with the material forces. The material matters will be destroyed, and the spiritual beings will remain to create a new world and a new nation under the power of the Creator. So that is what the Hopi Indian prophecies is talking about when it comes to this particular part. Now, a lot of this particular information you get in the book When the Comet Runs is what it's talking about. They got 2 copies up there left. Now, this is the key on what we're dealing with here. In this book, I think they got a couple of over there left. The secret ciphers of the UFO knots. The secret ciphers of the UFO knots. In this, you got one more. They got a section in here called The Serious Mystery in Valis. V-A-L-I-S. And Valis means, it's coming from Philip K. Dick. Philip K. Dick is the one that wrote Blade Runner, and he also wrote a book called Valis. But it also says right here, Valis is called Vast, Active, Living, Intelligent System. And it means I am the life and the giver of life of every star, which is melanin. Which is melanin. So now, this particular Valis and stuff, when we understood when the guy, what's his name, Courtney Brown and them, and I think do y'all still have y'all have the tapes?
No, you got them.
I think, well, I got to get them again. He was saying that they said that when they viewed this Hale Bopp, it was this spiritual intelligence. Well, in the book Secret Ciphers of the UFO Knots, Philip K. Dick, who wrote Blade Runner, calls it Valis. Vast, active, living, intelligent system. Or it also means it equals 515, which it means I am light and the giver of life to every star, which is talking about melanin. Now on ABC News the night that they actually, when the 39 people died, they said, oh, we got a little bit of information on Hale Bopp. They say that the scientists are saying that Hale Bopp is made up of the same building blocks that built the universe and our society. So you still talking about melanin that they're actually talking about here, you see. It says made up of the same one. Now, remember in the last lecture I said that Hale Bopp was also Hail Mary. I also say that Mary comes from the Egyptian word Ma, and you get the word Ma, but you got the word Ra, Ha-Ma-Q, which is also a form of Ra, but I say Ra is also pronounced Re, and you get the word Ma-Re, Mary. That's etymology. That's etymology. Also, they talk about this god called Nanurta. This god called Nanurta. And I said that Nanurta was also changed to Marduk. You'll get that in you'll get that in Zechariah Stitchen's work on the 12th planet. You know, and it's called Marduk. And I also talked about the 50 gates of Marduk in the Necronomicon, and the 50, which is also represented as the 50 gates of understanding. But the 49th gate is called Nibiru, which is Heru, and he also says in Zechariah Stitchen says that Nibiru is also connected with Hale Bopp. Now, the last time I was in here, a woman came and gave a prophecy. Was that sister here? Was a sister that was here and said, there was a sister that was here, and she said that she had a vision of this particular Hale Bopp and what was in it. And she said it was this black-looking substance like a black cloud. And she said a woman, and she said that it was this black powder, like dirt-like stuff, presumably melanin, basically what I say. And it said it was 3 black women, strong, attractive figures. And she's strong, attractive figures, and strong and attractive and authoritative figures. And I said that was the 3 aspect of the triple goddess. And that particular triple goddess is also called Mayat, Nut, Shekinah, Akamas, Sekhet Aru. There's different names for that triple goddess. Is that particular triple goddess. Now, in Crawley's works, as well as some of Crawley's, Grant and them, they also talk about the mob zone. Now, let me explain what this mob zone is. The mob zone is a synonym for the crimson empress, the abyss in the gulf of chaos, or the desert of Set, the plateau of Lane, the locust, and the tree of life at dark. The crossing. Now, let me explain what this is. In Rosicrucian, you will get what is called this. You will see a cross, and you will see a rose in the middle of it. And that's called a rosy cross. That rose is also represented as the black dot. In the Kabbalah, you will get the tree of life. You get the tree of life, and you will get the Cephas, but in the middle you will also have the black dot, which is also a part of the actual crossing. Well, yeah, the actual crossing also too. So these are all also talking about the crossing. So they said that this mob zone is called the plateau of Ling, or it's also called the crossing, typified with a astroglyph of this. This is another symbol of the crossing also too, for some reason. But what this thing is, this mob zone, is like I said, it is when the white boy is killing all of these black people, because I said in the lecture the other night on the radio, because the reincarnation period is actually gone, what is happening is this. That particular energy, when it ascends, it's not going to aboard this ship or this mass cloud. And those particular souls are staying there and gathering together for the jihad and the release. And that's the spiritual force that we're going to use, because not only is that force out there, it's only a reflection, which is the power that is welling up inside of all of us. So those particular entities are coming together. So when Courtney Brown and them were saying over there that they saw this particular cloud and they saw this particular council, that's nothing but those particular souls that are welling up inside of us and actually being a reflection of this particular companion behind Hale Bopp. You see what I'm saying? What's that, sister?
I wanted to ask, because you know about, you said that they call Hale Bopp Hale Mary.
Right.
Okay. The reason why, because I was telling my mother, I was wondering what Tupac was talking about in his song when he said, "Come with me."
Yeah. Well, see, it's funny because despite all the problems that Tupac have and all, there's always something spiritual that will come out of something because the spirit realm always runs stuff too. Now, we also know that we talked about the last time that you had the prophecy of Fatima, and one of the prophecies was World War I, World War II, and one of the prophecies, the third prophecy was also Hale, something about relating to Hail Mary.
See, on that certain part of the song, he said, I think this is how it goes. Come with me, Hail Mary, come quick see. What do we have here now? Do you want to ride or die?
Right.
Right there.
That is, whatever the deal is, that is too much of a coincidence for that to line up right with the stuff that I'm saying and with the stuff that Henry D. Bernardo is saying also, that that's also saying on this particular part on Hail Mary also too, you see. But I want to give you some statistics on this particular part. First of all, it's interesting because tonight on NBC they got this thing called Invasion that came on. And it's interesting that they're showing this particular part on this particular night, May 4th. Now, based on what I told you the last time, based on the Harvard professors, that they all agreed at the first of the year that this was the year 2000. Well, then on the other hand, this here too, if you get Richard Noon's book, The Ice, the Ultimate Disaster, they talk about the May 5th, 2000. All hell breaking loose. As well as there's several people talk about May 5th, 2000. Ice, the Ultimate Disaster. I think even one man talked about May 5th.
2005.
Who? Yeah, 2005, but also my man here talk, I think Bill Cooper, there's a couple of people talk about May 5th, 2000. The day is May 4th. You see what I'm saying? Well, it's May 5th now, ain't it? Shit. But anyway, what? Richard Noon's book. Richard Noon's book. But anyway, this is what we also got. It's also known as Babylon. Babylon is also Hale Bopp's companion. The 50 gates of Babylon. Now, what happened is there's a guy by the name of Jack Parsons that I talked about the last time that also tried to have this magical child. Get the movie, The Golden Child. Very key that you get that because the Golden Child got a lot of stuff in it, but they talk about this magical child. And the white people have been trying to incarnate this magical child to save them. So this guy named Jack Parsons that was a member of the OTO Society of Crawley tried to incarnate this magical child but had a heart attack. But before he did it, he had a visit from this woman, this entity called Babylon, that said that she was pregnant with a son that she was going to bring forth that's going to be powerful than all the kings on the earth. Now we understand that this particular Babylon is also an ancient goddess, the whore of Babylon, which is also, if you deal with mythology, she's talking about a whore, but it's talking about something of energy, and it's talking about a promiscuous sexual energy of Babylon. So this particular Hale Bopp is also is also dealing with this particular Babylon type of energy. Now, in this particular article here, coming from the internet, see if I got this article. Did I bring that one? It says, and this came the Friday that I spoke on TV last week. It says, apocalypse soon. Comet Hale Bopp may be the end of the world as we know it. Now, it says, it's official that the pre-game show for the millennium is now in progress. The arrival of the comet Hale Bopp in the night skies and much more significantly on the internet proves it. It says, in case you haven't been keeping in case you haven't been keeping up with the internet, it says, during the past few months, dozens of websites have flared up proclaiming the comet Hale Bopp as either the sign of the looming Armageddon or the prequel to the alien invasion. It's interesting that they got this particular thing going on because they said that Hale Bopp was supposed to be gone in May. But like you say, you can still see it. So I don't think they can predict nothing in the first damn place. But also they got this alien invasion thing that's coming on tonight also too. But it said that it's a prequel to the alien invasion. It says, unfortunate rallying point are hoaxes or pseudo-scientific hooks. Take your pick. But it also talks about this guy, Whitley Spivey, who wrote the book Communion, says that Hale Bopp is a fabulous turn of history for us. Luck it be found, the vast dark universe will never be alone again, based on this particular Hale Bopp, based on this particular Hale Bopp. So in actuality, they're still worried about something here that they're actually dealing with. Now look at this. In here, they say Zacharias Sitchin actually talked about Hale Bopp was coming as far back as 1992. But as you remember, 1992 was the same time of the actual riots. You see what I'm saying? Of the actual riots. You see what I'm saying? So he says that the planet returned to the solar system every 3,600 years, and past forms the story in the legends and the myths of the gods begin from the sky. He says that both the planet Hale Bopp are on the same orbit, presumably of the 12th planet of a few years behind. So he goes into this particular information, and he's locating it with the actual 12th planet, but he also said that it came from Sagittarius. And Sagittarius is also the Archer. Now, the internet that I got this stuff from off of, they'll show the comet coming, then they'll show it shooting something to the Earth and the Earth blowing up, based on this comet that I got this particular website off of. And the Earth is actually blowing up. Now, Juju, which is the spiritual psychic, the brother that's very advanced, said that the ship that Hale Bopp has already hit the Earth. Now, it's interesting because when we was talking to Juju, Brother Dawood up in New York, I was up in Philly and I gave this particular information that the ship already hit the Earth, and some sisters started clapping. And then after that, I said, what were y'all clapping about? They said, we went to see Brother Dawood, and he said the same thing, that this ship had already hit the Earth. And which coincides with all of what we have with this doggone storms and these floods and shit out here with these crackers. You see what I'm saying? That he said it had already hit the actual Earth. Now, this is the key I want to get right here, and we're going to go into a question and answer. In this book, that's a good one, man. In this book, Experience the Inner Worlds by Gareth Knight. Experience the Inner Worlds by Gareth Knight. It says, it goes into the inner world. So we're talking about something that's inside of our head, or inside of our body. The first chapter is the spear of light. The second chapter is the fiery spear. The second chapter is the serpent flame. Third chapter is the Holy Grail. Then you have the Sea of Light, the Round Table, the Upper Room, the Light of Christ, the Winding Star, and the last chapter is called Chapter X, which is Chapter 10, is called the Dark Cloud. The Dark Cloud. I suspect that this particular chapter here is talking about Hale Bopp, but like I told you before, that everything that we talk about, you're supposed to register it inside your body. So the dark cloud that he's talking about here is the inner, because he said experience the inner world. You see what I'm saying? So that dark cloud is inside of your body that is actually talking about. You see what I'm saying? And that is actually talking about. So now, I don't have time to read this, but I'm going to show you how these white people. This is Courtney Brown. This is the guy from Emory. These are his students on the internet. This is the professional people who do this professional remote viewing. And these are documents on what they say Hale Bopp is and different things and different drawings. This is the students' viewings of Hale Bopp and what they're saying this particular information is. Different things that are in. So what I'm trying to say is this. Based on Frank Herbert's book Doom, and he said that in the book he talks about between 96 and 97 you got a doggone holy war. Between a holy war, and then you got this particular star that appear. I'm saying at this particular time is a critical point. So let's go back and read this one part again. Look. In the beginning is a very delicate time. We then know this year as 1991. I'll just say because it's 10/1/91. The known universe is ruled by the Parashah Info Saddam the Father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is spice. Now, they talk about mining the spice. Well, that already went on, because in actuality, spice is inside your head, which is melanin. Spice mining is the people fighting over the actual spice is. I told you that they've had a melanin war for the last 3, 4, 5 years, or maybe longer than that, where they've been snatching black bodies, taking the melanin out for the melatonin programs. So this bears witness with the spice mining that they're dealing with in Doom. The most precious metal is spice, melange. It extends life. Spice extends consciousness. Spice is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild of Navigators who the spice mutated over thousands of years, this orange spice gas gives the ability to fold space and travel to every part of the known universe without moving. Remember, I always talked about how you can go through the universe and all, but our basic concept based on the Kabbalah and based on the spiritual thing is sliding. Same earth, other dimension. Now in Peter Limish's book, which I recommend, do you have any more copies of this? There's 2 copies of this. Now if anybody has ever studied Christian stuff, then this is a book that you shouldn't sleep on, because it's dealing with the Dead Sea Scrolls, first of all. Number 2, not only is it dealing with the actual Dead Sea Scrolls, he deals with so much information in here with Nostradamus, Edgar Casey and all, and this is the book, the Armageddon script, that you shouldn't sleep on. But in the chapter on page 243, he goes into the things to look for before the coming of the Messiah, before the end. Some kind of symbol of the Messiah must appear in the sky. All the world's people must see this at once. Now, all the world's people must see this at once. He wrote the Great Pyramid Decoded and the Armageddon script. So this is the Armageddon script. All the world's people should see this at what? Once. The dead must be revealed to experience these events. Excuse me, must be revived to experience these events. Anytime they talk about the dead, they're talking about us. You see what I'm saying? The elect of Israel must be identified and restored to their homeland. Now, based on Doom, the dead people waking up is us. The little bit that we have, that's all we need before we wake up the rest. But they say that the elect of Israel must be identified. Then that means that when this holy war starts, we damn sure will be identified when this jihad starts. And based on the timeline of this Frank Herbert, the jihad is supposed to start between 96 and the next couple of years. I suppose that any day now this shit can go, because more and more each day Negroes get crazier and crazier. You see what I'm saying? Get crazier and crazier. So that means the worse it gets, and I don't think it can get any worse than this. I think at this particular time that it can't be no worse than this, so therefore I think that the time is now for this thing to happen. You see what I'm saying? So now I decided to cut it down, because what time is it? Yeah, so it's good time for question and answer also too, so we can deal with some stuff. So give me some questions. What's that?
Okay. Now, number 1, I want to know where you got the information about, the Romans and the appearance of the star in the sky. I want to quote this to you the best I can. And I saw it on TV on a book about the demon. A little demon child was born, and he was trying to get rid of his father. Finally was going to kill him, the big dog, and everybody was...
The Omen. Yeah.
Anyway, on there it said, when the Jews go back to Zion, and the comet splits the sky, then so and so and so on, and you and I would die. Is that where you...
Oh, no, that's amazing you said that. That's good.
Where did that come from?
This comes from the Kabbalah. That's coming out of the...
Now what you said, where did he, the one on TV,
they getting it from the same text. Well, that's good you said that. See, that's the kind of research I like. Because now, it's right there in the Omen. You see what I'm saying? But that's interesting when the comet splits the sky.
Right.
That's some amazing shit.
When the Jews go back to Zion. And I took that for the Hebrews that left here. And I don't know what Zion is in the letter position.
Yeah, but in actuality, the ones that went back then, they are dealing with historical knowledge, which is actuality. I can show you the same verbatim thing in the Egyptian thing. But the Egyptian thing, as well as the Kabbalah, specifically says the West. So we are those Jews that's going back to Zion. We are those particular Jews that's going back to Zion. Also, I suspect that they talk about Arrakis, and they talk about doom, and they talk about this spice, and they talk about it's coming from this desolate planet. I suspect, because one of the most precious things on Arrakis is water, because they don't hardly have none. Now, if we talk about a dry and desolate place, it's got to be Atlanta, Georgia. You got a big stone mountain out there, but you ain't got no water. So it's talking about us right here. Now remember, Atlanta is named after Atlantis, but it's in the Atlanta history that it came from up underwater. Now that's in the history books, that Atlanta was once underwater. And it's one of the highest places in the world.
But see, before you go too far into that, what I'm trying to find out from you is it says, remember I said it said, when the Jews go back to Zion, we already, you know, so...
No, you got to understand the chronology of the world. The chronology of the world is this. One time this was one landmass. The Zion that they were talking about was before the world fell. That's Atlantis. And we went back to Zion is when the black people got into the Argo ship and the slave ship and came to the west. We reached that part of Atlantis that was broke off, which is Atlanta, which this whole region is the New Egypt, with a Nile of St. John's River down in Jacksonville, Florida. It is the other second Nile that flows upriver like the Nile over here. You see what I'm saying? So this is it. It's not the going back to my man going back to Israel over there. You see what I'm saying? Because most of the stuff that they're dealing with is the mundane. It's metaphysical, and basically that particular group, they just went back in the tradition of Israel and all, but they misread the signs. They misread the signs. It wasn't the historical Israel didn't exist until now. The historical Israel was the Egyptians, the Hebrews, the Ethiopians, the Cush, the Punt, the whole group of black people. That's the historical Israel. Isis, Ra, and El, which means Elohim. So it's one group of people. It wasn't one nation. The one nation that was supposed to rise up was supposed to rise up of the nation of Israel in the end days. What happened is the Hebrews, for some reason, historicalized the history and founded that particular place. That is the Holy Land. Hell, Holy Land is where you stand, but this is the real Holy Land, America, the desert.
Maybe so. Now, number two, I want to ask, you said these European entities will enter bodies of a black person. Okay, what I want to know is are we going to just sit and let them enter, or are we going to fight them, you know?
Okay, what's going to happen is basically it's over, and the war getting ready to start, and all will be cleaned up. Right now, basically, the people who catching hell is the ones who rejected knowledge. What it is and what happens is those are the ones that's catching hell. Although we think we're catching hell because of financial thing, but we're not really catching hell. You are very lucky to even be wanting to have a thirst for this thing. You're very lucky for us to be standing up here and you all don't think I'm crazy, or I don't think I'm going crazy for knowing this shit. You see what I'm saying? So we're very lucky more than we think we are. But as far as that, no, but you don't have to really worry about them, because it was prophesied that they say that the world will come up, armies in the world will come against Israel like never before. So based on that, this already prophesied that those particular things would happen. I suspect when we open up the records and really see the world for what it is, we are only looking in a slight smidgen of what's really the devastating and horrors that's really going on. It's a lot more than what we think it is, and it's good that the white boy is a doggone covert person that keeps a lot of stuff hidden, because if we really peep what was going on, boy, we would be out of our mind. You see what I'm saying? So that's also true. So let's start the question and answer. Oh.
No, that comment. The one on the comment.
Which one? Oh, this?
The comment.
Oh, no, you talking about these?
Yeah.
What you saying? What's that? So, okay.
So Hale Bopp was so-called named by two white boys?
Yeah.
So this comet that was coming, that comes every 3,500 years, so this time they just hung a name on it. They said they were the first one to discover it.
Yeah, right. 95. Right. July 23rd.
So it wasn't known as Hale Bopp.
It wasn't known as Hale Bopp, but look how prophecy does. They said that the third prophecy of Fatima would be called Hail Mary. Now, you got to realize the people that write history and all, they can look up into history and predict history. And if this person founded it named, one of the guys is named Hale and the other named Bopp, but the Hale part, they could look up in there and see that. You see what I'm saying? Because they write history, and I'm telling you, they got history that's so precise because they were that bad to do the type of stuff. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't necessarily have to. It can still fall in place because we could do that kind of thing. What's that, brother?
Yeah, Hale Bopp adds up to 39.
Ooh, based on the Kabbalistic breakdown.
H is 5, the A is 1, the L is 3, the E is 5, the B is 2, the O is 7, and the H is 5. And the P's are 8 each.
Oh.
Right up to 39.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
What do you know about some kind of OP type of thing in Alistair Crowley? Some story about some Russian OP.
Well, you know what? I know that Bo Peep, they say he was linked with the group from Switzerland. And the group from Switzerland, as well as L. Ron Hubbard and them, which is Scientology, came out of Crawley. The group from Switzerland was a Thelema group, too. You see what I'm saying? So they said that they had already made ties with this particular group with the Canadian branch of the group from Switzerland, but the other group was hooked up with them. I suspected the government just came in there and killed them all. You see what I'm saying? By cloning them and setting this whole thing up and then having it ready for that time when they killed each other, because they was on it. You see what I'm saying? Anytime CNN get on it and do it like the O.J. Simpson trial, for a brief day, you know that that's choreographed. You see.
Supposedly there's some kind of book where Crowley deals with some fairy tales. And then there's somewhere he deals with little Bo Peep. And so now, you're seeing...
Well, that's interesting because,
little Bo Peep lost her sheep and didn't know where to find them, leave them alone, and they'll come home wagging their tails behind them.
Well, that's some powerful shit. I hope you're getting that on the tape. That's what I love. See, I love information come from any place. That's interesting because you know that John Henry Clark talks about folklore, the Old Testament, and the fairy tales is nothing but coming. Fairy tales is modified versions of folklore. Folklore, you know, the golden bow and certain mythology modified down to the most minute thing. And so, right, but see, all of that is all in. Crawley has some other books. Crawley has some other books of great spiritual poetry, like the Winged Pharaoh was the name of one, and some other books also too. In his book Wisdom and Foley, he has different things like that. And I got just about everything he made, so I can go. I'm gonna try to look that up. It's in book 4. Oh, it's in book 4. Okay, the little book 4 or the big one? Okay, yeah, in the back. Okay, you saw it. Okay, well, I'm good to go. I'm good to go then. Yeah. So yeah, what's that? The war. The war that's going to deal with is not going to be the same war as the revolutionaries is thinking. See, the revolutionaries is caught in a rut. There's a brother that goes to Bohouse. I think he's the nephew of Leonard Jeffries. Anyway, I was over there in 1994, and they were hollering and saying the spiritual stuff, we don't want to hear that. We want to deal with revolution. They don't, and so they're caught in a thing, because I saw the brother yesterday, and he's still reading some Malcolm X book. Goddamn Malcolm X got killed, so fuck if I'm going to have a dead man leave me any damn where. You see? So my point is going back to this particular war, this war is going to have to be a spiritual war. Because like they all say we can't never match wits with the devil. He's good at what he does. So in order to beat the devil, you got to be spiritual. But then again, on the other hand, we got to realize every bit of his spiritual walk thing that he deal with. Because see, it would be one thing if he just dealt with the knife or the actual sword. Then hand-to-hand combat, we'll kill him anyway. But then again, the most greatest power he had over us was guns. But if anything you know about guns, it says it's going to become a period of time when the guns and stuff and the actual weapons won't shoot. Because most of the weapons that he has from the gun on up is dealing with energy. The gun and gunpowder is nothing but some form of the earth's energy. And the other nuclear stuff and all is earth energy. So therefore, if we raise up as the gods that can actually manipulate the energy, we can make it so that none of every bit of weapons he has is obsolete. Because all of his weapons have been reverted over to what? Energy-based weapons. But even hand-to-hand combat, you know he'd win that war because we the best ones, physical, straight up, Flatbush style. You know what I'm saying? We give him the beat down, but even on the other thing, the only reason why is he is the one that had this particular energy. But once we doggone manipulate the energy, no guns won't shoot, no bombs won't do nothing, whatever. But then again, but on the other hand, we will have spiritual energy to kill him. So this particular war, what's going to go down and all, is going to be taking candy from a baby. Because the guns and the bombs won't be able to do nothing. Because we will control the actual elements of the universe which goes into the guns and bombs energy.
In your opinion, beginning to exemplify in terms of the ability to demonstrate that kind of power?
As a person, well, none of the groups out here are actually doing it. Right now, it's in the hands of the knowledge base, and just for us talking about it, which means the power is access to us. You see what I'm saying? And when it comes and all, you probably will be the one, we will all be the ones that will do that. That's the reason why we're having these meetings in this particular time, because we are going to be the ones that's doing it. But then again, everybody on the frequency will automatically know how to come. Because if you see the shining the last week, it wasn't, you know, they wasted 3 nights to really not do nothing. But one thing they could do was, you could talk with telepathy and tell people to come on when the time is coming. And that particular power is coming back as we speak. You see what I'm saying? You know, it's coming back as we speak. What's that, sister?
Well, I just want to ask about, you know what I think you said earlier about you know what all the weather is doing?
Yeah.
Okay, so does that not mean that the power is already here? And what do you feel personally about the aliens, or I'm saying aliens, have landed, you know, which is, I think you said Brother Dawood and somebody.
Yeah.
Well, how do you feel?
Well, when they were saying, first of all, when the people up at Emory were saying that they looked and they peeped this thing and they saw it was some type of council, that particular council was our own self. See, we exist in 2 levels. See, we're not local people. We are actually someplace else, and our actual hologram or our actual images in this particular realm trying to play out shit, trying to get back to that realm. So in actuality, the ones that came down is nothing but our own higher selves. You see what I'm saying? Because we are the ones that's going to do this thing. The white boys now has gotten a monopoly on this thing to try to make this alien thing something other than what it really is. Huh? Well, he's trying to make the concept of the alien thing being evil, first of all, and the alien thing being outside of ourselves. So we'll be thinking of something outside of ourselves when the whole time we have arrived. So, but what's coming is ourselves. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's mind control. It's mind control. I don't think it's going to work because it can work with the master, but it can't work for the conscious. Because we know a certain amount of knowledge to figure this thing out.
But his question to you, what is their purpose? I mean, I'm just... Yeah. What would their purpose be trying to... okay, see now, I'm good.
Yeah.
There are 2 entities. One is here, like we.
Right.
One, we're here in the flesh, and then we have another part of us that's outside.
Let's put it this way. It's not local. But then again, it's on the inside of you. Inside of you is a miniature universe. This thing is I think that we are trained so much on a mundane, and the way we're trained or the way the universe is and all, it's kind of hard to think about this thing. But you got to think of this thing as there's no such thing as time and space. It's just a matter of thought. And the other entities is consciousness, but it also exists within you, but also it can be in another dimension existing without you. So you got to really play with this thing to try to get an understanding on what I'm saying, because we're trying to speak in quantum type of thinking in mundane words. So basically what we're dealing with here is the entities that we're talking about is nothing. Everything that they're fighting over is nothing but the energy in us rising up that they're calling alien.
Well, so if they mess that up,
but they can't mess that up. They can only mess up the minds. They can only mess up the minds of the people who don't know. That's the masses. But the 5%, which is now 1%, they can't do that because the simple fact there's enough knowledge on the thing to understand. And it don't have to be a masses of people. It only have to be a small group, the nucleus, in the first place. You see what's?
Break down the demiurge.
Okay.
And how does that relate to like Mao?
Yeah. Okay. What's that? Yeah. Let me. On a tape. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let him do that. That way. Oh, you want me to put him on this?
Well,
yeah. Okay. No. Let's do that right now.
When I do the tapes, I'm gonna say these are pictures Bobby deprived y'all of at the lecture.
Oh. Well, let's do this. Let's do this. We got time. Let's do it. You're right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hell, you helping me out. Shit. You helping me out. Let's do it. Let's see. Let's see. Do you want to go through the explanation of basically? No, I'm saying, do you want to go through the explanation? Hey, yeah. Well, let's see what we got here. These are beautiful. Want to put these on the tape?
Yeah, there's a couple of time projections on there, too.
Yeah, okay then. Well, let's deal with this. I want to get it so you can see. Now. Yeah. Yeah. It says the Hale Bopp Comet 1995-01, April 1st of April 1997. Now it says the green above the ecliptic and the blue below the ecliptic, the views from 10 degrees above the ecliptic towards the longitude 125. So you can do the math on that and all. So now let's see. This is the Hale Bopp Comet. Right here, right? Okay, this is Earth. So I guess, yeah, well, I guess we're going to have to turn it right. Let's see. Let's turn it this way a little bit so we can see. This is the Hale Bopp Comet. This is Earth, this is Mercury, this is Venus, this is Jupiter, this is Mars. And that's another way to actually look at it. Now I want to try to figure this out and see what we got here. You got June 20th. Is this is June 20th of 96 or what?
Yeah, I think of this year.
Okay, and this is May 1st of 97. Now here it is, the sister was talking about Venus. And here's Venus right here, and this was May 1st, so that was what, the other day. So it's close to Venus, Venus right there. So I guess we do the math on that and see what that is. And May 10th, it'll be right here, and that's M Pon, or whatever that means and all. And then this is June, so they're saying this here and all, but didn't they say by May it was supposed to be gone totally in May?
April 15th.
By April 15th? But it's still out there, though.
Yep.
Just as bright, shining and shit, you know. You know, better than it was, you know, a couple of months ago. Yeah. So let's see what we got here. I think this is a comet Hale Bopp. And these are different versions of that comet? Is this coming from the internet?
Yeah, all that's from the internet.
Now, it's interesting because there's chaos magic, but let me see if I can find this thing for you.
Libra chaos.
You don't have no Libra chaos? That's Libra null. I don't know if this one has a index, but there is a scientific chaos book. This is the magic thing, but there's a scientific chaos book that he mentions in Liber Chaos. And when you get that book, it's called The Making of a New Science, and they got color pictures of what chaos is, which is melanin. And the color pictures, I guarantee you, looks just like that shit there. Now, what is that Hale Bopp doing changing them kind of colors? Then that means we own to something. Big time. Because guaranteed in the quantum physics books, they got several. If you go to Barnes & Nobles and you look at this quantum physics section, which they talk about chaos physics, and they have pictures of what chaos really looks like, and I guarantee you it's the same stuff like that. As a matter of fact, you know, Heru's dealing with some of that with the chaos sphere, no mutants allowed. Huh?
From my angle.
Yeah. Well, when you go see the movie Dune, there's something that come out of the ground that look just like that. They come out the ground that looks just like this, and it's supposed to be the worm of arachnids that produces spice. You see that produces spice. On Star Wars, he comes out to try to get the Millennium Falcon and all, you see. But it's interesting because, like I said, now let's look at some of the other ones of these and see what we got here. It's called The Making of a New Science. This is the Hale Bopp. I think this is coming from the Hubble telescope, ain't it? And Making of a New Science. Now look at this. You see this? You will find this in the Making of the New Science book. Or in the quantity. They got several books on it. They got some of these pictures of the stuff. You will find this looking stuff in there. Now obviously this is the stuff with how it looks from outside there. But it's funny, what the hell is that? Is that a computer generated image? Now, going back to this is the original picture that I showed from the get-go of that black dot being in the middle of that Hale Bopp comet. You see, which is the black dot in the middle of it. But remember, from the blackness comes all the rays of color. You see what I'm saying? So that's very interesting. Huh? Now, let's see about this one. Look at this shit here. First of all, that's a circle within a circle and a circle. That's the ring, Lord of the Rings, but also there's a wheel within a wheel. Ezekiel's wheel. The wheel within a wheel. You see. And even with these, you see it's a circle, a prism, and a rainbow that you see.
I wanted to say, I've been seeing a lot of rainbows lately just piercing out. I wonder, did that have anything to do with it? Because over there, I live by Greenbrier, and they just like little sections in the sky. You'll see several colors just peeping out. And you know, like, that's out the South area.
Well, number one, let's get some things straight. First of all, 1997 is the year that their king died, Elvis, the white man king, 1977. Also, 1977, their king died. A lot of things happened in 1977 now, but I want to give you this particular information. You understand the Kabbalah, and it talks about the mystery to the Kabbalah. The last mystery to the Kabbalah is Malkuth. And Malkuth is talking about the dethroned queen. Now, I said that Babylon, the whole Babylon, or Shekinah, is this particular queen, or Sophia, this dethroned, and she has to be married with a bridegroom until her bridegroom comes back in a bridge. But this dethroned queen, now in 1984, July 23rd, which is the Hyrule rising of Sirius, the first queen in America we ever had was the first black Miss America was what? Vanessa Williams, and she was dethroned on July 23rd of 1984, the Hyrule rising of Sirius. The dethroned queen. And now, in the 90s, she has now become and risen back up. So she's hot shit now.
The new movie coming out, Odyssey. Going in 2 weeks on Channel 11.
The Odyssey, 2 weeks, which is the Greek mythology that I was talking about, the Iliad and the Odyssey, and all this Greek myth, they're going up in there, and they got her as one of the queens. Exactly right. So she was the dethroned queen from July 23rd, 1994, to rise up again. But the mystery of the Kabbalah is when the dethroned queen rises up again, it's all over. So she acts as a symbol. You see what I'm saying? She acts as a symbol. Everything is everything. You see. Let's see where we are here. This is the Hale Bopp, but these are different things of the Hale Bopp, and I swear when you see the movie Dune, you will see pictures of this particular thing in the desert. But also here's other type of chaos sphere, but this is every spectrum of the actual rainbow. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there is something in ancient prophecy about the end when there's going to be the rainbow that we think is fairy tales and a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is something metaphysical. You see what I'm saying? It's something metaphysical, and I think it has something to do with alchemy. Because you got the red dragon, the green dragon, the white dragon, the black dragon, and then you have gold. So the rainbow represents the different spectrums of melanin, and then at the end you have gold, a pot of gold at the rainbow, the golden fleece. You see what I'm saying? So that's all a part of alchemy and all this particular thing too. You see? Well, these are some great pictures and stuff, you see. And I think they're really concerned and all. And I think also, too, just as the guy said it, there's so much stuff on the internet about this particular thing and the seriousness of it, they had to go and kill the Bopp and the Doe people and then put them coinciding with the Hale Bopp thing to scare people from actually getting into this thing. You see what I'm saying?
That's what I can understand about that 39 about it. And they give your boy, what's his name, Dope?
Yeah.
They dig him up, but really T was the leader. T turned him out.
The woman. And she died in 85.
They don't mention her like, she got
Right, it was. So here's some other things, but also this is Ripple, and this shit look like water. Now in Dune also, they're going to talk about the water of life, which is also the most potent form of the melange of the melanin when it is made into waters of life. When you kill a small worm and the worm becomes this water of life, and you take that, the only people that are able to take that are advanced God people. What's that, sister?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, have you heard on the internet, seen on the internet or anything, or did you say earlier that what was Hale Bopp's name before they call it Hale Bopp now? Was it Marduk? Because I've heard.
Well, it's Marduk, it's Kashina, Nibiru. It has many names. I think that any name of whatever it was, be whatever religion you was in that was supposed to come in the end time, it would be that name. Now that means the Bible would also have a name too. You see what I'm saying? But it could be Ezekiel's wheel. You see what I'm saying? Ezekiel's wheel, when we looking up in the sky, we don't know how shit look when it's blown up, because this daggone paper here indicates a wheel within a wheel. This one. That's a wheel within a wheel. And you have the actual circle and all. That's amazing. You see? But I'm interested in this because this looks like water. And the great queen is supposed to be the sacred waters of noon. And also, you also have other colors and different things, you see.
Is that the part in the Bible? I forgot who said it, but he said, I saw a wheel. And
within the wheel, Ezekiel's wheel. Now, it's interesting because, see, now look at this. Now, this is interesting because I'm channeling as we go on. As we see here, in this that I just read right here, look at this. In here, based on the apocalypse, look at this. Based on the apocalypse, it says this. It says some kind of symbol of the coming Messiah must appear in the sky. All the world's people must see it at once. Well, right here, if you notice, we got different people that's showing it. There's the Japanese or some type of Asian writing. So they're seeing this shit in Africa. They're seeing it all the time. So since when did we could stand at one point and all, and somebody else on the other side of the planet that's experiencing darkness at the same time could see this particular part? You see, so that's also one that we need to understand. Now here's I think this is the last one, which again is dealing with water. Dealing with water. You see, okay, look at this. Let's channel again. Go back to Revelations. They say, and the sky opened, and a great cloud appeared. And on that cloud was the voice of truth or whatever, or the angels and all. You see what I'm saying? Now here's another picture of chaos spirit. It looks like the stuff that I always show in my lectures. You see. I show in my lectures this particular thing. So what is this? A blew up version, but I think right in here is supposed to be Hale Bopp. You see. This is amazing, but my point is out of all the comets and stuff, I ain't never been able to look up in the sky and see nothing but the damn stars. So for that alone should tell me that something is up. You see, something is up. So we put those at the end. You could also go back, and if you want to, and put some more on too. So give me some questions. What's that? Well, the demiurge is nothing but the subordinate beings who vow to keep us in bondage so they can be superior. They were created, but they were not formed of all the original matter. So as a result, the original creator broke himself up into pieces and put it in us to kill him in the later days. The demiurge is called a dollar broth. It's called, it's different names for the demiurge. But that's what it is. It's a subordinate being, the supreme being. It's the same thing that they talked about in Jehovah. You see what I'm saying? But these particular beings and all were powerful, and as a result, the physical earth was powerful. As a result, we are seeing the actual erosion of the physical earth means that they are losing their grip. As a matter of fact, they are so weak and all, because what happens, the mystery is, we're supposed to stay asleep so long, and they're supposed to stay awake so long until they would automatically go to sleep after a while by staying awake so many days. By us staying asleep so long, we automatically have to wake up. So as we are waking up, they're going to sleep. But in actuality, we are basically already woke as far as the knowledge-wise, so that means that they are very, very on the edge. You see what I'm saying? So basically, that's what it is. They're actually dead, really, because the only thing that gives them power is us still loving the creation that in actuality they put us in, which is this physical. But then again, on the other hand, it don't necessarily have to be everybody. It don't have to be a whole, it don't have to be but a couple of people that understand this thing.
That's deep, because if you think about it, if everybody that's in the NBA stop, all the brothers and stop playing, if all the black folks stop singing, if they just stop all of this, it all goes away.
Well, you got to realize this here too. If we just stop going to work for a week, the whole country, well, they say a day, but to finish them off, we'll just do a week to put some add insult to injury and really punish them. If we just stop going to work for a week, the whole country would fall. Because it's just like they said, see, what it is there's two different dimensions. Now, we was up in Phipps Plaza Mall, and we was sitting down right across with some white people yesterday, and I said, it's no way that these people can experience what we in, because first of all, they don't even live on that side of town. They probably never been there in their life, and everything that they see is in this same white world. So there's two different dimensions. On the doggone other hand, what we also understand is if that is true, if it's two different dimensions, how can they truly understand what's actually going on? But what they don't understand is, the analysis was that they say that black people don't work. Black people work every day. As a matter of fact, even if they was to go out to those malls and say that this is out in our white neighborhood in these beautiful malls, I guarantee you every bit of that shit that in that mall, there's a stock boy somewhere that had to put that shit out there. And I guarantee you they're black people. Every bit of that food, there's a nigger back there cooking. Every bit, and so it's like Jesse Jackson say, black people work every day. Who the fuck you think changed them down spreads on them sheets on them hotel rooms you slept in last night? He told them that at the doggone Democratic convention. You see what I'm saying? Because white people ain't gonna do it. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's the force that's keeping it up. That's the force that's keeping it up. You see. Give me some more questions. What's that, brother? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, this comment, well, two comments and questions. I don't know if everybody know that Art Bell show, come on now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
105, 107, 2.
Huh?
At 2.
2 a.m.
Monday through Friday, 2 to 5 a.m. on 105, 17. Was it 105, 17? Or 1 a.m.? This is the one that had it, the Russian Limbaugh and all that, the talk show.
Okay, yeah.
At 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the one that your boy used to be on.
Yeah,
Sean Hennessy, yeah. 105.7, yeah. AM. And FM, okay, at 2 o'clock?
2 a.m.
Yeah.
2 a.m.
And then Richard Hoagland, I think he come on Saturday. No, matter of fact, he come on tonight.
Richard Hoagland?
At 11.
Yeah, Monuments on Mars, yeah.
And he's on there on the show every Friday.
On Art Bell show?
Every Yeah.
RBL been talking about Hale Bopp and this, all this stuff. He was coming on in Los Angeles for the longest time and just started coming on out here.
You was talking about what else?
I was just talking about how NASA was going to send something to Jupiter, but they said they weren't going to do it anymore.
Well, see, this is the point I'm trying to...
Why you going to do that? But I didn't really... It was late, and I said, you know.
Well, this is what I'm concerned about. Now, look. The cracker came on that used to... I used to just listen to him because he just to go through the scriptures in the Bible because he was real good at that shit. What's that cat? Jack Van Impe. So I used to just listen to him and Rex Seller because they could go through the Bible and I could write down the scriptures and because if you want to go through it, the cat is awesome on that shit. So I just listened to him just to write down the scriptures in the Bible. But they were saying one time that they was concerned because the Pope had announced about 2 months ago that there was a neo-Gnostic groups rising up and the rise of Gnosticism, the Christian heresy. Now it's interesting because the first thing they did is when these dope people got killed, they say they were a neo-Gnostic group. And the day that they died, she brought home the doggone Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and it was talking about, well, the main doctrine that they're going with is this Nag Hammadi scripture and this Gnosticism. And that's what they're dealing with, which is Christian heresy, which is the original Christianity in the first place. So right there, I know that in actuality, if the Pope announced to say, be aware of these neo-Gnostic groups, that means in actuality, be aware of the people that's trying to get into the real Christianity. And so therefore, when this Bopp people died and all, they pinned them and they said, well, this is the doctrine that they're dealing with. And they told them all about the Nag Hammadi scripture and all of this stuff, the scriptures that was dug up in 1945. And they linked that with them, not knowing nothing about these so-called people. How you going to know nothing about these people? You're going to link that to them. You didn't get enough information for the same day to go into the Gnostic scripture and link that to them. Not unless you knew something, you was trying to paint a message to tell people to leave this stuff alone. All aspects of what you call the esoteric world, but mainly also some of the Gnostic stuff, because it tells the truth. And also, so give me, what's that, brother?
You ever dealt with a book called Point Zero?
Something from the 0 point?
Yeah, 0 point.
Yeah, Awakening the 0 point? Yeah, I've accessed it, I've seen it. You got it or something?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
And you were saying something about guns not working. And what it deals with is the earth playing a role in this. Say I'm slowing down the revolution, creating a new frequency.
Yeah, he talks about, what's the name talked about that in the 1950s? George Hunt Williamson in his book, Brother Philip. Elijah Muhammad? Yeah, the guns won't shoot. Yeah, the messenger talked about it.
According to that, a lot of things going to happen.
Yeah.
Like anything that's not made out of real material.
Right. Yeah, all that, yeah.
Computers are going
Yeah, because if this world is another dimension from the other world and this dimension starts to fade away, none of that stuff can hold up. Not even the people of that world, which is white people. What's that? Right.
He shoots the bullet and it gets back to the point where it starts to reverse.
Right. That's one part of it because they was dealing with other dimensions. See, Jumanji is an excellent thing. I went and bought the video, and I'm trying to get all that in the library. Jumanji is an excellent one because it's also talking about how if you take a board game and you spin that board game based on what energy frequency, another dimension can come across your path. Well, that also bears witness in that book there. There's one left, the second coming of Rabbi Yeshua, where the guy in there right before he died said we got multi-dimensions, right, coinciding with each other. Well, Jumanji, the movie Jumanji bears witness to that. And it's right in that book, The Second Coming of Rabbi Yeshua, which is an excellent book and all, about the multi-dimensions coinciding with each other. But Jumanji bears witness to those things based on the African game was created to bring those dimensions into this particular reality.
Also, the computers, I heard this on late radio one night, the computers is just, they just programmed to the year 2000.
Yeah.
99 or something like that.
Right, yeah.
After that point of midnight, then...
Yeah, we discussed that about a couple of months ago.
Yeah, he did a show on, was it my show here on it? He did a show on that.
Yeah. What's that?
Oh yeah, I think it was 2 lectures ago. you had played that tape, and they said they were going back into the pyramids.
Right.
What happened about that? Because I remember I heard that they said something about Farrakhan was in there, and then he said it. We never did follow.
I don't know.
I've been peeping ever since that came out. I ain't found nothing on it.
They haven't gone up in there. They just haven't released it.
I'll tell you what to do. I'll tell you what to do. Go to the internet and hit Hall of Records. They'll give you a whole lot of book stuff. They usually love Gerald Massey stuff. Boy, right there, if they in his shit, I figure they're a little bit honest. But hit Hall of Records. And they'll give you a whole lot of book lists of books and stuff like that. But then they got the booklet section, then they'll go into stuff that's actually happening. Yeah. Did you ever hit that? It's called Hall of Records. And in there, we might be able to access what's going on in there, as well as go back to the Leading Edge Research Group and find the updates on, try to get the updates on that guy Hawass. That's the mug that's over the shit. That's the cracker, the Arab guy that always come back and say, all this is hodgepodge. That never happened. He's a master mason, and he, you know. But you hit that a Hall of Records on the internet, because all you got to do is type that in. You know, you ain't got to have no. Or go to Leading Edge Research Group and see if there's any updates of the pyramid. But there's a new book out that's bad as hell, and I got to get the name of it. It's something about the inner chamber of the pyramids, access, these Hall of Records being accessed. So some person wrote some stuff, and they got some good information in it too. Yeah, Max Stoss. But I like his book Pyramid Prophecy. You ever heard that one? Yeah, Pyramid Prophecy. That's a Max Stoss. That's a very good one. The same guy. Pyramid Prophecy is kicking and all, because he was one of the few people to use Gerald Massey and also Blavatsky in his book also too. Hold on, let me get this brother here.
Yeah, I'm nightly during the week at 12:25 on Channel 30. Star Hustler comes on.
Yeah, man, yeah.
He dropped one. He quoted from the book of the Coming Forth Project.
Oh.
He rose out of there. He was cool. It was nice. I don't know what he was reading. I would like to have read that again, but
well, see,
it shows the lining up of the new moon crescent, and Hale Bopp is going to be this week.
Well, see, that's funny.
That hasn't happened in 4,200 years.
Oh, this week. Well, see, it's funny because
Hale Bopp is going to be over the crescent.
Well, it's funny because I saw a show on A&E last night. I had some company, so therefore I couldn't see it. It's something about the horrors on the horizon and the horror market dealing with the actual Sphinx. But I did, they was talking about that prophecy about digging the face of the Sphinx, and I remembered the prophecy, and I said, oh, I got to speak on that because I started channeling. But basically, they had some stuff on there too. On there too. What's?
I wanted to ask you, how do you, this is off your how do you connect with your higher self so you can get information to deal with some of the stuff that's going on now, because it is a struggle. I wanted to ask you that, and I also wanted to ask you, you mentioned on one of your other tapes about meditation, and I cannot find it, and I want you to say how you did that again.
As far as the meditation?
Yes, sir.
Well, see, my personal thing is, and this sister here was a student of that, and she can bear witness to it, you need to access the first 6 weeks of C. Freeman Hale on some meditation. C. Freeman Hale, to learn how to meditate, you need to go through the first couple of weeks of C. Freeman Hale. C. Freeman Hale is probably, you can't get a better person on meditation, especially his first 6-week courses and stuff.
Can I add?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little something? You mentioned it on your tape.
About what part, though?
About the inhale into the nostrils. You said,
well, you know, you inhale and let out on that.
How many times you said
you can do it 7, 8, or 9. You know, those are good numbers.
And then through the throat.
And then you can just breathe and just let your air, you know, and all, you know. But you know, yeah.
The second part, would that help me contact my higher self so I can get information to get?
No, you come on in, bro. You want to? Yeah, you can open that door. Yeah. I think, well, with meditation, I think you can. I think that also, you come on in if you want to, man. Oh, okay, brother. Okay, brother. Yeah, right. I think you can do it, but I think on the other hand, I think in order actually to contact your higher self, I think you just going to... Contacting your higher self is letting go a lot of stuff mentally so your higher self can come in. I think that for the mere fact that you want to do it is the first step. You understand what I'm saying? Is the first step.
Wouldn't eating a vegetarian diet help you?
Well, vegetarian diet does do a lot of things, but I think on the other hand, what happens is, I think that what it is I think what it is, but ultimately it's going to have to be your mind. You got people that can override a lot of physical things they do because that's physical, and yes, it does, and all the type thing. But I think what it is, it's going to ultimately be your mind. I think the best thing also is to. I think the colon cleanse is probably more active than the vegetarian diet. Although the vegetarian diet is given. But I think the cleanse at the particular time is more active when you hit the colon and you get, because even if you're doing vegetarian, it's going to, shit is shit. But I think that the cleanse, I think the access power, the cleanse is probably the better thing, because the cleanse also opens up the, what it does is to see the energy that we need to get to the higher self is sexual energy. That's number one, is sexual energy. Sexual energy is blocked both in male and female based on the your lower intestines block certain sexual glands and organs. So when you do the colon cleanse, you can free up those sexual glands and organs also, and all to do that. And so what it is a lot of spiritual energy is even when you get horny. That's spiritual energy that can be used. So the main thing you want to do is to try to enhance sexual energy based on, sexual energy is enhanced based on vitamin E, certain things like certain hot foods, spicy foods, do certain things like that too. So, but also I think the colon cleanse is a better thing to free that particular energy up. As well as mental sexual energy. Whereas in the Bible they tell you not to lust. That is because of the demiurge don't want you to lust. Lust is good in the actual spiritual thing, because the lust makes the energy, the spiritual energy come up, and you should meditate on that and take that spiritual energy and turn it into a good meditation to try to get up in there. So when you're most horniest is the most time when you're supposed to actually, to use that spiritual energy to meditate. And also too. Give me some more questions. You and then you. What's that? Go ahead.
I got a guy named, I think, Dave Elliott or something, The Secrets of Nutrition, in which he's talking about the codes, the body naturally accepts foods, all nutrition, because there's codes. Electromagnetic codes.
Yeah, but see, my point is this here. See, a lot of the stuff that they're talking about in this and all is talking about being able to do certain things physically based on using the diet and all, because your mind is not at the point to do it anyway. But if your mind is at the point, you can override that. Like, take for instance birth control. People don't know that a woman can go in and send signals to the body that she don't want to get pregnant, and she will never get pregnant. The first thing is you got to believe it can happen, first of all. Second thing is you can send to, like I was up in Baltimore, and this sister said, I believe I'm pregnant. She said, but I don't really think I can afford it. She said, but I know what I'm going to do. She said, I did it before. I went in the closet, and I meditated for a great while, and I sent signals saying, I don't want this baby to come, and the baby didn't come. So that's the first forms of birth control, because your brain and your mind can work any function of the body you want to. So what happens is a lot of time we get caught in what we talk about, what we can do physical, but if you don't you can develop the mind power, you can override all of that. You see what I'm saying? You can override all of that. You see.
But is it the meditation, the mechanism of how that's done?
Meditation, but also understanding of thought. I used to meditate more when I was first coming into it more than I did now, because now I use thought, and it's based on the certain in frequency of thought, I can override things, so you can get to higher levels based on that. So it's a combination of meditation, but it's also certain knowledge access, certain things that you can bypass. You see what I'm saying? So that's one of the keys too.
What I was going to tell the sister, right? I remember when I first started meditating, what usually happens is like it seems like it's all about listening to what's going on within. And so once you start doing it, if you don't know how to breathe and you just go on what you know, after you start doing it, spirit will start telling you.
Well, see, first of all,
and you start getting what you need.
The most time where I feel I just do it and I don't want to do it like that when I'm in more pain, where I want to cry. And then, but see, I don't want to have to do it every time I want to cry or have to
But
cry.
see, maybe that's the spirit telling you this is what you need to do to get past whatever that pain is. You see what I'm saying?
are you saying when you meditate, sometimes you start crying because of the...
Right before I meditate, I will cry.
Because you be unhappy, so.
Yeah, because I would be unhappy, you know, or I'd be sad or in pain about something, and then I would cry. And that's when my meditation would come in. But I want to learn how to do it another way instead of every time I'm in pain.
Well, just do it another way. Basically, just do it when you ain't crying.
Well, but that's the other thing on that is not I mean, he goes in about how to do the whole subconscious.
Yeah, the Metanetta book. Yeah. The Metanetta. What's that? What you say?
Back on that diet thing, the vegetarian thing. Yeah, you must remember that our body is different from white folks.
Yeah.
A lot of that is what they have to have.
Right. That's right. A lot of the things, a lot of the diet stuff that's coming is coming from the white people, like you're saying. A lot of that stuff and all, we are different. If your mind, plus, first of all, you got melanin. That means you got a battery to do more to with it, which they don't have the battery to do. What's that?
Yes, since you're mentioning about that, Sabi was here, just kind of speaking, he mentioned about we don't eat the same foods as they do, and therefore we should have electro-fired food. And there are only certain vegetables and certain fruits that we can eat, not hybrids.
Well, let me tell you the deal. Let me tell you the deal on the vegetarian thing. The vegetarian thing is probably the fastest path to get you off the path. And what I mean by that is this. Because we went through that. What it is if you get so caught up into what you're putting in your body, you send brain signals to the mind that you will start... It's almost like a paranoia. You see what I'm saying? I think the more innocent that I think the more people in Alabama don't get sick because they just don't know about certain damn things. That's what do it. But I say, so my point is on what you call it is this about the vegetarian thing. Certain things is given. You automatically know that certain things you don't supposed to do. And other than that, I don't think that you're supposed to focus too much on whatever, because if you do that, I think that you are not giving the mind the type of access to work. So Sabi would come in and talk about we don't need this hybrid thing, this, and after you get through and stuff, you'll be so stuck into what you don't have to eat, it will take away from what you need to be doing based on knowledge shit. And I have seen family members and close friends get off the knowledge path, period. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Some of the most powerful people I know is about loud.
Mm-hmm.
They eat every damn thing. Mm-hmm. They got more Ashe than everybody, including Satan.
Right. So what I'm trying to...
Check, you know?
And you got to realize, most of Sabi products and shit is done by a white company. You see what I'm saying? And they got a certain thing that they got to do because they trying to stay on the damn planet. And they need that stuff. But my point is you can override a lot of that particular thing.
And he doesn't go around saying it. You know he said in his lecture?
What?
That he's the maker. He's the producer of his.
Right.
That's what he said in his lecture, that he's behind it. As if like no white man is behind it.
It's some white people behind that stuff, man. Yeah.
He said that last year.
Yeah, but see, my point is what happened is you can get so caught up in there. I have seen people, man, they was into this and into this, they was into the consciousness, and what happened was they got with the diet thing, and man, there's so much in that. I've seen people drive 20 miles, 10 miles just to get some eggless noodles.
20 miles.
You see what I'm saying? And I go in there and it's all about what you got to eat, and they ain't got a book or nothing in the house. And they have had a 180 degrees backslide based on they got caught and stuck in something. And I don't think we should get stuck in the and all, because I think that this thing is it's much more to it than that. And I'm saying, once you get the basic things based on vegetarianism and diet and stuff like that, you got it. But what it is a lot of these groups now, man, they done made that into a damn religion.
Right.
That's the difference. You can get, I got the basic thing and I say, okay. I spoke about some of them in my lectures and stuff. But other than that and stuff, we got to go on. But I've seen Savior is a religion. That's what that is now.
Saviorism.
It's like Saviorism. It's a religion now. Whereas if you focusing more on that type of thing, and my two brothers took to it, and I mean my youngest brother, man, that's all he thinks about 24/7 is that diet. And even when they go into the like the sister that you sung Happy Birthday, she went out with him a double dating, and she said, hell, half the conversation was about diet. Shit, that ain't knowledge. That's about diet. Shit. And that's what white people into because they trying to save themselves. Yeah. No, Sabi. I just said that. Sabi. Dr. Sabi. Dr. Sabi. Yeah.
Yeah. On the radio, we were going to talk about, I don't know, maybe we touched on it today, about actually going to the church and how that's, because you mentioned how Christianity is Satanism. But you didn't.
Yeah, I think, was you in here when I went into the whole thing about the mythology and how they shut down?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I talked about that. Well, what it is, when they shut down the one God thing and shut down the multiple deities, you can't access the outer gateways or the inner gateways by just this one deity thing. That's almost like it's a closed door. You see what I'm saying? And I talked about that. What's that?
I have one question to ask. Now, prayer. Now, when you said that, I forgot the same name that you said, that's jealous.
Yeah.
When we pray, are we praying to that?
More than time it's a mental thing. If you're praying to somebody over you and don't understand that person is a part of you, you giving the energy to that deity. Okay. Anytime you give something to a malevolent deity that's over you, you understand what I'm saying? Then you are actually praying to that deity. You see what I'm saying? You're actually praying to that deity. The deity is supposed to be a part of you. You're all part of one system. But this one God and praying to that type of stuff, in the same old Christian way of that, then yeah.
Well, does that have anything, okay, by me being a female, I'm hearing this male and female.
Go ahead.
I keep hearing this male and female situation. And deep down, I do believe that, you know, deep down, I personally believe that the creator of everything was female, because everybody always say, out of the dark came the light.
Yeah. Right.
Came the light. And it reminds me, kind of sort of like the black hole.
Yeah.
They got one that spits out.
Right.
That spits out light.
Right.
You know, and then like the female, she spits out.
Yeah, well, you're right so far. I'm just saying, I'm just saying.
Oh, my point was, I didn't know I was right. That's just the way I feel.
Yeah, well, that's it, right. That's it. I mean, the feminine principle, even there is no such thing as male. There's nothing but the masculine half of the feminine. We're nothing but the masculine half of the feminine energy, but there's no such thing as male.
That's the way I personally feel, but I keep hearing everybody saying he, you know, and I always say, well, you know, I used to ask my mother, you know, what if it was a she? You know?
Yeah, well, you know, that's the patriarchal society. You're gonna hear he, because you live in a patriarchal society, and most of the consciousness is dictated by the white man, who is patriarchal and a woman hater.
But the white man knows who it is.
Right.
He's trying to destroy black women right now.
Right.
He knows. He's
right.
out to get us now.
Right.
That's any way that he can.
Right. And you best believe this summit with your boy, Colin Powell, if they talk about being with the children, how you going to have a summit and take care of the children if the woman ain't involved? Because hell. So it's all getting the same thing, killing two birds with one stone. You see? Basically, the spiritual world we talk about is the feminine. That's bottom line. Y'all, you know, and you indeed.
At the grocery store, you know, they had like the Sun and those little newspapers. I was trying to look at them, and they were talking about how in some old texts they said that Jesus was going to come back as a woman. And I don't know, some people might say Jesus may or may not come back, but it just hit me, and I said, oh. So it just clicked when you said that. And as well as in the Bible, Herod said, I can tell by the stars that the Messiah is coming.
I had never heard nobody say that, but my mother got a spiritual record by Aretha Franklin, and she said, sacred secret will unfold. And I used to think to myself, you know, that maybe when that Christ comes back, when that Jesus comes back, it might be a female, you know, because that's what the sacred secret unfolded is that.
What you get ready to say?
Yeah, think about this KRS and all these people today talking about we live hip hop, which I think is a bunch of nonsense.
It is. It is all this. All of a sudden, this hip hop culture. You know, like it's a religion. He was saying he kept saying hip hop culture like this shit is some kind of.
Did you explain about how it came out of the rock?
But what's the name broke on this shit? They was talking to Wynton Marsalis, and Wynton Marsalis say, look, now I know music. He said even the funksters, Bootsy and all them used to play in the church. What's the name used to play in the church? The rap came from them damn Sex Pistols, punk rock, Sex Pistols, and that what that stuff was where it was, you know. And he said that the new rap that they're talking about is not from our culture. It's from something else. That's why the first people to ever connect with doggone Aerosmith was Run DMC in them. And what's the name? Cured with Anthrax. Right, and all this type of thing. So he goes into that. He goes into that. But hell, the damn rock is more pure than the rap, because the rock came straight out of damn voodoo. I got a thing 2 hours on voodoo, and they were saying that rock and roll came from that shit. But we know, because they were saying, you know, come from the blues and all that. So it's blues oriented, because Jimi Hendrix is nothing but blues. So well, I ain't going to even say that what's called, but basically it's that protest punk rock, which is the same kind of music that the neo-Nazi would listen to, a new kind of version of that late 70s Sex Pistols. And that's what the...
He was talking about too how they're on stage all wild and crazy and disrespectful. That's right.
You know.
Baptist almost just the same way.